refreshed, ready to go.
19 hours. Okay, afternoon Stuart. Afternoon everybody who is tuning in to a full 12 days of streaming starting today with the Midi. We've got the Midi tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. There's all sorts going on. We'll give you the schedule for the live streaming and what is going on.
Got the old...
We'll give you the schedule for the streaming days. Who won the heads up? Shall we tell them?
No, we're not showing the footage.
You're not showing the footage?
No footage.
Uh-oh, somebody deleted it. Somebody deleted the footage. PK and the team will be getting a bit of content out of the little 3 games of heads up that me and Jay played yesterday. Fast and furious, only 5-minute clock, 10 minutes, 10 minutes then 5 minutes, and we just had a bit of fun. And you'll see during the breaks what happened of the heads up battle. Yes. Well, you can probably guess what happened, but it was a bit of fun.
Second session of the day. We are starting and we're going to run you through the players we got for the next 2 hours. In 1, we got Mukhtar Ahmed, Antoine Labette in 2, Jamie Walden in 3, Theodore Dalton in 4, Brandon Shields in 5, James Mahone, fresh off his Blackpool final table, in 6, Majid Al-Sawaidi in 7, Andrea Buzigoli in 8, and Antoine Sow in 9. The 2 Antoine November 9ers both on the table.
Well, only having a couple of days rest with the lagging situation, as you can see. Hopefully that'll get sorted out. Been working continually on it. I know Andy Milner over in Australia was up all night. And the boys. Well, good afternoon, GUKPT. This is a Midi. I just feel like calling it a GUKPT. It's a 1250.
It still is the GUKPT festival, just the grand final.
Yep.
Just the side event. But a side event that's probably going to get close to 6 figures up top, potentially.
Yes. Yeah. So Brandon just was sitting down and said, I'm never here this early. Like ever. But there he is.
Tell we're not in Blackpool walking in today as well. Nice.
Warm
weather.
T-shirt weather.
No sea breeze.
T-shirt weather, walking in. Had a nice stroll round. Got myself some steps in today.
Some table this time for a second, for a side event essentially. Second session of the day. You got 2 players that have made a WSOP main event final table. You got Brandon, who's well up there in the National League. Jamie Walden, who plays regularly on the tour.
Yeah.
Had plenty of results. Won the Mystery Bounty last year at the Irish Open, and then James Mahone just final tabled the Blackpool main event.
Yeah, indeed.
A tough table to...
Indeed. Said we'd see him in a few days, and there he is. What's Jamie's name on our chat?
Schleven Poker.
Schleven Poker. Do we know what it means?
No. I don't know if it's Chippy V11 Poker, maybe. Actually no, because then they'll probably be in caps if that was the case.
Oh, right, yeah. Could be.
We'll ask him next time.
Yes. So early stages, the blinds are 100, 200, 4 days of coverage of the Midi, I think. Somebody was thinking about me this morning. They must have heard me yesterday, and then they brought in the old little Vic sweets Right, nice of him. So we're all right today.
See you
Well,
stocked
hang on.
up, stocked
Let
up.
me tell you, I bought half a boots the other day.
Andrea here. Nice little 3-bet spot. Just goes for the call with the ace-king suited, but does keep Jamie in. The hand that he dominates Mukhtar's in with a king-5 off. Limp call from under the gun, love it. Jamie going to choose to c-bet this one. Looks fairly small. Is that 600? 20% up?
I know it's a steady start to it. I know, just looking at this board, I just think first bet. Is the first bet going to win? No, we get a call.
Yeah, Andre's against 20%, assuming it was. Just not sure the chip denominations at the moment, but have to call the ace-king of hearts. 7 of spades on the turn.
Third spade on the turn.
Yeah, I'm going to be chopped up, assuming this is going to go check tower.
Yep, chop it up.
No, look at this from Andre. Goes for the little bet with the ace-king and gets Jamie off a chop.
Yep, as you can see there, PK trying to sort out the cameras and trying to work out the little lag that we've got. Seat 1 walked up to me, old Mukhtar. He says, new jacket for the live stream. I says, how did you know you'd be on the live stream? He says, I intend on winning this. He says, new jacket. And then he went, it's not hired, I bought it. I went, right, okay, good luck.
How are you doing, everyone tuned in? Max Sally, good afternoon. Afternoon, the pig. Carl Lakeland, who won the heads-up battle? You'll have to wait and find out. A lot was on the line. It was for a day off and the tea run this week.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it.
Is there any cash games planned over the series? There will be a cash game stream Monday.
Monday there's cash. This Midi at 12:50 will take calls over the weekend. We've got plenty going on. We'll get the full streaming schedule because we are here for another 12 days. Cheers, Pig. Have a great fortnight. We will indeed. We intend to. Christmas trees up at the side of us.
Ace-9 for Brandon makes it 500. Pocket 10s for Majid. Either or for Majid, I think 3-bet's going to be fine. Call going to be fine, mixture of both. It does make it 1700 and expect that to be end of hand. I expect it to be end of hand, but Mukhtar looks like he's interested with his suited ace.
There we go. So it's come to play.
Hasn't just come to play, come to win.
And flops are 4, so 6-6-4 flop.
Fairly safe board for us as Majid, so just going to continue. Maybe a bit wary, cold call from Mukhtar that sometimes might have jacks or queens, but plenty of reasons to put some chips in the middle.
80 diamonds turn. So check again. Well, this time check, check. And now we both have a house. Majid's going to be happy that there's no 6 in play.
Yeah, got a value bet here. There's Majid.
Yeah, I see another 3,000 or 4,000 going in the middle. Was it 6 or 8?
35, I think, Tal.
35.
That's 35.
Not a 500 yet. Mukhtar does not check. Ah, yours is good. Your 10s are good, he says. Yeah, it's just the way it's fell this week. Jerry, good afternoon and welcome on board. Last year we had that gap because we were a lot later last year, first till the 18th last year, clashed with the EPT Prague. Decided against that this year, so we moved it forward a little bit, and we're here straight after Blackpool, which means we'll finish on the 3rd of December. And then EPT, if you fancy it, get yourself over to Prague, one of the best cities in the world. Beautiful place. And get yourself over. Plenty going on. Prague, Vegas, the Bahamas, all going on before Christmas. And this is our last event, 12 days of streaming. And to crown the champion of the grand final comes Sunday the 3rd of December. Yeah, it's had it big time. Afternoon Osmo, good to have you on board in Blackpool, hope you're well. And afternoon Talia, how's things? Are you coming to London Village? It is a gorgeous day. You are absolutely spot on. Beautiful outside today. T-shirt weather. For them from up north.
Yep. Hoodie weather for us. For our southerners.
Hour on 15.
Oh, down next week. Good on you, Talia. We're lovely to see you. Last event for Cardroom Direct this year. Another successful year. Superb events all year. It's been a cracker. Hiya, Lenny. How was the heads up? Well, we've got the footage. We've got the footage, and we did the comms over it as well.
Yeah. All I'm saying, it was a 5-minute clock, 5,000 chips, 50 big blinds we started with, 100 big blind on a 5-minute clock. Very high variance.
Absolutely.
There's not much in it, I reckon.
You said I had a chance.
Big chance.
I didn't expect to win everything. All will be revealed. We'll show the footage either during the dinner breaks or the clips. I think it's about an half an hour video or something like that they got in together. It was a good laugh. It was a good laugh.
Jamie just goes for the check shove here with the ace jack on the 7-eye board. Theo, not much we beat, just going to get out of the way. Nice play from Jamie. I'm not getting defensive, I'm just saying it was a very crapshooty structure.
It wasn't going to be for the crown jewels, was it? It was for a tea run.
And James Gill afternoon. Is that one of Tom Gill's lads?
Well, anything could happen. We had Tom Gill's dog on the other day.
How are we doing, Racing Kev?
I got a fantastic message from Tom the other day. He says, thanks for all the defence in the chat. He says, it wasn't my son. He says, I text my son to find out what was happening because I'm not even watching. He says, alright. He says, somebody's like saying it's him. He says, and when Tom Gill's dog joined, he says, I know it was a bit of a wind up. He says, but thanks very much. He says he enjoyed the rewatch. He enjoyed the rewatch. Not related, James Gill. Now we had somebody in the chat in Blackpool when Tom Gill was on the final table who was trying to spoil it, saying that he was out in 8th and all this malarkey, and then obviously we knew he wasn't, and we're trying to put the cards in and everything. So yeah, it was quite. It ended up being because we got the cat in there as well at one point, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We had everyone.
Yep, barely feels like you left Blackpool. We did. Sunday night, all taken down, straight on the road Monday morning. Graham was here with all the kit. And then yesterday, set up day, and showed Jay a thing or two on the poker table day.
You did.
Am I missing something? The table's the wrong way round. I never thought that. Do we always have the dealer facing that way?
Not always. It depends. We switch it.
We just flick a coin in when we're spinning it round, and,
Yeah.
and it's how we take it out of the bag. Yeah, we are, Bazza. We all. We've been on the case for nearly 5 days, 6 days now. Hope we don't spoil it too much, Bazza. We've got plenty of streaming days to do, that is for sure. Antoine Labatt, one of the finest players in the room.
To be honest, Kev, I don't know how we're back working already either. I'm just here.
In body.
I thought Sal was bluffing the whole time.
Here in body. His eyes lit up yesterday when we said we were going to play some cards.
Especially when I heard what we were playing for.
And who the opponent was. Quite weird because Brandon, I saw Brandon as they were coming back from the first break, and he just said, "I'm never here this early, ever. Stay one here." I says, "Why are you here?" He says, "You've got to give it a chance." And I think with the leaderboard, he's definitely top 10, isn't he?
Yeah, we'll get an updated leaderboard at some point.
Yeah, we've got it.
Is it updated?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Updated. The only thing that's not on it is the closer.
Okay, which Cal won?
Which Cal won. Unbelievable. I didn't even know he played online. I didn't even know he played online, and that is all the way until the closer.
Yes, that's why Brandon's here. It's a 5k ladder for him, essentially.
Ah.
Only 12 points behind Arian, which is like a third or fourth place.
Yeah. Yeah, 13 10k packages so far. As with the league finishing in Coventry.
John McCann. I haven't seen him for half a year,
No.
and he's still in 15th. Literally haven't seen him for half a year.
Yep.
He could just turn up this week, John McCann, get a 10k package,
They certainly can. Not sure if we are going to see John, but since Vegas we've not seen him at the tables.
How we doing, Mike Leonard? How we doing, Spand?
Spand, how are you?
He's in Brazil, I believe.
Yeah, he was in Mexico. He was in Mexico, and then he's found that there's a poker tournament on in Brazil, a poker festival. So he's on there. Nice one, Span. Missed you in Blackpool. But the wedding pictures look good, and I'm sure we'll see you again very soon.
Queen Jack for Anton. Nine deuce of hearts from Mukhtar, let's go.
He's here to play. He's got no suit on.
Yeah.
He's here to play.
Do you know, he reminds me of someone I played heads up not too long ago. In there with the 9 deuce suited, in there with the 9 deuce and the 9-3.
Yeah, no idea who that is.
Oh, wow, look at this flop tower.
9 Jack Queen, top 2, with the straight and a bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Mukhtar with bottom pair. Looks like he wants to see one more. Does have a backdoor flush draw. And over to Majid, who's just going to want to check raise here with the 10-8, unblocking all this top pair stuff, all the sets, 2 pair. Plenty to get value from, and some potential action killers that can start rolling off on the turn. Makes it 22. Fairly small tower, might have gone a bit more chunky here as Majid with our hand. It's a funny spot for Antoine though, because you don't really see people from the big blind find bluffs on this board once it goes bet call. Like if he's got 10-9, Jack 10, all this stuff, they're just probably going to call. Like I doubt he's going to start raising some like King X with a backdoor flush draw. So I just think it's a spot that's under bluff, so going to always have value. But the problem for Antoine is we beat Queen 9 and we beat Jack 9, which is still a large part of Majid's range here. So just got to continue here with our Queen Jack. Lovely looking turn for Majid. Just going to want to keep putting chips in the middle. Half pot, 3.4, sets up half on the river. I'd like to see around that tower. Let's go for 3.5, half pot turn. It'll be like 2/3 on the river. We're shoving for, but Antoine gonna have to keep calling just because we still beat Jack 9 and Queen 9,
Yep.
which Majid would still do the same with.
5 with clubs on the river.
And now just a nice, healthy. Wow, he's gone for check. And now if I'm Antoine, I just always think I've got the best hand here, and this is just going to go all in call tower. How has he found the check here? As Majid. And if you're sitting there as Antoine, you're just going to be thinking if he's got 2 pair, a set, a straight, surely he's just going to move all in. So now our Queen Jack just looks like the best hand, and try and get called by some Jack 9, some Queen 9, maybe some funky Queen 10 that's played in this style.
So he's pulling out the chips. Looking down at 10k. There's Antoine's out.
I don't see how we don't jam.
Yeah.
Taking his time, but I can't find a world where we don't move all in here.
He hasn't made it small, 3.5.
I've-
Just a call.
Wow.
Just a call with the nuts.
AK left himself 2.1 back.
Alright, 10 kings are nuts, but not many 10 kings are there.
Done well not to go broke, Tower. Still
He
left
has.
with 10 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, king 10. Maybe a possibility, but left himself 2.5k.
Spans back for day 2 of the main event. 6-day comp on a 90-minute clock for a £700 buy-in.
6-day comp.
90-minute clock, £700 buy-in.
Wow. They don't want you to leave Brazil. They do not want you to leave.
Queen Jack suited from Mukhtar. Just goes the call.
Here's 7-8 flop.
Why's the big blind not in, Tower? Okay, Majid's not in the pot, it's C8 that's in the pot here. That makes sense.
Yes. Just rectify that. There we go. Andrea's back in the hand.
How are we doing a CFO afternoon?
The C4. How are we doing? How's the Grand Prix? How much of a farce was it? Have they taken all the stands down so you can actually see the Bellagio now?
The dealers in the Midi medium blends are 100, 300, 300, or blend at 133.
A6 for Anton, goes with call. James just going to flat from the cut-off. And Andrea finds the ladies.
Nice, nice, nice.
I think it's at 1.7 to go. Ace Jack off here. Not going to fare well versus this 3-betting range, but the size that Andrea's gone is very small. Expect this to be closer to 2.5k, so Antoine going to take his priceable position into the streets with the Ace Jack.
Here's side flop, here's 10-5.
Yeah, sorry, James got out of the way with the Ace Jack and Antoine had the A6 suited, so either way, Ace peels off on the flop.
Queen on the turn, and it also the Queen of Hearts as well. So Antoine the back, looking down at a possible redraw.
Andrea checks. Some weird checks going on this table. I'd just be barreling here. Only 4 combos of King Jack that we lose to, and plenty to get value from. The Ace Jack, the Ace 10 can still be in there. Some Ace X suited. Even some turn, King, Queen, Queen, Jack of Spades, all this stuff. But either way, we do get this stab from Antoine. Fires for 3k. So check raise is going to work a treat. And this is really annoying, Tower, because Antoine will now know this is never a bluff. We never got the best hand, but the times that we were nut flush, we get the full double up, and we're getting 3.5 to 1 on a call here. So only needing like 22, 23% equity, and if all our hearts are live, we would actually be getting that price. You can see it has 21 here. That's because the 9 of hearts is dead. So we've got to take one off and head to the river.
Oh my! Wow, wow, wow! It pairs.
Wow.
The only hearts in the deck Andre would have liked to have seen.
Doesn't even set Antoine in. It's going to leave him with 100 chips.
Well, and he's left himself 100 chips as well, just in case. Queen's full. Wow. Even left himself the 100 chip behind. So the best two on the planet are in London. Antoine's out, Antoine the back. Resume is as long as your arm if you check the database. Both sub 10 bigs.
Never really understood that saying, long as your arm.
Yeah, whose arm?
I don't know, yeah.
Whose arm decided how to do it?
Your arm maybe, but
Whose arm decided to be the arm? It's like being happy as Larry.
who's Larry?
Who's Larry? And why is Larry the epitome of fun? Why can nobody be happier than Larry? What did he ever do? He must have been some fun guy. For him to be like, nobody can be happier than Larry. Ever. Why?
Why is it always the way as well? Next hand, ace king for Antoine. Just there you go. Have your big slick. You got 100 chips. Up against the 7 deuce and the 3 deuce. We just don't win these.
There we go. 983. 3-2 flops best. Checkity check, checkity check. And the ace king from Antoine is going to be eliminated. We're on the catch up. And out he goes. Yeah, exactly, Kev. You can't have your cake and eat it. I bought it, I'm going to eat it. Why not? Why can't you have your cake and eat it? Why would you buy a cake and not eat it? What's the point? You save yourself a fortune.
I don't think I've ever bought a cake and not eaten it.
Ever.
Unless it's for someone's birthday and it's like...
I bet you've had a slice.
Yeah, you have a slice still, don't you? You still have a slice. Yeah, legs getting sorted, guys. No more than 10 seconds usually.
Yep. No, the feature table is in exactly the same place it always is to Seafolk. Bottom right hand corner as you come into the Vic. You've truly been here many a time. Who won the poker last month?
That's all anyone wants to know.
I know. How did I do on a 5-minute clock?
It's pointless explaining to my mother as well how the shorter the clock and the worse the structure, the more variance is going to be in it and the more chance Tower's got of getting lucky or just finding better hands. We have to wait and see who won.
Yeah.
And it was for a day off and the tea runs for the rest of the week. We need one. Nice, good structure. Half-hour clock. Have a day of it. Make a day of it. We'll play 5-6 games.
Started watching Game of Goal last night. I am hooked. Says dude.
It's all right. It's
How did it come about? What was the reasoning for
I
it?
don't know. Just something to spice it up with poker content, I guess. Something new, something different.
Is it like Big Brother?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. Why did I think it was like Big Brother?
Well, it's like reality. So people watch their teammates play poker, and then you go to the back room and they're chatting about the hands and stuff like that, and rooting for their team. And
Right, got you. Best poker show ever.
I agree.
I'm
reckon
guessing there's only been one poker show, really.
I reckon it would be a hit on normal TV as well.
Yeah.
No days off here, Ben. Blackpool 2 days ago. Well, got back from Blackpool 2 days ago, and here we are.
Yeah, Ben was saying he was watching the live stream from Blackpool yesterday on the catch-up. And here we are again today. Live streaming all the way through until a week on Sunday. All the way through. This is not a hint on what happened yesterday, but would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah, we'll rotate today,
This
so we
has
don't
got
give anything
nothing
away.
to do with the poker. Would you like a cup of tea?
like a cup of tea, please. No, still in the same area for the feature
Yeah, I don't
table.
know.
Ben.
Why do people think that?
It's probably because the LED screens. First, I think, is that
Ah, yeah.
first time we've had it at the Vic Baby.
It is exactly the same place. It's in exactly the same place it has been for the last years.
We're doing Stevie K, afternoon,
Hey, Stevie.
early stages, day 1A of the Midi.
Good to see you in Blackpool.
Early stages for the 12 days of streaming as well.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me. J dissected her hand. Oh, this should be good.
2 losing trebles.
Oh, calm down.
Yeah, the old higher stakes poker was good. Always enjoyed that. Pocket jacks for Andrea. Raises to 9. Theo in the cut-off makes a call with the pocket 3s, even facing the 4.5x open. Potential to win a big pot. If we do flop a 3. And Midi with one that probably going to come along with even against 4.5x here from the big blind. Midi flops best, former top pair, just one over card to contend with for Andrea with the jack, so is going to continue. That should lose Theo. And expect to just see call here from Midi. Off to the turn. Afternoon, Mr. Peaman. Afternoon, Cynthia. There is the check call from Midi. Turn card. It's the ace of spades, and Midi not going to like that. But not really much changing from Andrea. Not going to be too much ace-x, other than ace-x of diamonds specifically for Midi here. So let's go check on the turn. I'm probably just going to go check here on the river. Might see block once in a while from Midi, but I think more inclined to just see this one check down.
You're not watching the screen, right? Sorry? You're not watching the screen, right? You're not on the scale. You can watch anywhere else in the room. Not watching the scale.
It's a little advantage, isn't
No,
it?
last year I was watching it for
It's never been allowed to.
no, but I mean like nobody.
Someone's obviously not seen it.
Yeah, no problem.
So, yeah, you're not allowed to.
Antoine with the ace queen. Just sends it all in for 6.5 BBs. Looks like Andrea wants to make the call from the big and has a legitimate hold in pocket tens. So, flipping.
Short on for those guys. Next queen against 10.
And just a catch up happening now. So ace queen heart to fade, and it's an 8, so tens of Andrea going to be good. And we lose Antoine. So both Antoine's gone. He's just catching up. And should all be back to normal now, guys, after a short catch up. Looks like a nice cup of tea, that, I must say.
There you go. I've got plenty of practice if I lose.
Heads up.
But, not going to continue the Queen Jack suited. And 6 of hearts on the turn. Nice turn for Andrea. Things going his way today.
Yep.
Making hands, getting paid.
Mukhtar's not calling. How are we doing, Cynthia? Watching on Facebook. Told you we weren't calling.
Offsuit 10. 1 for Mukhtar.
Well, 4 hearts on the board. Queen for Mukhtar. Should be a little bet.
Mukhtar calls with the Queen.
I did say it had no bearing on. It had no bearing on the result, just because I went and got myself a honey and lemon and GUKPT. Easy for me to get in there.
First
Theo with the ace king makes it 7.
Rest. 7. Or fold.
Alexandra going to defend the king 10 from the big.
Fold. And go. Heads up. Check.
An action turn card after it goes check check. Both players turning top pair. And 2/3 from Theo on the turn here, and just going to be losing 2 streets a lot of the time as Alexandra. Best case scenario, other than finding a 10, is a 5, 3 or 8 rolls off and goes check check on river. Well, there is a 3, so may save us being from the big blind. Or is Theo going to find some thin value? He is. Nice little 40% value on the end here from Theo with the ace king. Maybe thinking that Alexandra is going to start leading some straights or 2 pair plus, so targeting some 1 pair holdings. It looks like Alexandra wants to pay. He is going to pay. He's going to see the bad news. Taken to Value Town.
Early stages, day 1A of the Midi, which is a normal size GUKPT. The grand final Midi. Underway, 4 days of coverage. Cash game on the Monday. And then finals, and then the grand final. Plenty going on. And to all our American viewers, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, oh yeah.
Thanksgiving Day today. Happy Thanksgiving to all you American viewers.
Good afternoon, Dave Nichols. Is this in London? Yes, it is. We're at the Victoria Casino.
We are.
Festival started yesterday. We are here till it finishes a week Sunday.
Check. Heads up.
What's this I hear about the heads up battle? You have to wait and see. I think there's going to be some little snippets of it in the break. Me and Tower, after we finished, we jumped back in the booth and done some comms.
We did. It was a good laugh. Bit of content for the breaks, that's what we needed, so we thought we'll have a go with that.
First one. Fold. Fold.
About midnight we'll be finishing, Chris. Hour and a bit left of this session, 40-minute
Yep.
dinner break, and then 3 more sessions after that. Be about past midnight.
It's not just London to see for. Hotels everywhere. They're quite expensive.
Heads up.
It's a nice looking flop here. It's Brandon, 7-4.
Check. And check.
There's 50 odd in so far, Rip Cheetah. Basically a day off, the cheek of it. Finishing at 12:30. Unbelievable.
Just a 9-hour stream, well my days, half a day.
Two pair for Brandon. Now is Alexandra going to bluff at it? He is going to bluff at it. Do have two pair as Brandon, but lose to any 10x, any 5x, any flush, better two pairs, and versus button, like Alexandra is going to open fairly wide. So tough spot here with the two pair, but getting 3-1, less than 25% of the time we need to be correct. I just think two pair slightly too good to be folding. Brandon does make the call. Sees the good news.
So early stages, Andre up to 50,000. What we got coming up? This is what we've got coming up this week. Today is the Midi. Tonight at 5 PM we've got the PLO 4 card. The Midi and main cash out satellite. Yes, they got 19 seats and a bit of cash. 19. It shows how popular these satellites are. So popular. Double satellites. The Midi's on tomorrow, which is what we'll be covering tomorrow. Mini main day 2. We'll be checking up on the PLO. They've day 1 the high roll of the 1000k PLO 456, £200 turbo. Midi day 3, plenty going on. And then next week we've got the mini main. We'll be showing the mini main day 3 on Wednesday. We might be showing the day 2 as well on the Tuesday, which I think that's what we're doing. And then the high roller day 2 on the Thursday, and then we concentrate Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We concentrate on the main event, the grand final, the big one, the 2K buy.
Come back to Alexandra with aces. And I'm assuming just went for flat pre. The fact that James is in here with the 8-6. Who won the heads up match? Ask Rob Duras.
Whoa.
Right, one thing I will say, Rob, it was a 5-minute clock, it was 5,000 started chips, and we started at 100. So it's as crapshooty as it comes. That's all I'm going to say.
Here we go.
I reckon, I said at the start, I reckon I win 60% of the time, I reckon Tao wins 40% of the time.
Did you say that many?
Yeah.
I thought you said 1 in 3.
Yeah, one at all.
That's what I thought you said.
I might have done.
How are we doing, Karen? How are you? Good to see you last week in Blackpool.
Fold.
7-8 for Brandon, makes it 5 from the button, and Majid got one. Should see a defend with.
Where's 500?
King high flop, king 10 deuce.
See that from Brandon, fairly small. One that Majid could go for check raise with once in a while. Got shot with the Queen of Hearts potential. But just going to play cool, which I think is standard procedure. King of Diamonds on the turn. I'm probably just going to be white flag wave here from Brandon. Not folding out a 10, not folding out the king. Guess we can target some of these straight draws and gut shots. It does just give up and check behind. But then sometimes we get a riv up. It might just be too good to be shutting down on. And I think this is one that we can just fire on now as Brandon, bottom of range. We got a heart in here. Even a 10's going to have a tough time calling now. Just sometimes the river's too good tower in our head that we're done with the hand, but then we get such a scare card to really put some pressure on. And Deuce does get Majid off the best hand. Nicely done from Brandon. Why does everyone think you won? I was just telling everyone how the structure was ridiculous.
It was fast. It was good for content.
You could have put you up against Doug Polk and you would have had a good chance.
Well, there you go. Doug, what are you doing next week?
You can actually do that. He will play anyone heads up at his club in Texas. Yeah, but it's 100, 200, I believe. You have to get some stake in tower. But after what goes out over the next week, after everyone sees that content, you have people banging on the door.
You like that? Can you play Tiddlywinks?
At least Mukhtar's keeping it consistent. Haven't seen an open from him once yet, and aces here. Just limps him from under the gun. Doesn't get what he was looking for, so going 4-way to the flop.
King 6-6.
Find the check, Mukhtar. Find the check, my friend.
No, a lot of it. All of it. 12.9 into 1k.
Has he seen yesterday's footage? Has he been watching you?
This time, guys, 100, 300 with a 300 big line, Nancy.
Sorry, can you say that again, sorry?
Lentil curry, chicken stir fry, or beef burger now.
Oh, beef, please.
Line, Nancy, please. But stir fry, please.
Can I have the chicken, please? Could you grab me a bottle of water as well? Is that all right? Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
First,
Cheers.
Which table are you sitting on?
Rest. 700.
King Queen for Alexandra makes it 7. Brandon just flattened the jacks from hijack. And Mukhtar's in with a 6-4.
That's 7 with the 6 left. 3, 3, 7.
Alexandra flops best here and King high board. I think one we could start checking over to Brandon if we do elect to bet. Going to be a very small size.
Check.
Goes for 800. Might have gone smaller here. I think third slightly too chunky on the King 5-5 rainbow. Either way, going to get value from the jacks. Mukhtar out there with his spanners.
Who came up with the word spanners as a terminology in poker?
I don't know. Just a bag of spanners, ain't it?
Yeah, but a bag of spanners is really good if you're a mechanic.
I know where the term nuts come from. You know where the term nuts come from?
Well, that must have been something to do with back in the day
Yeah, back in the day.
when they were turning up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and they used to bet the nuts and the bolts from their like carriages and stuff when it signified a very strong hand. And that's where the term nuts derived from. But there's loads. We were chatting about a few earlier. Old Larry, your mate.
I've got show over kings
That's how it turns up with a deck of Uno cards. I can't stand Uno. I'm not a fan of Uno.
I didn't even know what it was until earlier this
Yeah.
year.
Any game where you can have one card left and someone can have 60 left and you can still lose is not for me.
Really?
Yeah.
You can have one card left. How's that possible? I don't know.
We were playing, when we went Greece earlier this year, we played a game called Uno Flip while we were away.
Yeah.
And I had one card left. She had about 60 and I did not win. And then I refused to play it for the rest of the trip. Ace 3, suited.
So what he's saying is when he loses a card game, he gets the face on, throws the cards away, and you don't see him. If we show this clip of the heads up game and the heads up battle, anybody like to come into the chat for a couple of days? Because we might not have a co-commentator. The table might have been flipped over.
That table was actually facing the other way around till yesterday. That's a good laugh. Something different. Enjoyed it.
It was a good laugh.
Where's 700? Fold. Fold, fold. Fold. And fold.
Do they still do the chicken curry in the Vic? I don't actually know. I don't know what the menu changes all the time here in the Vic. We've still got the lamb rump on the menu and the Arabic mixed grill. That's one of them. Looks like there's some food there being delivered. As everybody gets fed at the tables here in the Vic.
Heads up. Check. Check. That 1 6.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. See Lee, like car. Left, Z cow and M right, 3, 1 and 2, 1 table 3. That's elimination 1 and 2. None of the holding cash game, please make your way to table 3.
Thank you very much, Water Boy.
So you've got to keep mixing it up who does the runs.
I didn't actually see the fridge full of water, but there's nothing obviously here. Bottle of water for all the players. And a can of pop for Harry. So the second session is upon us. I saw Victor Eliukin walking in today. Hello, Feed. I love it when he says it. Hello, Feed. I knew that Junior's on his way to the Bahamas this winter.
How you doing, Brad? I wouldn't say smashed. He was. He put up. He played well. Had some moves in the locker. Weren't afraid to bluff. Weren't afraid to call light.
How are we doing, Brad? We've got the footage. We'll get it on during the breaks. Not sure if we'll see you this week. You're too busy this year.
No cakes. Can't recall any cakes this year.
Just piling up the millions. Put it all on one the same pile. Food's gone up so much, hasn't it, this year? I don't know if you were there. You just like sleep, play poker, and sleep a bit more, and cupboards are full. Mrs. cooks, sleep, play poker, and sleep, play poker. I understand that, but for the rest of us, it's really skyrocketed this year.
I did notice coffee this morning was $5.25, just a cup of coffee. That's
Yeah. You need to start winning your bets with Mikey. You'll be out of pocket.
Well, if you do make the grand final, Brad, just a little tray or something. Yeah. I'm sure you can whip something up in your kitchen. Takes you 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
Or you can get your chefs to do it.
Pretty sure. Do you make pies? That's what I want to know.
You and
He's
your
a
pies.
fantastic pastry chef, old Sean Brothers. Hey, Mehmet. I'll see you next week. Or see you next year. Come on, the GUKPT Poker Boys, good work, and I'll see you next year. Well, if we ever get to meet you, Mehmet, it'll be a nice surprise for us all. You're in the chat box on a regular basis. This is the place where we had the best 15-minute clip of poker ever.
Yeah.
From the Mad Turk.
Two years ago that was.
2 years, is it really? Not even
Flyers,
last year.
2 years ago. It was Dan Bedson last year, wasn't it? Ali Malou, Gary Miller, Dan Bedson, you and Jones done a four-way deal.
2 years ago. 20 minutes of poker that didn't need any editing. Stevie Key says, did I see somewhere that the playoffs are the 5th and 6th of January? I think it's the 6th. It's the 6th. We'll bring you the full schedule of January this week or next week as we head towards the end of the year. We'll bring you the schedule for January next week. But the playoff is the Saturday, first Saturday in 2024. And we'll be streaming it. Whoop whoop. How's Paul Maguire looking?
Can't make it.
What?
He can't make the playoff this year because when it falls.
Oh. Oh. We were going to name a trophy after him or anything. The tournament would have been named after him.
I'll take his spot.
Is he in the top 100?
Yeah.
Or top 80, whatever it is? Then he can't make it.
No, it's not. I know you are right, usually you are right.
Last year, 72 turned up and 35 packages were awarded. 35 £5,000 packages.
No, I can just do black English breakfast. That's the proper one. That's not mine. It's English.
Karen says she thinks Wendy's coming down to show how to play PLO. Well, the first. Is it Wendy's first trophy?
I
First
think so,
trophy,
yeah.
Benny?
So funny she is.
Won the Blackpool PLO, kept giggling away.
I remember
you kept hearing it in the background.
Seeing her like 3 tables out, she had absolutely chunks, and walking past her, she just going, I don't know what I'm doing. And then suddenly she's got the trophy in front of her. I think secretly she's a master. She keeps it on the down low.
Yeah. Apparently, you don't want to play at bridge for money.
Yeah.
One of the best in the country. 2 PLO she's won. Amazing. And plays PLO cash. So as you can see, 44 minutes of this session to go, and then a 40-minute dinner break.
Yes, sir, that's for you, sugar. Thank you. Sugar and garlic.
With an ace makes it 7. Come on, Mukhtar. Six, 7, 4. We're rooting for tower.
Ace 6, 7 flop. 4, 5 queen. Hits bottom pair. Nope, second pair. Takes the lead. Mukhtar, here to play. 12,000 chips, starting stack of 20.
So they say fresh mint tea, that means tea pack.
So it goes check, bet, call. Looks fairly safe for Mukhtar.
It does.
Does
6 or 7.
yeah, it does bring in a gut shot, I think, from Midi. Looks like a 3.
It's a 3.
Mukhtar gonna send the barrels in here, trying to get Mukhtar specifically off of a 4 or a 5. G double barreling for healthy size and does get Mukhtar off the best hand.
Brad says, when is the mini? Does that start on Sunday?
Yes.
There we go. Mini main event day 1A, £250 in, starts on
Sunday at 3.
3 o'clock. Just looking down there, the mini's on, the mini's on. Mini main day 1A starts at 3. Day 1B starts on Monday at 3 o'clock as well. Tuesday, mini main. The turbo is on at 12 and day 2 starts at 4:30. Plenty going on. You can always screenshot it, and don't forget it is on the app as well.
Three flights for the Midi. Josh, you got today, you got tomorrow, and tomorrow evening, which is flight 1C, which is the turbo. And then if you fancy a spin on Saturday, you can buy into day 2. Nice flop for Neil to continue here after opening with his double gut shot. Jack of spades in there as well, but goes for check behind here. I think we've got a nice little barrel and potential barrels down the street, but you're surely going to see the Lacey bet now. I'm not going to get that opportunity, just Alexandra just going after it here on the board, which is much better for Neil as he opens up. Looks like Bousey, not Neil.
It does, doesn't it? Does look like Bowsey's noggin.
Wow, and Neil just folds. Flops a double gut shot, checks back flop, and then just folds to the lead on the turn. Brad says, I can't do the mini, as can't do Thursday. Tuesday, looks like only the grand final for me if I move things back. Well, we might see you for the grand final. If everyone finds out you're playing a 2K boy and Brad, it'll be gridlocked in London. Make sure you get your public transport in on Friday if Brad's here, because it will be gridlocked, everyone trying to get in this comp with that extra 2K of value in there. Chef Brad playing a 2K. James been fairly quiet this session, but going to open a Jack 8 suited. King 8-7, case 8 somehow finds its way onto the flop. It's a middle set for Neil. Just hoping to just see him call here with position. Don't want to lose our customer. does go for raise right off the bat, makes it 2.5k. James does have an 8. Backdoor spades and straight possibility. He's going to come along to the turn.
Six of spades, brings in the first draw for James.
So now nil. Just going to want to keep putting money in this pot. James can definitely have a king here that we want to get some value from. Goes fairly small, 2.5. Oh no, goes 7. Thought it was 2.5, so goes big. Goes for the pot size bet here on the turn. James makes the call. Not folding now, once picking up the spade draw to go with second bet. River card.
There's a spade, no it's not, it's the 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, just gonna want to shove here. As Neil, not worried about a 5. Try and get called by this ace king, king queen type hands. Don't really be much here as James. Jack 10, 10, Jack 9, Jack 10. That's literally it. Can't really come up with anything else that we're in front of. We have a Jack in our hand, and maybe they're going to start slowing down. The Jack to 10, the Jack 9 on the turn, and take a free one. Just really not much that we beat. We just need Neil to specifically have a random airball that he wants to raise flop and go bet all in by river. I think this would be a optimistic one, but sometimes in the moment you have a feel of where you're at, and James may feel like he's got the best of it here. Just think we're going to have better catchers rather than this particular hand, but is going to pay and going to see the bad news. Calls it off with just an 8, and it's all in a call, so he's got to show his hand to the table.
So he has a lead, leaves himself with 1.8.
How are we doing? Sean Hopkin, who won the heads up? You'll have to wait and see. But I have mentioned it. It was a very hyper turbo structure. Very crapshooty. Carl Lakeland says, I'll see you in Manchester, lads. Would normally just be Blackpool, but cost me £1,000 in missed Selfridges on the misses in return for letting me play Manchester, Cov, Blackpool, Leeds and Goliath. That's not bad, is it?
Not bad at all.
£200 basically a leg he's playing.
Yep.
Z cow for a 1-3, Z cow for a 1-3.
Big lines, 3.
Martin right for a 1-3. Martin.
Wendy's here, I can see her. All set and ready for a PLO. Loves it.
Not that she'll tell everybody that won the tune that she won Blackpool. No, not at all. Not that she mentioned it.
Very soft, thank you. Boss, on your back, please. That's the one you don't need. It feels better when you win. Gets the nut straight in more ways than any other hand.
All in a call. James all in for his
1.8.
short stack and has flopped deck. No, he hasn't flopped deck week. Thought he had the Jack of clubs. So basically dead here. Going to need some runners.
Queen of diamonds.
That will kill it on the turn. So going to lose James Mahone. And a small one for
Red
Andrea.
king for rubs. Oh,
How about red 8
red
for
8
her?
for rubs.
So just over half hour to go until dinner. And I think in the first break clip there might be some snippets of last night's heads up battle.
Really? You got some inside information, have you?
Oh.
Where is she? What's happening, senior?
Alright, if you guys get bills or something, let me know I can fix them. Yeah. Just that's why I'm on the
So
line.
4-way to the flop.
If you're on the
Initial.
line, yeah, sometimes you get the same button.
Just a call from Mukhtar. Brings in Theo. Brandon makes it up. Midi says 8-5. Yeah, let's see a free flop.
King 9-10 gets checked through, 9 on the turn. I'm going to take the initiative here. Theo wants check 2 just with 4 high. Everyone's showing weakness, so going to have a stab at it and expect it to work versus these holdings.
Les dealers in the Midi main after that progress from a 40-minute break. That's 40-minute break. Les dealers in the Midi main.
But you guys anyways make sure you go on the floor, find them as much as you can, because now it's not alright.
Any updates on gaining points for time watched on Twitch with Grosvenor? We're gonna have. I'm gonna have a look at it next year. I think we're gonna try and get it set up for next year. The Twitch channel, make it look a bit more pretty. Little giveaways,
Yeah.
a bit like the 888 stream that we do as well.
Like it, like it.
Neil from under the gun raises to 7. Andrew up in the big blind. Makes the call.
Carl Lakeland, how can I get it to change from when I do back to your name and not the initials? That's the GDPR form. If initially you will have signed no for some reason, or not realise what you were doing and still sign no. Just tell a member of the staff that you want your name on the chip counts at the end of the night and they'll instantly change it. Hello Valerie! How are you?
How are we doing, Val?
How's the day been? What's been going on? How's the weather?
Not nice if she's in Scotland. I can tell you that, Tao. I don't even need to check.
You're not even checking the weather
No.
forecast.
Scotland between October and February,
Yeah,
never has a nice day.
just says
On
cold.
record, yeah. It's not had a nice day since 1712. I've heard on record between October and February.
Well done, the old big whopper. Won himself the free roll on Sunday. That was an £110. Was that £110 token into the closer? Did you turn it into money? Did you play the closer and take it down? Well, you couldn't take it down because Cal Morial won. Cal won the closer on Monday, so Tuesday. It's always gorgeous in Edinburgh. Superb place.
Mukhtar's in. He's got the 5. Let's run it.
Get him in.
Majid shouldn't be calling, but let's hope he gives him a spin. I want Mukhtar to have a little run at this, but gonna have to fold the 4s as Majid. An annoying one for Andrea with the Jack 10 suited, but has to fold as well, and gonna pick up blinds and ante is Mukhtar.
Afternoon, chaps. Curtis says, looking forward to the stream this week. Is the VIX the biggest casino in size? Never been before. Yes, it is. 35 tables laid out.
Free story, ain't
all
it?
the time. Casino downstairs. Electronic gaming upstairs.
Electronic
bar area.
gaming downstairs on the bottom floor.
Bar area. There's a loft where it's outside seating to watch the football and sports.
Everything.
There's a downstairs area for the football with a bar. And if you like poker, it's definitely worth a visit. The refurb apparently is in the summer. No confirmation on dates, but apparently around summertime.
Technically, one plate reg closes. Like day 1, or day 2, so I think technically we can. Yeah, we're all
Been a good session for this man, Andrea, with the pocket 8s, raises to 1.2. And no one gonna give him any action. Just gets that one through.
I've seen like 10 ways.
He's secure at the cash desk. I'm guessing the PLO starts at 4:30.
Thursday the 23rd?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
What sort of videos do you watch? Jesus.
Busy ones.
25 minutes to go of this session, and then a 40-minute dinner break.
Yeah, it does have free parking, however, it's
Limited.
Yeah, you got to get there early.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that a leg or is it an arm?
A lot of people, I don't know much about the transport in London, but wherever is good for parking and there's like a park and ride, just get the tube into Edgware Road, and you've got about a 2-minute walk from Edgware Road underground to the casino. It's on the same road.
Wow, that is tight from Theo there. Just folds. The Jack 10 suited would have been opening. That leaves room for Brandon to open. 9-6 of clubs he's in the mix with from +1. Mukhtar with the A7 calls. Alexandra out the way from the big. Brandon flops best in the form of top pair. Continues for 700. Around third. And that's job done.
I had to play it after that. Like I say.
So early stages of day 1B. 25 minutes to go until the end of this session. Top right hand corner, you can see the clock counting down. 12.50 buying. It's like a normal GUKPT, but it's called the Midi.
Just have a look at that end of the table notes.
Apparently the Christmas market in Edinburgh is supposed to be amazing.
Yeah.
Is the one in Birmingham?
Yes,
Have you been?
German Christmas market. Yeah, we actually went. Funny enough, before we moved to Birmingham, we went the year before we moved, and then we went last year, and we haven't been yet this year. But the problem is it's too many people. Like you're walking around like sardines. It's just too.
Right.
I'm not. I like space.
Yeah.
It's just very like overcrowded, especially on a Friday or Saturday night. Probably best time to go is like Tuesday at like 6, 7 in the evening. But we're thinking of going to the Manchester one.
All right. Okay.
In a couple of weeks' time, because I've never been to that one, so I think we're going to head up the road to Manchester.
On the train?
Yeah, we'll probably get a train.
I would.
We'll see.
I would.
It's only one train straight from Birmingham to Manchester, so it's not too far. So Ace Jack suited for Theo against the fives, and flops Mukhtar dead according to the graphic. No fives left in the deck for Mukhtar to hit. King of clubs on the turn. Could see this going check now. But Theo running the barrels. So essentially turning third pair into a bluff, maybe with the 3 barrel in mind. And Mukhtar having none of it.
None of it. He's bought a new suit. It's good to play on the live stream. He's here to play. That's not the best card. When you're trying to run it with fives. Checks. That's it, yeah. Oh, let's check. Waiting for the bet. Waiting for the bet on the river. Theo gets the check mark.
There was a nice little check from Theo against specific hand of Mukhtar. 20 minutes to go before the dinner break.
Afternoon, Kevin L. watching on YouTube.
Should have some giveaways as well over the course of the 12 days, guys. I'm still waiting on the go-ahead from Tom, but
I think it's
always nice on day ones. It can get a bit monotonous, just a poker, not too much happening, not too much action. Spice things up with a few giveaways.
Indeed. 40-minute break on its way.
Oh, then Paul Fletcher. Oi, couple of hours watching how this game should be played with the chopper squad before bingo at the Thursday Lion. So Thursday night,
Thursday Lion home game.
Right in, isn't it? Good luck in the £5 rebuy.
Good stuff.
A nice looking turn for Hasnig. An even better looking river backdoors his way into the nut flush. Loves to see that. Only way he's going to get any money though is with a check. I doubt he's going to find it. Yep, Brandon's going to be chasing the old leaderboard points 5k ladder for him, and he's only 12 points behind the next spot.
Indeed.
30 quid now in Wrightington for the old Thursday night comp.
£30?
Tower would be selling action for that if we're going to come and play, Paul.
£30 at Wrightington. Oh, is that with a round of golf for free? Well, Brandon, as you see there in the league, there it is, he's in 6th. It's a 5k jump if he gets 12 more points from Ariane Kashani in 5th. It's a 5k ladder. If Brandon gets up to 5th, Bousey looks settled in 7th. Some big names, isn't it? The NPL.
Raise to 7. Cool. Raise all in.
Here's 7 for Mukhtar. 700 to call. You know, well, he's gone for the lot. All of it. Ace 7. Should get this through unless Neil's sat there with a huge hand, as we can't see his holdings. And that does. Oh no! Andre calls with the pocket fours. Stand up. I've got a new suit on. I'm on the feature table. Yeah, John Bousfield has been probably the most consistent player in the last 5 years. Ten, 3, 8 flop. Ace 7 needing to hit. Nope. We've got 9s playing. An ace, a 7 or a 9. And it's no, it's a 2. Mokhtar came to play. New suit and all. Eliminated.
Got himself on the live stream.
That's what he said. I'm going to have no suit, I'm on the live stream.
Yeah, no, I know, because what you have, but I put you on like ace king, ace king, so even with this, yes, there's 18,000 on the ball of my 6,
Sheet open, table 19, sheet 1.
it's not him.
How you doing, Mark Bunting? Weather is better than Blackpool, I'll tell you that.
It is very nice outside.
Definitely have to let them know
after. 4-5 suited for Andrea. Not going to open from gun, just lets it go. All the way around to Hasney in the cut-off. He is going to open. Raises to 800 and Brandon with the 8s here. Just expect to see cool here this deep from the small blind, especially versus a near 3x open. May have ideas of free bet. I just think we're going to see this approach more often than not. Buying for this Ricius is 1250, 1100 plus 150, and this is the second session of day 1-8, so not too much happening. fairly deep. Just getting to feel with your table. Likely to be the faces you're going to be up against all day.
Yep.
And we're going to be sweating this hand with Brandon here, 10-6 deuce rainbow. So just checking over to the aggressor, playing in float. And over to Hasney, who looks like is going to go for C-bet. Third pot. And should just be one option here for Brandon. Expect to just see check call with the 8s. Jack of spades on the turn. Not the best to see for Brandon. Like Hasney still will have all this Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack that can definitely continue. And we're just not going to have many Jack X in the range here. But we like to see the check. And a 7 on the river. And now it's Brandon. I feel confident we're going to have the best hand enough of the time here. Maybe some 10x we lose to, the Queen 10, the King 10, the Ace 10, but could even be a small block size in here on the river tower. Like 400, 10%er. 400 with the intention of maybe going for the free bet bluff if we get raised. It looks like he's gone for a bigger size. Go 7. It's still fairly small here from Brandon, 20% with the 8s.
That's 7.
Trying to get a voucher on my phone. I'm going to do a stream.
So 700 to go for Hasney.
Try.
And Brandon shows him the 8s. The lid is good.
Just see if it's easy for us to figure out if that's
10 minutes to go until the end of the session and a 40-minute dinner break.
Feels weird, 2 hours, 40 minutes.
I know. So we'll finish at finish just before 5 to, which means we're back at 5:35.
Yeah. Not really much happened this session, has it? It's been a slow one tower to kick things off.
Early stages. Day 1A of them.
Should have got me and you in there again. Got PK to do some comms and got me and you on there playing some heads up.
Yeah.
Get me home back from yesterday. Hasney's in the chat. I had King 6 suited, that makes sense. He had a 6 on the river. Brandon might even have some leads there with some 6-8, 6-9 that we beat. Well, actually from the small blind probably not, but might have some worse hands for value if you like. And look at this, aces on the very next hand for Brandon. Cut off versus button as well, so should be getting some action from Theo, but Theo just insta-folds the ace-jack there, nicely done. Eight minutes time. Gonna be dinner break.
See how much respect I gave you? I think that's a lot of respect.
7 ace suited for Alexandra, going to open from gun, raises to 7.
Raise to 7.
Is it going to be 3 hands on the bounce for Brandon? Looks like it is. Another free bet here. See if it's the goods or not this time. Nothing showing at the moment. Does make it 22.
Raised 2.2.
This deep here as Alexandra could definitely see cool. 70 plus. Effective. We're just going to come in with a call to the streets. Queen 6 of 3. 2 spades, 1 heart.
I know, yeah. You want to win or not? Some people in there say, I don't know. They know it's me. Oh, really?
So after 20 seconds, Brandon now is going to fly up. Goes for 1600. Just south of third. He's going to pull out the flow here as Alexandra. Don't mind this. Getting 4-1 on the call. Some delicious backdoors and potential to take this away from Brandon on later streets if it goes check on the turn. And we do pick up the flush draw.
With the King of Hearts hitting the turn.
And although we pick up the flush draw, we're not loving this card because it's one that Brandon probably going to have some double barrels on, whether he's got a king or not. Like some ace jack, ace 10, all this type of stuff. Going to have a nice little double barrel here on this king turn. Even some like ace 5, ace 4 suited, this type of stuff. So let's see if Brandon does go for the second barrel here, and if he does, what size are we going to be met with as Alexandra? And Brandon's just going to go for shove. We hate that. That's not the size we wanted to be met by. So just have to let it go. Can't call with our 8 high flush draw.
So heading towards the break, 5 minutes to go. So big news as well regarding the app. It's had an update.
Update?
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's been updated.
It has. Tell you what, no flies on you.
No flies on
It
me.
also means that if you have credit on your account in the top right hand corner, it means you can now click buy in and buy into the PLO.
What, right now?
Right now. Don't check your apps, you're not leaving.
Oh.
Okay? You're not leaving. If you check in on the app and you have credit in the top right corner, it's live credit, not online tokens yet.
Okay.
Just live credit. So if you've got live credit in your app, but it says, mine says notes in the top right hand corner, has done for a long time. But if it's got money in it, check it and you can buy into the PLO. And what will happen is when you walk through the building, if you're late, you'll walk to the desk and they'll say, you're on table 4, seat number 3. You won't sit down, you've already bought in. Love it. Go. Five minutes and counting. We've got Jamie Nixon coming in because Jay's just nipped off for his burger. How are we doing, you mate? Look at all this commentating, you've got 4 minutes.
Well, I thought I'd time it well, you know.
That's what Joe Beavers used to do.
4 minutes is a long time.
Joe Beavers, love him to pieces. He'd always walk in, he'd work it out, he'd stand out there, he'd go, if I go in now, it's 15 minutes to the break, I'll just do that.
I don't blame him. It's a good strategy, isn't it?
Oh, I love old Joe.
Yeah.
Miss him at the tables.
Yeah, he's a legend, isn't he?
He is, absolutely.
Legend.
I've heard stories that you just laugh at with what he's done with obviously all the team and the end and mob and all that, but stories from Vegas.
If I could have 10% of the career he's had, I'd be very happy.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, he once told me about the story that when about actually sailing to Vegas,
right?
Because there were no planes. It's an amazing story. If I ever get Joe Beavers sat playing cash or something like that in the Vic and I see him, I'm going to get him to come in and tell us that story.
Sailing.
It was so funny. He got the boat.
Bloody hell. How long did that take him?
I think that might be something like 7 days. It was a long time.
That's about how long you spent playing Goliath Day 1s that year, wasn't
Well,
it?
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I hope he comes in this week. Give it the next 12 days because we're here for 12 days. How's your 2023, young man?
Weird, I haven't played as much as I wanted to. That'll be changed next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I won this event last year when it was
The
called
Midi?
it was called the Main then.
The mate, yes, you were GUKPT last year, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So I had to come down and defend the title.
Of course you did.
But yeah, it was a long drive, 4-hour drive to get here.
No train? You don't fancy a 2-hour train drive?
No, I've got to go back tonight, so the trains would have been off.
So you're gonna bag up and go straight back up?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the plan. Straight on feature as well. Just got my table.
Straight on features.
So yeah, it'd be nice.
So is that it now? See, now you're married. The wife says you can't leave. If you're not home tonight.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I'm whipped now.
It has been a year for you.
It has.
It has.
It has.
It has been a year for you.
Yeah. Certainly has. Got married.
You did.
Yeah.
You did get married.
Need to win this tournament to pay for it. I think. Yeah, no, it's been good. I saw a brief thing of you and Jay playing heads up.
We did yesterday, last night. We got on the tables. Jay said there were only 5-minute levels, and we only had 5,000 chips, and there were only 100 big blinds, and anybody can win.
Yeah.
That was the excuses were coming out before we actually before anybody's seen the result.
Have the results been released yet?
No, not yet.
Can't wait to find out.
If I'd have been playing till I won, if I'd have been playing till I won a game, would have still been there now.
Was it all recorded then? Or?
Yeah, we recorded and we actually did the comms on it once we recorded
really?
it. Yeah. So we're actually watching what we all had at the tables. It was good stuff. It was good laugh.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Like you said, it were only 5-minute levels. It was just one of those things. Obviously, with the cash stream last night, just didn't take off. So we added a bit of content for the breaks.
Why not?
So the final hand of the session. Are you jumping? Is this you just landed and just jumping straight in?
Yeah. Yeah. Parked up and then jumped in.
Awesome.
Good spot for Theo here.
Nice set of fives. Last hand of the sesh.
Looks like is he just called from the big blind? Oh no, he must have 3-bet, right? Look at the size of the pot.
Yeah.
So it must be a 3-bet pot. It's a big bet from Hasni as well. Just a call. Like to see it as well with Hasni only having 12k behind. Wouldn't be surprised just to see on a 10 or a jack or something just Hasni just jam. Oh, there we go.
What a turn card.
That's game over for Hasni.
What a turn card for Theo.
We're going to see the jam and the very quick call. Once we see this person's head move out the way, that is. We'll see. There we go. There we go. The chips have gone in.
They have. Andrea's noggin was in the way, but this is the final hand of the session.
It's very nice to get it in with your opponent drawing dead, isn't
Absolutely.
it? What a life.
Hasn't it? We'll need. Hasn't it? No chips.
Hasn't he outs? As well, yeah.
Oh, just the quads as well. Just the quads. Hasn't it? No chips. So there we go. Last hand of the session. I'm sure we'll see more of Jamie Nixon. Yeah, good luck when you play.
Thank you very much.
Don't want to see it all day. Until right at the end.
You've
got a little bag before you head up back to the M1.
Hopefully not a little bag. Hopefully it's a big bag. Right?
And I'm sure we'll see it if you're back down in London after today's play.
But yeah, go easy on me when I'm on that table. Right?
A 40-minute break. We will see you when we return at 5:35. Enjoy the dinner break. Welcome to an hour with the Tower. We are going to be joined by quite a few different celebrities in the poker industry, chatting basically about the life story. First up is the legend. He is the man that has been around the block for over 30 years. He's going to tell me a little bit different, to be even longer than that, I am sure. But welcome on board, Mr. Joe Beavers. How are we doing, Joe?
I'm doing pretty good, Phil. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be on an hour with the Tower. You know what? If we start talking and getting a couple of pints in, it might go on for a bit more than an hour.
We could sit in a pub and talk for days. Starting at the beginning, hopefully, we'll run through from start to finish with some interesting stories. I'm looking forward to this because I know there's a good few stories in there. Over $2.5 million in live earnings. Where did it all start?
I guess I started playing poker when I was at university. When I graduated from uni, I was 20. I went back as a mature student. I did finance. And I think I was like 23, something like that. The year after I graduated, I went to Vegas for the very first time, but not to play poker. I was just traveling around, taking some time out. But I had started playing poker whilst I was at university. And I was up in what was Sergeant York's casino, which is now, which was Grosvenor, which has now moved in Luton from the Dunstable Road to where it is now. And they used to have tournaments every evening, £10 rebuy tournaments. Like every Tuesday was a 7-card stud tournament. Every Thursday was the pot limit hold'em. Every Friday was the no limit hold'em. And I was actually up there playing blackjack with some friends. And I was playing with a couple of guys, and they got up to leave in the middle of a shoot. And I said, "Where are you going?" They said, "We're going to play a poker tournament." I said, "How does that work?" I mean, I played with friends, you know, I played some brag and stuff.
Yeah.
They said, "Well, you pay a tenner to enter." So I said, "What? I can only lose a tenner." They said, "Well, you can re-enter if you want, but you can't lose more than £10 in one go." And I was winning £300 or £400 playing blackjack. So I thought, this sounds a bit of fun. So I went over and I paid my tenner, and it was 7-card stud. This is the first tournament I ever played. So I kind of, you know, I thought I knew what I was doing. So they gave me 500 in chips, and I passed 3 or 4 hands, and then I found a pair of queens. And somebody raised and somebody else raised, and the bet was now 500. And you used to start with 500 chips in these tournaments, right?
Yeah.
And I only had 350 points left from the 4 or 5 hands I played. So I didn't know what to do. So I said, "Well, I've only got 350 points. What should I do?" And the guy sat beside me was a big bookmaker, Brian Stanovich. And he said, "Just put it in, John." So I put the 350 in, and all the cards got dealt out, and someone turned over aces and someone turned over kings, and my queens didn't improve, and I lost the pot. So now I didn't have any chips and I didn't know what to do. I said, "What do I do now?" The whole table shouted, "Rebuy!" So I got a tenner out, and Carmel Price handed me a £10. She handed me a 500-point chip. So I threw the chip to the guy that just won the pot and said, "I think I owe you 150."
Imagine a rebuy these days starting with 500 chips.
Imagine thinking you owe somebody after you lost the pot.
Oh, that's brilliant. But obviously, going to the tables when you first sit down and going to you, everybody knows you're a newbie. Nobody really knows Joe Beavers at the time. Even then, they'd still help you out, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, when I started playing, the casinos weren't allowed to charge for poker tournaments.
Yeah.
They weren't allowed to rake pots. They had a 48-hour rule. Things were very, very different. And the majority of casinos ran poker tournaments for, to get people in the door. They used to say they'd run it as a loss leader. But staff is one of the most expensive costs for a casino. So all the games were self-deal. So you would shuffle on the left, cut behind, and then the person would deal, and then the deal would move around the table. And that's what would happen. And sometimes you'd have someone that said, "Oh, I'm not very good at dealing, will you deal for me?" But most people could deal.
Yeah.
You know, I could handle a deck of cards even then, but I didn't know the processes. I didn't know how everything worked. But yeah, all the games were self-deal. If we were lucky, we would get a dealer for the final table.
Yeah. Is that when you met the guys that became the Hendon mob, Ross,
Well,
Barney, and Ram?
Yes, kind of. I mean, that first time in Luton, I didn't do very well. Okay, obviously, you know, I didn't really know what I was doing, but I kind of liked it, and I became a regular up there. This would have been in the mid-90s, I guess. So I was playing up there 5-6 nights a week, and one of the things I noticed, people say to me, "How did I learn?" Because when I learned, there was no internet, there were no I'm making us sound really old here, Phil, because I know you're the same age as me. There was no internet, there were no training guides, there were no coaches. I think there was one book. I think Mason Malmuth had a book and perhaps Doyle Brunson had a book, but that was it. So you learnt by playing. And I noticed that the same players made the money and made the final tables every week. So I started at 2 o'clock. They would have a breakfast, a cheap breakfast in the restaurant. I think it was like £3 for a full fryer. And whenever I saw one of the guys that had made the final table having breakfast, I went over and bought them breakfast. And I sat and chatted to them and asked them questions. And that's how I learned playing poker. That's where I met. That's where I met Ram as well. No, I didn't meet Ram there. I mean, I got a funny story about how I met Ram, and I'll tell you that in a minute. But over time, Barney, Ross, and Ram and me, Luton became our regular. Our regular venue, and the Vic, obviously. Barney and Ross living in Archway, near Hendon, would play at the Vic all the time, but we'd all go to Luton, especially for the festivals. I remember Ram won back-to-back tournaments in one festival there. And yeah, that was our local, and then we started doing quite well.
Yeah, and then obviously you started to travel around a little bit, and then you've just been talking about the mid-90s. Can you remember your first ever entry into your Hendon Mob database?
Yes, I can. I like I said, the first time I went to Vegas, see my Las Vegas Raiders top?
I love it. Unbelievable. I can't believe you
I want to go to one of their games in their first season this season. Shipped over especially from California. All our Las Vegas Raiders stuff. So I went to Vegas the first time ever in '94, but the first time I went to Vegas to play poker was in '96, and I was doing very well in the cash games. So I bought myself into a $3,000 pot limit hold'em tournament, first World Series of Poker event I ever played. And we got down to 2 tables. It was all very, very different then. The tables, it was like 2 tables being in the middle of, just a normal card room. People milling around, people walking up to the table. Nothing was roped off. First prize was, I don't know, what was first prize in that tournament?
$180,000.
$180,000. Anyway, we're down to 2 tables, and I'm in the money. And I got into a pot with Jennifer Harmon, and she raised, and I moved all in with Ace Queen, and she called me with pocket. After a long, long dwell, she called me with pocket 10s, and the flop came 10-10-2. And that was the end of my first World Series. But I cashed in that tournament. I think I cashed $4,500, and it was won by Barbara Enright.
It was indeed.
Yeah, Barbara Enright. That was my first ever World Series of Poker tournament, and my first ever proper big cash. I mean, obviously I've had cashes at Luton before, but this was my first World Series cash.
Going back to Barbara winning, obviously we still talk about how there aren't as many women in poker as I would like. Your first event, when you finished 14th, was won by a woman. What was the percentage of women in Vegas at that time?
Do you know what? It was probably a similar kind of percentage than it is now. It's
really?
probably
Not increased?
Well, I don't. It's hard to say, Phil. I mean, I can remember Jennifer and Annie Duke playing in the big limit cash games at the Binions Horseshoe. I remember Barbara was there, and there were a handful. I would say there's more female players now. Thinking back, I would definitely say the percentage is bigger now. It's definitely opened up.
Quick quiz question. How many entries were there in that tournament?
186.
Oh, it's close. It's 180. That's not a bad guess from what, 25, nearly 25. That's nearly 25 years ago, Joe.
It is 25 years ago next year. Yeah, 25 years next year.
Yeah, 1996. And also on that final table, British lady, Lucy Rocash.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, finished 3rd.
She was doing things that people at the time thought were incredibly unorthodox, and they used to say Lucy getting lucky again. But she was She was like the queen of the first. You know, she was always re-raising. Remember, I always remember it comes to she'd go, "We raise," and off she'd go with her ace-7 offsuit, and she'd win a big pot, and someone would say, "How can you re-raise with ace-7 offsuit?" But she always had mountains and mountains of chips, and she was a talent before her time.
Unbelievable! I tell you what, the stories that because I was speaking about the ladies, first, third, and Jenny Harman on that final table as well. You know, you don't get that nowadays, and that was 1996. So it just shows you the amount of women in that field. It looks like most of them made the final table.
Yeah, I mean, all those women players that we've mentioned are all very, very good poker players.
Mm-hmm. Joe, we're just going to leave it there for part 1, but we'll be back very, very shortly with part 2. So, back for part 2 of an hour with the tower, with the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We touched on you starting to travel around a little bit, Joe. Your next venture, which seems like an amazing place to play, and there has to be 100 stories. Amsterdam. Please tell me there's some stories we can't hear as well as some that we can.
You're just freezing up a little bit there, Phil. I hope you're all right, pal. I kind of got the gist of the question.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. You have to remember, in the mid to late 90s, there was like a tour.
Yeah.
It's not like it is now, where on any given day you could go to one of 20 different festivals and there's lots of clashes and lots of competition. It was the same places. So every Easter would be the Irish Open. Every November would be the Master Classics in Amsterdam. Every May to June, July would be the World Series, you know, and every, like literally each month we would go somewhere else. And I would travel around with Barney, Ross and Ram. And the biggest festival of all, out in Europe, the biggest festival outside of America, outside of the World Series, was the MCOP, the Master Classics of Poker in Amsterdam. And it started, I think, in the early 90s, and we went 10 years in a row, 12 years in a row to the Master Classics, the 4 of us.
Nice.
Amazing place to play. The first year I ever went was 97.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sharing a flat in Hendon with a couple of friends of mine from university. And I won my first major tournament at the Master Classics of Poker in 1997. And I remember, I must have borrowed I don't know if I had a mobile phone there or not, but I remember making a phone call to my flatmate at 3 o'clock in the morning, singing "We Are the Champions" down the phone, and I was very drunk. I remember doing that. But it was, it was the festival that everybody went to. I mean, now there's so much competition. It's still a great festival, but I haven't been for a few years.
Yeah. Well, same as Las Vegas, you had 190 runners in that event. 190 in that event. 190 in this one. So you beat 10 more people.
Brilliant. I can't tell you if they were women or not, though. Oh, do you know what? Do you know the amazing thing? I beat a woman heads up.
You did.
I did.
And I've got that. I look at the stats. And it's not that I've remembered it all. I've got my stats in front of me. I'm doing my homework.
Brenda Nelson.
Correct. Brenda Nelson.
Beat her heads up. An American lady. Yeah.
It's
taller than me.
And talking about stories, you say you were travelling about, and obviously stories that we can hear. How did you get to meet Ram as well as Ross and Bob?
I met Ram. I was driving around North London. I was actually in Stanmore with a friend of mine, Jeff. Mm-hmm. And this is pre-mobile phones. So we're driving along and he says, "Oh, Joe, we've got to back a dog." So I said, "Is it going to win?" He said, "Yes, Joe, it's going to win." He said, "Listen," he said, there's an AR Dennis betting shop up here on the left. He said, "And there's a phone box outside, one of the old red big metal phone boxes."
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to do, he said, he pulls up next to the phone box, which is immediately outside the betting shop. He says, "I want you to go and stand in that phone box." I said, "Okay." He said, "Here's £100." He said, "When He said, just stand in the phone box. He said, it will ring. When it rings, you'll be given the name of a dog to back at this meeting at this time. He said, take the £100, go in and take the price, and then collect the money afterwards, and I'll pick you up afterwards.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. So I stood in the phone box, and the phone rings, and I pick it up, and he says, 12:45 Monmore, trap 3, and puts the phone down. So I go in the shop and I look up, and trap 3, it's opened even money.
Yeah.
It's gone 10 to 11, 4 to 5, 8 to 11, 4 to 6. It's now 8 to 13.
The money's on it.
It's now 8 to 13. So now I don't know what to do. You know, I've missed the even money, but I've gone straight into the shop. So I think, well, I've got to put the bet on, otherwise I'll have to pay it myself. So anyway, I've put the £100 on for Jeff, and I put something on for me as well. And I've stood and watched the race, and it got beat. And I've walked out the shop, and Jeff's picked me up, and he said, got beat. I said, yeah, I know. He said, did you back it? I said, yeah, I backed it. He said, well, okay, never mind. Anyway, so off we went. Anyway, the following week, I'm playing in a private game in Mill Hill. Like pre-internet, casinos closing at 4 o'clock. There were lots more private games going on. Yeah. So in this private game on a like full-size poker table with professional dealer and everything, I'm playing in this game, 7-card stud private game, and there's a ring at the doorbell. And someone goes to answer the door, and I can hear the voices in the hallway. And I think, I recognise that voice. And in walks this person, and he goes, hello everybody. And I looked at him and I said, trap 3, Monmore. And it was Ram Vaswani. He was the guy on the end of the phone. That's Ram and I became friends. We became friends in this game. We finished up running a game in Hendon. Like every Monday night, the game ran for 10 years. And Ross was a regular in the game. Ross would come all the time to the game. He came along one day with a friend, and Ross was a regular in the game. And then one day Ross bought Barney, and that's how the 4 of us collectively became the Hendon mob, playing in that game in my flat in Hendon. We were 4 of the hardcore in the game, travelling around together, and yeah, that's how I met Ram Vaswani in a telephone box. He's still tipping losers today.
Oh, that is so old school. Absolutely. Do you actually consider yourself as old school?
Yes, I think I'm very old school. I mean, look at the grey hairs, right? I even got a matching.
They're all in as well.
I'll tell you how old school I am, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of the stories will involve the boys, but I can remember going to the first ever poker tournament in Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo had never ever had a poker tournament before. Wow. And I think it was the Monte Carlo Millions. And we were staying at the Hotel de Paris. It's an amazing hotel, like on the main square. Very, very exclusive, very, very expensive. We were very lucky. We were all our expenses and everything were picked up. And we were playing in this tournament. Anyway, we've gone to check in this hotel. And I've got my laptop with me. I think we'd already set up the Hendon Mob website was already running. It was more like a blog at that point. The database hadn't even been thought of yet. And we had but there was a bit of online poker going on. And I had my laptop with me, and I went to the check-in, and I said, "Do you have internet here?" Oh, I can't do a French accent, but she says, "Yes, Mr. Beavers, Monsieur Beavers, yes, we have internet." I said, "How do I connect?" She said, "Hang on a second." She said, I don't know if there's any left, she said. So she went off and she came back and she had a 56k modem in her hand. And I said to her, 56k modem, is that the best you got? She said, yeah, this is good connection, she said. So she hands me the connection and she says, you need to plug this into your phone in your room for the dial-up. I said, okay. Now Ram is behind me at reception, checking in with somebody else. And he can overhear the conversation. And he says to the guy checking him in, he says, I'd like the internet as well. And the guy says to him, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vaswani, Monsieur Vaswani, I'm very sorry. We only have 2, and they're both out now. Mr. Beavers took the last one. So for the whole hotel, they've got 2 56k modems. Ram comes running after me. He says, how much for the modem, Joe? How much for the modem?
People don't realise these days. You just click buttons and just expect it to turn on. And back in the day, what would have happened if the motor ran to work?
Probably one of the most exclusive hotels in the whole world. Definitely one of the most expensive. They had two 56k modems for everybody, for the whole hotel. Yeah.
You obviously, when you go to Amsterdam and you go to places like Austria and Slovenia, did you see devilfish? Was that the time where devilfish was around?
Dave was a very, very good friend of mine. I first met Dave in Paris. I first met him in Paris. And my first experience of him was him asking me if he could borrow £1,000. That was my first experience. What happened? He didn't ask me directly. We were all playing in Paris, and he was friendly with Ross. And he said, it was one of those things where one of us always had some money, and the rest of us was always skin. And we were in Paris playing lots of cash games. The cash games there were pretty good. And Ross came up to me and he said, listen, he said, Dave's asked me if he can borrow £1,000. I said, well, why don't you going to lend it to him? He said, no, Joe. He said, I haven't got it. He said, can he borrow it from you? I said, well, there's two rules. I said, first of all, you've got to guarantee it, Ross. And secondly, he's got to ask me himself. So that was my first experience. I lent it to him and I got it back. And Dave and I became very, very good friends. And it was very sad, and he died 5 years ago now.
And that's
April 5 years ago, I think it was. I went up to his funeral. It was pretty amazing. It was a pretty amazing funeral. Everybody was there.
A proper legend in the game, as well as yourself. You know, you've got the stories. That is just about it for part 2. We will be back very shortly with part 3. So back with part 3 of an hour with the Tower and Mr. Joe Beavers. Joe, we're going to start with late night poker. And what's a TV program? Do you consider that this was the change in poker?
There's two massive things that happened in poker. One of them was TV and the other one was online.
Yeah.
And TV started back in 1999 with the first ever poker show, Late Night Poker. I've heard Americans saying, oh yeah, Late Night Poker copied WPT. Well, it didn't. Late Night WPT came in the early 2000s. Late Night Poker was the first ever poker show. And I always remember we were on our travels and we were in Vienna. We were at the Concord Card Casino. And I was with the guys, I was with Barney, Ross and Ram, and we were all in the bar and we were chatting with Nick Cerametta. And Nick Cerametta had a glass of red wine in his hand, like he normally does. And he's a lovely little fella and a good friend. And he was talking about, he'd just put forward to Channel 4 the idea for poker on TV. And the idea was that they would film the game, but they would have glass bits in front of each player where the cards would sit on, and they would have cameras underneath the table. I mean, these days they would have lipstick cameras. This was the old-fashioned late night poker with the cameras underneath the table. So the camera would get the cards, the chips, and the player's face, and they sold this to Channel 4. Okay, Channel 4 have agreed to buy this. But Nick was telling us he was having trouble to get players. He was asking players, do you want to play on this poker show? And people were saying, no, we don't want to play. Why would we play? Then people can see what we do. People can see the moves we make. And we'll never be able to win playing poker again. At this point, Ram walks up. He says, what's going on, guys? So we told him. Ram says, I'll play. And we all said, yeah, we'll play. We said, what's the buy-in? He said, £1,500. It's 40 players or 50 players. So we said, yeah, we'll play. And we all said that we'd play, and we played. And we went off to a small production company in Cardiff called Presentable. Sadly, it's not there anymore. And we would all turn up, and we would all, this was pre-internet, pre-online poker, and there were no sponsors, no branding, no advertising, nothing. It was just Channel 4 buying a TV show. Anyway, we made the show, it became late night poker became like a family. Everybody would watch everybody else's heat. Everybody would stay for the whole week. Jesse May would bet on every match. He was the original commentator with Nick. Jesse May would always lose his money. It was just and when the show went out, obviously Devilfish was the first ever winner, the first winner of late night poker, and weirdly, he knocked me out with quad tens in the final. The same hand that Jennifer Harmon knocked me out in that we were talking about earlier. So anyway, he knocked me out in the final, and he went on to win it.
Yeah.
And the show became a cult success. Everybody was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the final in the first series got 2 million viewers on Channel 4 going out at midnight on a Friday night.
You do well to get that there.
Well, at the time, Brookside was the #1 show on Channel 4. Andy Booth will know Brookside because it's filmed in a certain part of the UK. And Brookside would get they would get the figures, but they used to have an omnibus on the Saturday, and Brookside figures for that week, including the omnibus, were behind late night poker figures for the final. 2 million viewers. So it became a cult success. And what happened, Phil, was now all of a sudden everybody wanted to be on the show. Everybody wanted to be on the show. But there were only 40 or 50 players on the show. And because we had supported the show from the start, we were kind of grandfathered in, and we were the first ones to be invited back. And so we got to be, I mean, originally there were 6 series of late night poker. They had later adaptations that they called different things, but there were 6 series of late night poker originally. I made 3 finals, and Dave Colclough and I are tied for the record number of late night poker shows that we've been on.
Like it. Was it a 6-handed final, the first one?
No, it was 8-handed.
8-handed.
Yeah.
I'm going to run you through the first ever final table.
Sorry, say that again, Phil?
I'm going to run you through the first ever 8 players.
Go on then.
On the final. Dave Elliott, the Devilfish. Pete Evans.
Brian McNally.
No. Dave Welsh.
Yes.
Surinder Soonar.
Yes.
Liam Flood. Mr. Beavers. Joe Fernandez. And Malcolm Harwood. Malcolm Harwood. Now, tell you what,
there's a few old school players in that lot.
if we're touching on old schools, they are old school. Unbelievable. That is a fantastic final. I tell you what, that is a quality. And you all became friends, and probably still friends with everybody that's still playing as well.
I'll tell you what happened. There was a big change that happened. Was when, as time went on, the first 6 series were the original 6 series. But as time went on, they started to get branding. It was sponsored by different online poker sites. And they also started filming at the Welsh filming ITV offices because they needed bigger things. They needed a bigger studio and more people and stuff. And they increased the buy-ins and they messed around with it a bit. But what would happen was the late night poker family changed. Because, like I say, in the first series and the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth series, we'd turn up on the Monday. We'd only play 1 heat, and the semi and the final, but everybody would watch everybody else's heat in the green room. We'd order pizza, we'd drink wine and beer. It would be a fun thing. We'd all go out for dinner together. But what happened in the later late night poker is when the Americans got involved, they would fly in, turn up, play their heat, disappear. So the whole family became very disjointed, and the fun part of late night poker disappeared. And then it wasn't getting 2 million viewers anymore, and there were sponsors involved. And then Channel 4 didn't want to pay for the production, and the sponsors started to disappear in poker as the poker economy evolved. And the show died.
Moving on, I think most people just watching the late night poker, and if it was repeated, people would still watch it. I'm convinced that people would love to see the early technology, and you guys sitting there with a fire, you know, you're just smoking away, and you're having a drink at the
It was
table.
almost compulsory. It was
Yeah.
almost compulsory. They made Vicky and I they made sure that we had cigarettes when we played. I remember, Phil, just a very quick anecdote. We were playing at the Commerce. We'd been to the Commerce. This is a few years later, and I don't know if you've ever been to the Commerce. Huge poker room in LA. Now on the wall, there's 4 TV screens, and each TV screen is roughly the size of a football pitch. They are the biggest TV screens I've ever seen. And they would have like 4 different games, baseball, basketball, on the American football on these screens. Now, as I walked into the room one day, they had one thing on the 4 screens. They'd joined the 4 screens together to make one image. And it was Ram Vaswani again on the screen. And as I sat down to play, I looked up and it was Fox Sports had bought Late Night Poker, and they were showing one of the shows that Ram was in, and he was on all 4 screens. And the American guy, as I sat down, he turned to his friend and he went, "Those Brits, they copy everything that we do. We had the WPT, and look at them, now they've got their own poker show." This is what I was saying before, but Late Night Poker was first. It was the first ever poker show.
Yeah, and it was an absolute classic. And like I say, if it was on TV right now, we would still be watching it. This is fabulous. I'm absolutely loving with this. Back with part 4 very soon. And now with the tower, part 4, the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers is right over there. The British Open 2002 PLO, you won it for 25,000. It was the biggest win so far. PLO, was it and is it still your favourite game?
I think when I first started playing Hold'em, okay, like I say, we learnt by playing, and we would share, we'd talk to each other, and we would do things that didn't have names. We would play squeeze plays, but it wasn't called a squeeze play. It was just something that Ram worked out once and told us, and it worked, and we did it. What's happened in Hold'em is it's kind of been solved. There's so many players that are far more dedicated, and far better than I'll ever be now. And you know, I can still play okay. I think I think I do okay still, but players they've solved Hold'em with all their trackers and everything else, and you know, all the game theory and players like Andy Hills and Richard Trigg. You know, it's hard to compete. Whereas in Omaha, it's kind of like it used to be for me. People still make elementary mistakes. People still overvalue their hands. People still misplay from position. People don't understand. It hasn't been, I mean, yes, there's lots of learning aids, but people don't, there's lots of people that play that make mistakes that they shouldn't make. Whereas the overall field in Hold'em, there's the percentage of really good players in Hold'em is far greater than the percentage of really good players in Omaha. So when I sit in an Omaha tournament or a Hold'em tournament, I'm much more likely to win and to do better in the Omaha tournament. And it's something that I enjoy. I have various things that I do that worked 15, 20 years ago that still work today. It's hard to say that about Hold'em. So yeah, I kind of do prefer it. It's definitely my preferred cash variant for sure.
Moving on to the year after. I tell you what, 2003. You're talking about players that can't play Omaha. What about the guy that could play snooker, but unfortunately didn't win the world title? Probably the greatest player of all time never to win the world title, but had you heads up for a lot of money in the poker.
Yeah, I mean, people might remember the Poker Million. The original Poker Million took place on the Isle of Man in 2000. TV. It was actually, the final was actually done live. Barney Boatman was in the final, Tony Bloom was in the final, and it was won by a very good friend of ours, John Duffy. £1 million prize money. And then there was supposed to be a Poker Million in 2003 at the Hilton Metropole on the Edgware Road. But this is before the 2005 Gaming Act. And there were lots of rumours that the police were going to come in and they were going to bust it up. things like tons, temporary use notices that they have now when they hold events in hotels in the UK didn't exist then. And the organisers of the Poker Million got a little bit of cold feet and they cancelled the event.
Oh.
Now that was, I think that might have been in 2001 or 2002.
Yeah.
Now in 2003, they decided to bring the Poker Million back, but they called it Poker Million the Masters. And it was a slightly smaller buy-in and a slightly smaller prize money, but it was made for TV. And this is the event that you're talking about. So I played the event and I got heads up with Jimmy White. Now, I had a chip lead on him and he was an okay player, but I was pretty confident I was going to beat him. And we played and we played and we played. Anyway, I set him in and he folded, and I set him in again and he folded. And then I set him in, I think I had ace-10, and he called me with the 6-4 of spades. I had 2/3 of the chips, maybe a little bit less, and he had 1/3 of the chips. But the blinds were big, and he's either limped or made a small raise, and I've moved all in, and he's called me with the 6-4 of spades. And the board ran out, and he either rivered a 4 or rivered a 6 to beat me. And I said to him afterwards, when I was chatting to him, I said, Jimmy, why did you call all your chips off with the 6-4 of spades? He said, Joe, he said, you don't understand. He said, 3 hands earlier, you moved all in, and I had the 6-4 of spades. And it's one of my most favourite hands. I wasn't passing it twice. And that's why he called with the 6-4 of spades. But I remember the trophy, right? The trophy for this tournament was one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen. It was about this big, and it was metal, and it had the cards with the 4 suits, Poker Million, the Masters. It was a really, really, really amazing trophy. Anyway, I'm stood at the back. I was still in the main studio. We're obviously all mic'd up. I think we're wearing heart monitors. And Jimmy is across the studio on the other side of the poker table. And he's doing an interview with Barry Hearn, and they're presenting Jimmy the trophy. And as they present him the trophy, my then girlfriend, who was now my wife, Claire, she walked in at the back of the studio, and she came to me and she said, "Oh, I'm lucky, Joe, I'm lucky." And as they presented Jimmy,
Oh, I could listen to old Joe all day. Johnny Kelly's back.
Yeah, Johnny Kelly.
JK's back in the building.
It's a nice little feature table coming up for the next 2 hours. Johnny Kelly in 2, Pete Hoggard in 3, Joel Russell in 4, Alexios Zervos in 6, Navas Robles in 7, Alex Todd in the 8 seat.
Let's do it again. Harry.
And Jamie Nixon just coming to the table in 9.
Jamie.
Go on.
Drove down.
Yep. What, from Newcastle?
Playing today.
Yeah.
Well, he lives in near Leeds now, well, just out top end of the Leeds. Drove down.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Sounds about right.
Playing.
Yeah.
Bagging up. Driving home.
What?
That's what I said. Apparently he can only spend today in London, so that's to play, because he won this event last year. Because last year was GUKPT. So this year, he's got to defend his title, bagging up, driving home. Hiya, Bob. We will be showing the coverage over the course of the week. The heads up battle that was on, all in aid of a bit of fun. There was no cash stream last night, unfortunately, so we got on the telly, and we came into the comms box. We did the comms over it. As Jay said, only 5-minute levels, 10k, 5k chips, 100 bigs, 1-1.
50 bigs we started with. 50 bigs on a 5-minute clock.
Oh yeah. Didn't even get 100 bigs. So we'll have the footage, and it'll be on over the week, and hopefully get it played over the social media airwaves and stick it on our chat box. like a young Nick Pissot, that does Alexios, from the side view.
Been around for years, Alexios, always at the Vic. Couple of grand final tables to his name in the past. Comes second the year Ben wins up first one his title back in 2015. And at Rivers, the best of it here with Trip Sevens. For his check down, Joel going to go for value, but going to be met with some bad news and going to be a tough spot here for Joel because Alexios should be raising here for value, makes it 6.5. Not a spot that tends to be bluff, check, bet, and then river raise. Like, what even hands would Alexios choose to raise here? Is going to get paid. And Joel going to see the bad news up against the trips.
Trip Sevens. How we doing, Richie? Richie Whitmore. Yeah, how we doing, pal? Hope things are good. Hope you enjoy Blackpool.
On the speed up.
Yeah, not a bad table. Toddy, Nixon and Johnny. Johnny Kelly lived the dream since his Vegas win. No. So King 9 for Alex.
John
Goliath winner.
Sends it for 31. Seems fine with the ace queen.
We are aware, Brad. We are aware. Chillax, man.
Well, he does run his own culinary business that never has anything wrong. He's perfect,
Never.
100% of the time.
Yep.
Never gets a complaint. Just 5-star reviews, left, right, centre.
Absolutely.
He's just used to perfection. Alexios making it 800 with the 9s, just raise and take.
Got a nice table for this session. Levels 5 and 6. Day 1A of the usual GUKPT, but this week it's the Midi as the grand final of the 2K buying. Where's Ali Sharkashik with his massage? He's in the building actually, Ali. I don't know if he's playing the main or the Omaha.
Well, the best way to find Ali, look round the room, see the masseuses, and he'll be at one of the four.
Check. And don't forget, if you want to avoid the queues, you can now buy in on the app for the PLO. If you are on your way in and you're thinking of playing the PLO, and you have credit on your Poker Live app, you can't use online credit. It's live credit, top right hand corner. Buy in, come into the building, excuse me, walk up to the desk and say, "Where my sat, please?" and they'll tell you. Chips are not in play until you sit down. They don't turn up on the final table. You look blind. Somebody will have said that. Tower said, your chips are in play when you sit down. Comes to see number 8 on the final table.
Looking nice, Alex. Good to see him still hunting that MPL guarantee package.
Where is he in the league?
We'll have a look after this hand. I'm pretty sure he's top 20.
Yeah.
There's Johnny Flat's the A6 suited. Going to be over to Alexios, who defends with the King 4 off from the big and off the flop.
Jack 6 is the flop. Johnny 2 pair. Alex already got the 9s.
Yeah, nice flop for us as Alex. I think the middling pairs are ones we just want to start stabbing with queens, kings, aces, maybe start doing a bit more checking out of position to Johnny. But Johnny is going to take one off here with 2 pair of his own, like kicker.
Queen of clubs turn.
Yeah, not a good turn for us as Alex. Going to start checking a lot of the time now. Tower flush is complete, already behind to Jack X.
Let's go check, check.
And once again, I think just going to be going check, check a lot of the time here. Difficult to get value from worse here as Alex, and Johnny still beating some ace highs and king highs that would open. So expect it to go check, check, but Alex, other ideas here. Going for some value with the 9, so targeting specifically pocket 7s or a 6. Yeah, and Johnny getting out of the way with a nut 6 there, so I think great example that we're never getting called by a worse hand there, the fact that the nut 6 is folded. Jamie Nixon going to get involved for the first time today. Ace Queen raises to 7 from +1. Alexios from the small blind. Nice big 4x sizing with the ladies.
Like it. Jamie Nixon. First session is bought in at the break.
Yeah, I think we can still see continue here. I think ace jack off would be the line where we start folding. as I always say, opening suited Broadway, offsuit Broadways from EP, and we get free bet. Just basically fold ace jack or worse, and then continue some suited and ace queen plus. And it does continue. An interesting flop, 7-8-3.
2 hearts. We're going to see it.
Looks like 40%, 2,700.
We do have the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I think we still have to take one off here. Tower versus 40. Can still have the best hand. Have position. Backdoor hearts.
That's not one of them. Eight of spades is the turn.
Still a good card for us as Alexios. Shouldn't be too much 8x there for Jamie. 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited. I'd say that's about it. I think ace-8 suited more inclined to fold pre, likely to be dominated more often than sort of the middling suited connectors. And Jamie just happy to check, I think, a lot of the time as well, Tower, but he is going to fire here with the ace-queen. After Alexios checks to him, 3.5 into 12, it's 30% just south off. And Alexios here with the ladies. Never folding, but just whether to go with it now or to just play cool. It does go for the raise, setting Jamie all in with the ladies. Might have to leave ourselves 10k back and just let this one go as he does. Alexios, nice check on the turn from him with the queens. I expected Jamie to check, to be fair, Tower, but maybe thought that once Alexios checked, ace queen going to be the best hand enough at the time to warrant a small stab.
Come the cards.
King 4 suited for Trevor, just lets it go from the cut-off. Might have been opening that one. Now blind on blind action between Rafa and Alex. Rafa just going to get that one through.
Whatever happens to Vanessa Seltz? She doesn't. Does she still play the game? Well, she's not in a GUKPT.
She packed it in, didn't she? I think she packed it in. She had other ventures.
Right. Okay.
She still might play from time to time.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Don't watch the European scene too much, but you never know. You might just turn up every now and again when Jay's right. She's packed up. Who knows? Let us know, Bazza. Get it googled.
Any ace on the button definitely can open as Rafa. Makes it 600 and Queen 7 suited here for Alex. Gonna set the tone. Makes it 2,800. And Jamie here could see cold 4-bet shove tower. It's a lovely spot to do it.
Yep.
Against two opponents that definitely can be getting out of line. Rafa going to open very wide on the button. Toddy going to know that. And Jamie just with the 4-bet send here. And should be end of hand. Just not the right price here. I guess we are getting just under 2-1, so maybe he may call this off, Alex. Getting just under 2-1.
In the bin.
And does let it go. Jamie picks it up.
So the app is now live if you want to buy in. We've got credit, live credit, top right hand corner. Mine says 0. If you want to get in. And you have live credit, click on buying. The new update is live. When you come into the building, go to the cash desk or the registration desk and they'll tell you where you will be sat. It is live. It's just NPL events at this moment in time. Once it's working and everybody can see that it's working on a regular basis, then it'll be rolled out to your local club. Jay will be able to be sat upstairs buying to the £40 in Birmingham.
Yep.
On Hill Street, wander down whenever he fancies, take the chip lead,
Go
back home.
So ladies again for Alexios. Alex goes for call here with the king 10 off. Doesn't get much help on the 3-4-7 rainbow board. Yeah, love this check from Alexios. Supposed to do a fair amount of checking here, especially on this texture. Alex not taking the bait, checks behind, 4 on the turn. Expect to see the lacy bet here a lot of the time now from Alexios. Once flop does go check and should be end of hand. Vanessa Selps owns a poker club in Texas, says Smithy Jed. He won't get that. He won't get that.
No, go on, give me a clue. Come
there's
on.
There's a poker player that always gets called Vanessa Selps because he looks a bit like her, or used to look a bit like her, and he owns a poker club in Texas called the Lodge.
Called the Lodge.
Yeah.
Do you ever fancy taking a trip out to all these places on TV?
I've heard Texas is unbelievable for poker, but it's just the time these days, Tower. I'm in this booth most of the time these days. Got no time to do anything.
How far's Texas from Vegas?
I don't know.
A couple of hours on a plane, drop down, a couple of days in Texas, come back with the winnings, straight back in again.
Potentially.
Fancy it next year?
Yeah, could be. Could be on the radar.
Like it.
You coming with me? I know you got your cowboy hat.
I'll come. Yeah!
Ace 4 suited for Trevor. Raises to 7. Rafa wants to kill the suited connector with position on the opener. Johnny Kelly here. I like call here from Johnny. Like, we could shove this hand, like in theory, but I haven't seen Trevor play a hand yet, so I'm going to be a bit wary about that and the fact that Trevor's opening. Whereas if this was Alexios, Rafa, Jamie Nixon open, I think we're more inclined to just send as Johnny Kelly here. But I like the decision to flat, just taking the opponent in question that's opened into account. And we go 4-way, which is checked through, 3 diamonds on the turn. So Rafa improves from gut shot and flush draw to up and down and flush draw, and surely going to be having a stab when check 2 with just 5 high. Stab he does. Those are 4.5k, so 150% here with the 5 high, gets it through.
What's your name again?
So chips going towards Rafa. Level number 5 of day 1-8. This was a GUKPT last year. It's called the Midi this year. Same kind of thing, 12.50 buy-in. Like a main event for Luton, Blackpool and
Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester, Coventry, all kinds of places.
I've got a Kaluki game set up with Justin Devonport in Manchester next year. Is he any good? You'll know better than me.
Kaluki?
Yeah.
And you're playing Justin?
Yeah.
At Kaluki?
Yeah.
Take some money. Take some money. The right bandit at Kaluki. He's like the best in the north.
Yeah.
Oh, take some money.
To be the
Right,
best,
stream it.
to be the best, you got to beat the best, right, Tower?
Absolutely. Oh, Justin Devonport playing York. Oh, I've got to stream that. Can we do Kaluki?
Yeah,
Have we got a box big enough?
I'm sure we can, yeah.
What is it, 13 cards or
13
something?
cards, yeah.
Is that where you count to 51 and then put them all down?
We play 40 to come down. 40 points to come down, yeah. And if you come down all at once, it's Kaluki.
Yeah.
And obviously you got the lurkers as well, the 2 jokers.
The lurkers?
Yeah.
Are they not a basketball team?
I don't know.
Well,
the San Francisco lurkers.
That's the Lakers. That's the Lakers. Johnny Kelly looking down an ace 8 of diamonds.
And just going to be open from Johnny, we hope.
Yeah.
Makes it 7.
I find ace 7 of diamonds is the better hand.
Oh god. A7 of diamonds. You butchered it and you get paid. Heads up, spoiler. Look at this from Peter. 10-9 of diamonds goes for the free bet to 2.5k. Would have made this a lot smaller here, Tower. It's too big just for the fact of the matter if Johnny shoves. We've then got a call off with 10-9 suited, so better to make it like 18 here, something like that, 2.5x just north of, just for the times that we are met with the all-in. And there is the all-in from Johnny, and we're not actually going to be in bad shape here, Tower, but now we have to call. We're getting over 2-1 on our money as long as we've got 33% equity versus range. We are fine, which we probably do with this 10-9 suited here. And this is why we go smaller. This is why we make it 1800. Don't give ourselves a direct price to call off when met with a 4-bet rip. There we go, eventually does call, and we like what he sees. He's got the 2 middling cards between the ace and the 8 of Johnny Kelly. Jack Hardcastle comes to the table.
Oi, oi. Right, from Thailand, off to Vegas on Monday. So clean at the minute.
Yeah, great start
for Johnny.
Fading 10s and 9s.
That's good as well. And it does.
Yeah, so gets a double up. Slight little misstep there from Peter with the free bet to a large size in. had to call off, face with the jam, and doubles Johnny Kelly up. Chris Houghton, anything really, doesn't matter. Anything I can play, I'll play.
Yep.
Simply as that, really. Mainly Omaha. We'll dabble in the Hold'em streets from time to time, but predominantly just the old 6 card these days. Might even do some vlogging next year, some 6 card vlogs.
Nice.
No one's doing it, so
like
a little gap in the market perhaps. Oh, you're talking about Kaluki. It was such a belated reply from when we were talking about Kaluki, I didn't even realise. Usually we play 20, 50, 100, and it's usually 5 or 6 man, so obviously the pots with buy-ins can get fairly juicy.
20, 50, 100. Is it not per point?
20, 50, 100, no.
Alright.
So you get £20 for closing, you get £50 for Kaluki in, and £100 goes in the pot for the game. But obviously if you go 150 points, you can buy back in at the highest score for 100. The first 2 times it's 100, and then if you want to buy in a 3rd time it's 200, 4th time 400, 5th time 800, so on.
What, just to try and get 250 points? How many points you need to get?
Well, to win the game you need everyone over 150 points, and
right.
You need anyone below.
Right.
Unlimited and compulsory first buy-in, what we usually play. So if someone's on 149 and someone's on 1 and you bust, you have to buy in at 149 on your first buy-in. Oh, lovely. It's a nice little addition to the app. Live clock.
There is a live clock on the app. What an update that is. I didn't check that, I just checked the buy-ins.
It'd be great for people on breaks.
People's names as well. I know the names are coming in full names. Like it.
Did Jim devise all that?
Jim's done it all. That's why he's not here.
Yeah.
That's why he's not here today. Done the lot.
So Jack just comes to the table, opens the ace king, check calls on 10-9-5 with the backdoor clubs and overcards. Now turns the second nut flush draw, faced with 2/3 pot size in here. And run like Jack just gets there on the river with the 7 of clubs and is going to show the goods with the ace king.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah, for a 3rd session of the day, it is some feature table.
It is a feature table, let me tell you. Where's Toddy in the league?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh no, that's Montgomery. So I'm guessing...
Not in the top 20.
Not in the top 20.
So he's in the playoff because he got hundreds of points, hasn't he? But yeah, you can actually check the whole league. GoMnaCasino.com, click on the National Poker
Even you're in the league, aren't you?
Somewhere down there.
You're down there.
Yes. But yeah, he's not in the top 20 yet. But 13 10k packages or more at this moment in time.
King Jack to Alex makes it 7. Queen 10 of clubs for Trevor. He's in on the button. And ace 6 off here for Rafa in the big blind. He's just going to get out of the way. Likely to be dominated facing gun open.
And flop for Trev.
Goes for 3rd C-bet, Alex. Trevor with the call. 9 of clubs on the turn. So a potential double barrel here for Alex. Still going to have all the overpairs, ace 10, king 10 as value, and can target some hands like 5, 6s, 7s, 8s, and even line up a triple versus some 10x. Trev goes for raise, clicky, makes it 72 here. And Alex just out of there.
Alexios 71k. The app is going. And don't forget, you don't have to queue up at the desk anymore. Just like the 20 people I can see. You can buy in via the Poker Live app. What an update! What an update! Tournaments. Click on. You can find a person's name. We're in London, Stuart. We are in London, the Victoria Casino, Edgware Road, near Marble Arch.
Jack with a king 10 suited.
King high flop for king 10 of Jack.
Justin is the organizer of everywhere in England. He organizes every Why don't you put your name on the list?
Jack continues for 20%. Alex with the call with the ace jack. Nine of hearts on the turn. Nice and clean for the king 10 of spades here. We do expect to see another streak coming in here from Jack with a king 10. Goes for 4k. Bombs it on the turn. And Alex just out there. This is at the Vic, Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino. This is the start of the grand final week. We will show you what's happening all about the birds after this hand. We'll show you the full schedule for the next couple of weeks here in London.
Yes. Green eye flop. Check, I'm guessing. No, 1-500 chip. He'll win it.
Yeah, just a c-bet from Alexios. Hand over.
And there we go.
So we're on the Thursday, the 23rd. 4 card on this evening. Tomorrow's just the Midi action, both flights. Saturday we got a PLO high roller, £200 turbo. There's some WPT satellites Sunday and early on in the week.
Yep.
Best thing to do, screenshot on your phone now, and then you can go and look whenever you want, or on your PC. And then the second week we got plenty coming up. Mini main day 2, some more cash out satellites, high roller day 2, on the Thursday, and then we're just going to be covering the main event, the grand final, the Big Eat, the 2K buy-in.
Come Saturday the 2nd, you're just laying in bed and you're shouting, "Call!"
Yeah.
He's made a call. He's made a call. Oh, what a fault! So there you go, plenty of action here in London to finish off another amazing year for GUKPT and Cardroom Direct. And we'll do it all again next year, starting on the 5th of January.
It's been a long one. Been a long old year. Yep, we are streaming day 2 of the Mini.
And probably day 3.
Yep, day 2 and day 3, we're doing both.
Yep. And then the schedule for next year will be out, and we'll be streaming the final of the Mini as well, and all sorts going on.
Excuse me. That's Blackpool, that is. This is what happens when I come back from Blackpool.
Cough.
Always got a cold. Never.
It's up north.
Never don't come back
Don't
from
worry
Blackpool.
about you. It's up north. Walk out today, t-shirt weather. What's that about?
As soon as you cross the border to Blackpool, you start coughing.
Across the border. Is that the M55 bit?
Yeah,
Is
that
that
bit,
what it is?
you know that bit, yeah. That border that says "Welcome to Blackpool." You see the sign in the distance, "Welcome to Blackpool," and you already feel your throat starting to get a bit sore.
It was windy last week, brothers.
Windy?
We had 65 mile an hour winds all day for, well, about 36 hours. 65 miles an hour. You could not walk in it.
You couldn't.
You couldn't walk in it. The prom was shut. Everything. It was windy, breezy and wet, unfortunately. No golf was had.
And FSC for a 2-5 holder, 7-6.
Ace King for Joel. Last one to open. Wages to 7.
So the Webbs just walked from college in Blackpool to the central, which is central Pierish, and it's windy and raining. There's a surprise. There, Tim, what's the handicap apart from beside the club and the ball? Yeah, always playing the ball. Apparently, if you got mud on your ball, it can take 15 yards off a shot if you never clean your ball. 9.3 is the handicap.
You'll have to pick your ball up and clean it on the fairway if it's got mud on it.
Yeah, winter rules come in now. You just put a tee peg down so you don't cheat, putting it 12 yards in front, and then
if it's got a massive clump of mud on it at one end, can you then stick that clump of mud into the ground so the ball's teed up nicely for your next shot, and I can take driver off the deck?
Well, don't take it. Don't. Just pick it up. If you're not allowed to take the mud off it, just turn it around so it actually sticks on it.
Yeah.
But no, it's always pick and place now in winter rules.
I read something today. It was just like a hypothesis. What would happen for Laney, for example, one of these footballers with a big afro, if they cut like a hole in the middle of their afro, gelled it all around the side so it was rock solid? The keeper
never caught the ball.
The keeper then puts the ball in the hole of this man's afro with a hole in the middle,
and he runs
down the other end into the net and goes in. Like, what is the ruling on that? Because I saw someone post it somewhere, and I was like, "That's a good point."
Well, if he's not getting tackled in 80 yards, then I'd be.
But how are they going to tackle him? He's got the ball in his hair. They can't rugby tackle him, or it's a foul.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Hey Sue, she blinked and then we're back. Looking forward to the next 10 days. Yeah, Thursday all the way through till a week on Sunday, inclusive.
We started yesterday.
Yeah,
we've got some nice content that's ready to go out. Heads up between Tower and I. Enjoyed it, although it was short and sweet. It was nice to get the playing heads up for a bit. Wow, look at this from Trevor. Going to turn his 5 into a bluff here. Well, he's for 1,500 on the river on a card that's meant to be a lot better for Alexios here, opening from under the gun. But Alexios now getting nearly 5-1 on a call with his top pair. But what do we beat? 10-8, Jack 10, Jack 8. I doubt he expects Trevor to be turning a 5 into a bluff, but I think the price we're getting, we've just got to pay. Nearly 5-1, don't need to be right too often, around 18-17% of the time. I just think we've got to pay here, getting this price. We don't love it, but it's just so cheap. Oh, it's going to work. It looks like a man that's going to fold. Trevor chatting with him, acting nice and comfortable. Show it! Hey!
The smiles are there, tapping the table.
Especially if I knew I need to buy that.
You don't need to do anything. He just takes. And you can give location.
So if you're not updated the Poker Live app, please check it out. The update is absolute class. Buying through the app if you've got live credit in there. The clock is on for the tournament that you want to play. Good for the players in the smoking area or running down the street getting something to eat. There's a live clock connected to the Card Room Magic. Tells you what's left on the level, what's left on the break. Tells you how many runners there are, the pot size, everything. It's great. Alexios with a 9, hitting the 9. Jamie Nixon with Queen Eye.
That's a 32 on the river from Alexios. Big bet from him. Like 160, 170% pot hit. Jamie not insta-folded, he does love a hero. Thinking that Alexios is just always going to check ace highs and king highs, and maybe thinking he's going to have a lot of this like 5, 6, 6, 7, all this type of stuff that's going to defend from the big blind. But do we ever lose to some bluffs here? Queen Jack perhaps could be a bluff that we lose to. Poker in the dark. There we go. We're back.
I tell you what, that could catch on.
Yeah, it could.
You think, just keep your name to that. It'll catch on, that poker in the dark.
Jamie's still in the tank. That does eventually let it go with the queen high. Really wanted to hero that one off. King queen for Jamie. Raises to 7. And John with the same hand here from cut-off. One we can free bet, and does go for free bet, makes it 21. Poker's tough nowadays, Tower, isn't it? You go back 10 years ago, there weren't many people free betting the king queen off. Now everyone's doing it. Just see everyone finding free bet with this hand these days.
Yeah. Free betting the king queen off.
And expect it to work. Well, I expected it to work with Jamie. He's going to call out of position here. The offsuit Broadway.
20 years.
He does flop a 4% free roll. If we get there.
You have hair.
Continue from Joel, makes it 1.5, so 30% on the nose. Jamie does have the overcards and the backdoor diamonds. Difficult to navigate out of position, especially off stack size. Working with less than a pot size bet now on the turn.
Oh, the queen of spades. Jamie. 1 SPO. There we go. And then we're just going to chop it up. There's one thing he's doing, he's never fold.
Yeah, we're not floating flop, turning top pair and folding at any point now, Tower.
Nope.
22 from Joel on the turn. And Jamie never folding, just with a decision whether to go with it now and just send it, or whether to flat and play some rivers. And he's going to opt for the flat, and off to the river we go, which is the 3 of hearts, and not changing anything. Shouldn't be any 3x, 5x around really. So only really worried about ace queen here from Joel's perspective, which would probably shove pre with the stack sizes in question. So, probably just going to go for value here. And does go with the all in.
Yep. We're going to be chopping it up. Big smile. Big smile on the face. Come to London this weekend. Come and see us at C4. Don't come empty-handed.
Yeah, we do like
go and see a show.
some snacks.
And come and see the team.
The Rosemary do some lovely pastries if you want to grab some from there and bring them in.
Do they? The Rosemary. Tell you what I found this morning. A nice little place called Eddie's Cafe. 6-minute walk from the casino. Cracking food in there. Very reasonably priced.
Was it just normal cafe?
Eddie's Cafe. Like it, they do everything from Lebanese cuisine to English full breakfast.
What did you go for, Tara?
I had 2 slices of wholemeal bread with smoked salmon, avocado, poached egg and spinach on toast. And a cup of, and a glass of fresh orange juice, and I watched the guy squeeze the oranges in a machine and did it.
Lovely.
It was beautiful. I felt quite posh eating all that. Really nice. If you're watching Eddie from Eddie's Cafe, it was great. Well, obviously you did a C4. You wouldn't have had it otherwise. Hey, that's the name. Ace high flop for Johnny. Ace 8, 3 flop. Check call.
Yeah, I think we're just happy to put another street in here as Johnny. We're going to go for a little check back here and probably going to get him some payment on the river here, Tower. Ace on the river now. River's trips. Alex checks it over. Now just down to what size we want to go. It's Johnny Kelly. Definitely potential to get called from an 8. Goes for 2k. And this is an interesting one for Alex because you expect all the king queen, king jack probably just to check back and take showdown. And Johnny's got a very easy value bet here with wow, Alex just going to send. And I was just about to say, Tower, Johnny's got a very easy value bet here with 9s through kings and even hands like king 8 suited if he's opened once Alex checks again. So Alex here thinks that Johnny has one of these hands, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, something along those lines, and just trying to fold out this part of Johnny's range. But unfortunately Johnny has one of these check back ace-x on the turn. And I just think once we check this back on the turn, we're not going to be able to let it go. Johnny does make the call. And I think Alex just ran into that pot as Johnny Kelly there working with a hand like 9s through kings, maybe a better 8x, these type of holdings, and just went after it. Maybe unnecessary, but understand what was going on in his head. And Johnny Kelly just with a hand after we check back turn, way too good to be folding.
Sure, Johnny, well over now, 33.3. Good evening all, nice one to see for. Happy birthday for last week. Nice getting an invite from the Palm Beach. Worked in there many a times. Did the WPT there years ago. Years and years ago. The old quads over quads, and remember that? Quads over quads, Andrew Roble against Toby Lewis. We filmed that. Years and years ago. Just back from Villamora Golf was great and the weather was even better. Fabulous. Nice one, top ball. Uh-oh. Lethal Louis on his way. Expect some action when Lethal Louis sits down. He can finish a tournament, by the way. So Jamie with Toddy just making it up. Bets the flop when he hits a 3. Check calls the turn. Jamie with a check mark. And I think that will be end of hand. You'll think about it, Alex Todd. And probably put it in a better situation. Does he flick it in? I don't think he does. I think he'll find a better spot. When you look, it's only 13 bigs, but I've only got 4K, but it's 13 bigs. Still enough. King 4 suited for Rafa, raises to 800, just going to be raise and take, not much Jack can do with the 8-3.
Alex here moves all in. 13 BBs with the Queen Jack. Going to get through Jamie. Won't be getting through Jack Hardcastle. The Ace 10 suited here. Does make the call. Definitely squeezed the ace first there, Johnny Kelly. That was a slow squeeze for the second card. And ace 2 suited. Doubt we're going to overcall here once Jack's called. But there's only 13 bigs, so Johnny Kelly going to make the call here with the suited ace for 13 big blinds. Probably would have called if Jack didn't, but once Jack's in, might have let this one go. That three-way here. Alex in good shape here with the Queen Jack. No spades in play. No Queen Jack or 10 needed. No help on the turn. So Alex needing Queen Jack or 10, and it's an ace on the river. So Jack Hardcastle going to take this pot and may even go for some value for the side pot against Johnny Kelly. And does go for a squidge of value for 10%. Shows the ace 10. Jack going to take that one. So we lose Alex Todd, Goliath champion this year. I'm sure he'll be flicking back in, chasing some points, making a late surge back end of the year, trying to get a guaranteed package.
Seat open, table 19, seat 8.
Queen suited for Jamie, raises to 8. Peter defending with a king 10 from the big blind, and nice looking flop for Jamie Nixon. Top pair, decent kick up, backdoor hearts to go along with it. And like in terms of range, one that's going to be more favourable for the big from an overall perspective, but for Jamie in actual hand, top pair may need some protection, just comes out firing. Richie Whitmore, how are we doing? Not seen Trevor Reardon in a while. He was at Coventry for the 888, the big one. I didn't see him in Blackpool. Maybe down in London for the grand final this week. Pocket nines for Trevor, raises to 900. Expect to see Pete pill the fours from the small blind. running the big. Yeah, we're going to be streaming day 2 of the mini on Tuesday, day 3 of the the mini main on the Wednesday. So mini coverage for 2 days on the Tuesday and on the Wednesday. And Peter with a delicious looking flop bottom set here on the 1084 and comes straight in for the check raise, making it 4k. Not the best hand to have here as Trevor. Pocket 9s with the 9 of clubs. Like a lot of the bluffs of Peter are going to be built around 9 7 of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs, Queen 9 of clubs, 9 6 of clubs, all this type of stuff. So not the best hand to continue with. It makes a good lay down there. And yes, it is definite. We have the streaming schedule set. I can run you through it. So today we're on the Thursday. We got the Midi day 1A. Tomorrow will be Midi day 1B. Saturday and Sunday will be day 2 and day 3 of the Midi. Monday evening we're going to have a cash game stream, so some cash game action on the Monday evening. Moving on to Tuesday, we have the mini main day 2. Wednesday we're going to be streaming the final table / day 3 of the mini main. Thursday is going to be higher roller day 2, played out until a champion, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1st, 2nd, 3rd of December will be grand final main event coverage throughout. So it's a good week, good schedule. It's a nice little mix up as well. We're not just streaming main event coverage, long day ones. There's going to be some cash in there. There's going to be some side events. Looking forward to it. As Jack opens Jack 10, makes it 900. Peter looking for back-to-back sets. He's in with the pocket 6s. How much do you expect to be up top in the mini? I'm going to go with 40k. Let's go with 40k. That's just a guess, approximation, but I reckon it's going to be a busy one. So King, Queen, 10, all diamonds here. No diamond in play, but Trevor does have top pair running up and down. Could see this getting checked through again here. And it does. Deuce on the river, and now Peter going to have to go for value here with his top pair. Sorry, not Peter, Trevor. But they didn't go for value with his top pair, and they're going to win it with the King Jack. Thought he'd go on the value hunt on the river once it checked all the way through, and we got a nice clean brick. How many players left, asked Brendan. Lots. We still got registration. We still got another 2 flights of day 1. So can't give you number of runners, etc. until Saturday. There's still buy-ins going in. Still 2 flights tomorrow. This is just the start of the Midi main.
Remaining are on the break.
Let's check it. It's watching the live stream. Probably need to check the charts.
Raise 1100. Pass.
Ace 10 for Peter, makes it 1.1. Buy-in for this is £12.50, £1,100 plus the juice, and we are at the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino, kicking off the start of what's going to be a great festival. As Alexios here just goes for the random free bet with the Jack 7 off, makes it 38.
This is the final call. All those remaining in the overhaul, please take your seats with less than 1 minute remaining on the vote is Answer Bets.
You shouldn't. First time you
And it works, gets the ace-10 out of there.
I shouldn't know.
You know what country he's from, right?
What's that?
You know what country he's from? Don't come to it.
Do you know? Are you sure you know?
I'm sure I know. Actually, well, now you start to see the
Are we punters?
I thought I did.
Are we known as punters? Where? Where's it? I'm Greek.
Yeah, I thought Greek, and then you said that, and now I was confused.
Maybe we are punters. I have punted before.
The Greek are not type players.
Maybe not. Brazil has definitely like they have the
Only
game,
Happy
like-
Days is all in Vin in the tournament. I haven't seen all in Vin in a long time. Hasn't played any GUKPTs. Didn't even see him at 888 a couple of months ago. I think the last time we saw all in Vin was sort of February, March of this year. Coventry time, UK Open. I haven't seen him since. Blind and blind action here between Alexios and Rafa. Both players flop a gut shot, but not necessarily trying to ping off the gut shot here. As Rafa calling because genuinely believes Queen Jack High will be the best stand enough at the time. And a double barrel from Alexios 1700 and Rafa calling once more with the Queen Jack. Well, do it. Two of diamonds on the river. Has Alexios got the third barrel in the lockup? Hadua Tower thinks. Unfortunately, no giveaways today. I think they're going to start tomorrow at some point. Still waiting on the go-ahead from online for what we can give away this week. I believe so, Scotty. If you sat at a table, yes. I think if you're playing cash, your hot drinks are free, but I'm not actually too sure. But usually at most casinos, most Grosvenors, the hot beverages, the water, free of charge.
Like Spain, they haven't played online yet, so you really don't have a thing of how the Spanish play. It's whenever you encounter.
Spain have gone the same way as America, where they have some of the really top players, and then the rest of them are a load of punters. That's the real Spain.
I think you can say that for every country.
No, because like the UK is much more varied all throughout. They have people with every sort of ability. Spain, like you're either really good or you're really not good.
So Joel with a freeze makes it 900. Rafa in the small, got one that could potentially free bet here. Make it around 3.5k. With the king queen off, nice candidate to do it with. Does go for free bet. Fairly small size in here from Rafa. Theoretically, see this be a lot more juicy. And it just goes with the north of 3x over the open size, and back on Joel here with the freeze. These two fairly deep, and versus 3x, could you see Joel come along here, go on the hunt for a set and potentially win a nice pot. Speaking of that hunt for a set, there it is for Joel. Rafa checks it over to him. And just going to be betting here as Joel. I don't think any reason to get trappy and check behind. There's a meaty size in and Rafa just straight out of there.
No, that's good Spanish. They never check calls. So I think it's quite...
I'd love a little Kaluki event, Chris, saying there should be a Kaluki side event. I know it's not a variant of poker, so therefore wouldn't coincide with a poker tour, but I'd love a little Kaluki tournament thrown in maybe one day.
Duco have it absolutely wrecks me every single time I play. And he just never loses.
Fancy beast.
King 9 qualifies on the button. And 10-6 off, fairly close for Jack. Whether we want to defend, but Jack happy to call for 500 more and head to the streets. Slight bit of action. We got gut shot versus top pair. Rafa does continue small size of 500, and we'll need to find some bluffs on this board. Can't just raise our 7x and strong 9x, so some of these gut shots may be hands that we can start going for some check raises with once in a while. Jack just proceeds with call, takes his price to 6-1 to the turn and does snag the top pair when the 10 of spades rolls off. Quick check back from Rafa and deuce of hearts on the end here, and if I'm Jack Hardcastle, I'm going to feel fairly confident that we're going to have the best hand here, enough of the time to go on the hump for some value. Chunky sizing from Jack, 2.7 into 3.4, 3/4 pot, thereabouts. Gets paid. I'm back.
Josh Hayes for a 1-3. Josh Hayes for a 1-3 hold.
King 8 suited for Alexios, raises to 1k. And Jack with ace king in the small blind. Should see 3-bet. 100 BBs deep, effective here. Jack does go for the 3-bet, nice and juicy as well, out of position. North of 4x, what you're likely to see.
Johnny out of the way.
Back on Alexios here with the King 8 suited. Doubt we're going to see continue here, Tower. If he really is feeling fruity, maybe go for the 4-bet with the King 8 suited. But I think we start 4-betting some like King 6 suited, King 5 suited, these type of hands. At a small frequency, I think the King 8 suited is one that may not be in there, so just lets it go. Loves a freebie, our CFO. That's the saying, ain't it? The best things in life are free, but if you're a CFO, everything in life is free.
Everything.
Fruit here, I'm pretty sure they bring out fruit platters every now and again.
There's always a but. Get with the times, man.
Slightly loose, A6 off, with 2 aggressive opponents on our left, but probably only a pip or 2 out here from rough up, making it 800.
Evening, Kev. Good to see you in Blackpool last week.
Decimal is registered for today's Cash Out Saturday. Your seat draw is now on the screens. That's all players registered for today's Saturday. Your seat draw
Is it a bad thing to say I've not seen The Sopranos?
I've not seen The Sopranos.
It's supposed to be one of the greatest TV shows ever. And I have to own up that I've never seen The Sopranos. Hey Rich, we can put next year's dates up. We can't put schedule up, but we can put the dates up.
Look at this from Peter. Goes for the check raise with the King Queen from the big blind. Rafa having none of it. He's in with the A6. Very draw heavy board. And love this as well, going for some value on the end. 60% thereabouts. Just feels like once Rafa checks back flop, very difficult for us not to have the best hand. And Rafa putting Peter on like a 9-10 here, a missed club draw, something along those lines, and it's going to pay it off. And lovely bit of value on the end there from Peter with the King Queen. Nicely done.
Dates for next year, there they go, starting the 4th of Jan. What's on the 4th of Jan?
I just can't get over it, Tao. I keep looking at it and I'm thinking, it's a lot of work, a lot of streaming. And that's not even it, because then we go over to the 888 as well.
What 888?
But we've got these as well. look, if we do this, so we've got 1, 2, 3 events in February. 3 events in February. It's the shortest month of the year and we've got 3 events. To be fair,
got a birthday weekend.
To be fair, at least I get out of Valentine's Day. That's the only good thing. Harry then Neil Wall 3. Evening, boys. Good to catch up last week. The best poker player in the family also says hello.
Well done, Emma. Well done, you.
Yep.
Great effort.
If
I
you
loved it on the bubble.
If you get some spare time this week as well, you sit down with Neil, go through a few things. I'm sure he's happy to improve.
You tell him, Emma. I love it when they were on the bubble. Absolutely loved it when they were on the bubble. It was so much. Just walking down, they're on the bubble. Emma sat there, really short stacked. She's had a couple of bad sessions. Sat there short stacked, and Neil's there. He says, "Come on, make sure you're all right." She says, "Don't worry, it's all right. I've had the ice cream. I've had the ice cream, so everything's all right." Neil just turned around and went, "Oh, that's all right then. That's all right then. Just a 2.6 bubble, but it's all right. You've had the ice cream." So funny.
I'd love to see a stab here now from Johnny Kelly. Picks up and down. bottom of our range here. I think this is a mandatory bet for us once we get hit. Does go for just south of half and does get Rafa off the best hand. Nicely done, Johnny Kelly. Go back an hour and a half.
Yep.
It weren't even that busy in here, and now
The queue is snaking around the room.
round the room, down the stairs, past McDonald's, just on the corner by the Halifax is where it starts.
So busy.
HQ for a 1-2, HQ for a 1-2 hold.
Attention players in the Midi main. You're on a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break after the hand in progress. Midi main.
Freeway to the flop. Alexios as the owner gets a nice looking flop, but should be doing a little bit of checking, I think, on this board. Out of position to the button. It is just going to come along and fire with the king 10 of clubs. And probably going to be hand done, as it is. Great stack to have, 71k. People would bite your arm off for that, to have that bagged at the end of the day.
Yep.
It's busy due to everything, right? The Sati, the PLO, the Midi.
Yep.
Lots of runners in the PLO. That's got a good turnout already.
What time's the satellite on?
7. Just started 4 minutes ago.
Flipping it. Well, 19 seats yesterday and a bit of change for 20th. That's how busy that was yesterday.
King Jack of Hearts for Jack. Raises to 800. Queen 7 of clubs here for Peter. Out of the way, Joel. Been a pocket pair magnet so far. He does call the 4s on the button. Saying pocket pairs, I did not get dealt one pair yesterday, and that heads up out between
here
me
we
and you.
go.
I'm just saying, within the hour we were playing, I didn't get dealt one pocket pair. Not once. Didn't get a single one.
I got one. And didn't win with them, as you might see when the footage comes out.
I'm getting the excuses in early tower. So Jack checking out of position with the King Jack suited. And Joel gonna check behind with the 4s. 10 on the turn. Does now bring in gut shot to go with the 2 overcards and flush draw here from Jack. You could see delay c-bet now, fold out some suited ace-x, some ace-highs, even like the deuces, 3s and 4s, going to have a tough time continuing. Goes for the 150% over bet and does get the better hand to fold. Alexios completing the small, and ref up. The King Jack could definitely raise it.
We're gonna pump it up. Rafa's gonna pump it up.
I haven't seen much of Rafa the last year. He sort of come on about a year and a half ago, a few months after we come back after lockdown, and was running deep in a lot of events. I remember him winning a mini main and was building big stacks, and haven't seen too much of him over the past 12 months, but back again here at the Vic. I think this is a little pit stop as well for a lot of players, Tower. There's a fair amount that are off to Vegas next week and flying from London, so quick little 12.50 tournament to settle us in before we head overseas. Alexios Rivers 2-pair with the 8-6. Losing to a 10 or a 5 though. Some flop flushes, although flop flushes shouldn't be a thing. I don't expect Rafa to be checking back too many flop flushes here. Check from Alexios. And I think Rafa will recognise that very rarely going to be good with King Jack high here. Just think we prefer to have a spade in our hand. We're going to bluff at this one. He goes for 3.2, so pot size bet on the end. 2-pair, just too good to be folding. Even versus pot, perhaps in Alexios's opinion. Against a very aggressive opponent who will find credible bluffs, as Rafa did there. Shows the King Jack, and Alexios going to take it with the 8-6.
Yeah, so anybody watching and you've got the app and you don't think it's working right, go to your app store and just click on updates, and it does update. I had to do it. Mine didn't automatically update. If you want to bind on the app from now on in, you will need an update. And then it'll work.
There are a couple.
Alexios gets out of the way on the button after the race from 800.
How lucky do you have to be to get dealt aces twice on the final table, Tower?
The most luckiest person in the world, I think.
How lucky are you, Asifo? Aces twice on a final table.
Unbelievable.
Jack with the wheel draw. Continues for 600. And Jamie with middle pair. Shouldn't be going anywhere.
Four diamonds on the turn.
So Jack checking back with the ace-3 suited. River card is a free. Not much we really go ahead of those, Jack. Quite a bad river now. All the 6-3, the 3 deuce, the 6-7 goes in front of us. The 7-3 is the only hand that and 3 deuce that we're really beating. Flush draw completes. How do Gary Milliotti? Hope you legends are all well. Best streams. We're here for 12 days. Well, 11 now. We done the first day yesterday.
We've got to see him this week. He's down south.
Yeah.
They don't travel up north.
They don't travel.
Well, not very often. We Milliottis, we do not travel. If you're not in London, Gary, thanks for all your kind words all year. And we're in Coventry in
Can you stop
January.
showing me this, please? Please, you're putting me in a bad mood.
See you in Cov in Jan.
Just pulling them schedules up.
Nice one, Gary. Having a quick break in Tenerife. How's the weather?
Must be nice. Chopped this last year. Big Gary Miller. Decent payday. Soaking up some sun for the 2K next week. Ace 10 for Trev in the hijack. Opens.
Absolutely. Well needed break. Tenerife, bit of sunshine. The last time we were in Tenerife, we were in Golf de Sur.
No,
beautiful.
Never been.
Really nice. 4 to 5 golf courses. Had a whack. Great.
5-3 suited for Jack. Not going to go anywhere with a suited gap up. Heads up defending from the big blind. The main man's in the building. He's ready for 12 days.
Ooh.
Terry Jordan.
Terry Jordan in the building. What do you think? Flick it straight in the main?
Yeah. He
With
won't,
the satellite
he,
for the
won't,
break?
he won't play 4 card. Yeah, he'll probably play the main, play the satellite at the break. I still can't believe what happened in Leeds this year. Terry Jordan's playing the eye roller. They have a 30-minute break. He comes over to the cash table, pulls up a grand, loses it, pulls up a grand, loses it, pulls up a grand, spins it into 8 grand, and then proceeds to lose the 8 grand. All in 30 minutes. All in the 30-minute high roller break. Only Terry.
I'm here to play, he says.
It's hard to do that in 30 minutes, though, Tal. That's very difficult to do in that time period.
Nobody's going to stall yet at the market. Tell them Terry sent you on the t-shirts.
Maybe that's a good idea for Goliath next year. Get some different tops, not just saying Goliath. Get Towers treble, tell them Terry sent you some GUKPT branded tops. Chop outs.
We got chop outs.
Get one with Westlife on it and Barry Greenland's face in the middle. Just Photoshop Barry Greenland's face over. I couldn't even name you a Westlife singer. Ronan Keating, is that one?
No, that's the other lot.
Backstreet Boys.
No.
Boyzone.
Boys one. Boyzone. No matter what they tell us, no matter how they do. Is 7 for Rafa, hits the flop, 7 Jack 4.
Just going to fire here into 3 players. Our middle pair. 700 into 28, so it goes for quarter. And Johnny Kelly got a plausible float here. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush and overcard. Does put on his floating shoes and off to the turn.
And a turn. Ten of clubs here for me. Queen of diamonds. You can see he's drawing to a 9. But it goes check, check. On the board. Pairs on the river.
Yeah, probably going to be check, check again here. Not much merit in better in his wrapper. Only targeting worse 7x.
Ryan McFadden from Westlife actually plays a bit of poker, says Dave Doherty. He does a bit of acting now, doesn't he? Did he not used to be in Coronation Street, Ryan McFadden?
I have no idea.
Oh, there we go. Bit of thin from Dave. Knocked him out of the Aussie Millions once. There you go. There you go. There's a reason why he knows he plays a bit of poker. Well done on your Player of the Year award this year, Dave. Irish Open was massive for you.
Trevor with the 9s. Just over 10 minutes to go until the next break. New feature table when we return.
Attention players, dealers in the Midi name. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break. That's 3 minutes remaining on your break in the Midi name.
There's Queen off for Jack. Alexios for King Queen.
Not a nice spot though, Tower. Like, not going to be cold calling, so I think we lean more towards fold here, or cold 4 once in a while. Depends how we perceive Alexios to be playing. We know that he's one that's going to find a lot of light free bets, but just so difficult to ever continue here as Jack, and agree with the fold there after +1 open. Alexios free bets, and another factor as well, Tower, Trevor has definitely been the tightest player these last 2 hours. Therefore, once Alexios free bets Trevor, his range becomes even tighter. I don't think he's going to be getting as out of line against that particular opponent, and therefore ace queen off just going to be into the muck for us. A nice pick up from Alexios.
Not sure if TJ has even flicked it in just yet. We'll find out on the app.
Oh yeah, just check the app.
You can check the app.
Attention players in the Midi name.
The names are on there.
That's Midi players. 1 minute remaining on your break. Dealers, please prepare your decks now.
I just checked this Hendon mob, Dave. What a player.
How has he even got an Hendon mob? How's that possible? What happens? How do you even cash for 0 and have a Hendon mob? That's like putting my sister in there.
Because he come 6th in Heat 10 of the Poker Million on Sky Sports.
He was 6-handed.
2007. It was 6-handed, yeah.
And I was.
Dave Gregory was on that as well. Old Gregory made the final table. I haven't seen Dave in a while, Mr. Gregory. Well, Kings v Kings, not much going to be happening here other than the money going in pre, but Peter does have a little spot here with the 10s, going to cold call from the small blind. And now back over to Trevor, who just sends it into the middle. And Jamie, obviously always calling. I'm not even loving this from Trevor specifically. Didn't even think about it before sending it into the middle. We have to call it off as Jamie, but to be honest with you, I'm not going to be loving life here. So there is Jamie. And now back over to Peter, who can now get out of the way with the 10s. Lets them go. Shows the table.
Chop it up. Please chop it up.
Chop it up.
We got that out of it, haven't we? Yeah.
You're welcome. Could have been a lot worse.
So we chopped it up. You gotta chop it up. Don't you know we'll chop it up?
Plenty coming up.
10 minutes to go until the end of this session. As you can see there, 8 minutes and 3 seconds. So that'll take us to
32. 20-minute break. Back at 10-2, just
there
after.
we go, back at 10-2. Minute break. Go and wet the whistle. I think I need some honey and lemon.
How do I make the mod? Evening. Still at work.
Still at work? No need for that.
So are we. We're still at work. We'll still be at work in 5 hours' time. Well, I might be. I don't know about Tower.
Well, have we got the evening off?
Yeah.
All right.
You got a day off?
Potentially.
Yeah.
I better get all these cups of tea off you before they actually see all the action from the heads up.
Yeah, it was a good laugh. Me and Tower battling out in the heads up streets.
Enjoyed it. Good laugh. Nice bit of content as well for social.
I haven't played many heads ups in my life, to be fair, Tower, but I've only actually ever lost one heads up live, like in an actual poker tournament. So yeah, yesterday that I can recall. I believe I've only ever lost once, but I haven't played many. I think I played 3. Has the result of the heads up been revealed yet? Not yet, make the mod.
Not yet.
But what I have mentioned, it was a 5-minute clock, 5,000 starting stack, 100 blinds was the starting level. So that's how hyper turbo it was. Complete crapshoot, lots of luck involved. I said at the start I make Tower about 40%. I said about 60-40, I reckon. You saw the king hand?
What? What's happened there?
Where's he seen the king hand?
I think it's being posted on social.
Oh wow.
We all know how lucky a poker player you are. That's all they're saying. You want to see the comments? Oh,
Then all players registered for today's cash out Saturday. Your city draw is now on the screens.
Missed
As all players registered in today's Saturday. Your city draw on the screens. The total will begin in 3 minutes.
Got it.
No way. No, you didn't.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
You get it. It's all over the internet. So surprised to see this from Alexios. Goes for cold call here with the ace jack suited. And Johnny Kelly's in with the king 5 of clubs here. I didn't get dealt a single pair. You've seen one hand, tower gets kings. I did not get a single pair dealt to me that whole hour of poker we played together. Not one pair. You don't need one pair when you river 2 pair though, do you? So Joel just going with the 3k C bet here, just south of 40%. Looks like it's going to do the trick. 5 minutes to go for us. And the new feature table when we return.
Less than 5 minutes. Yeah, that's less than.
So we're heading towards the next breaking play. 20 minutes to go and wet the whistle. Return at 10 to 8 with the next session. It's a day one here on a normal GUKPT, but this week it's the Midi.
It's king suited for Peter. Raises to 1k. Alexios here with the king queen from the small blind. Just going to play cool. May bring Rafa in with the 4-5 off from the big blind now, and does come along with the defend. Probably this hand and one more.
One more hand after this. Flop time. 300.
Players into this Saturday, you are starting with 10,000 chips. You are
Ace side flop, ace 9 jack.
Chips. As soon as you reach 100,000 chips,
Always nice when you get the ace side rainbow when you open the ace king. Peter is just going to start putting some chips in the pot with his top pair, decent kick up.
Today has been drawn into seat number 1, dealers. Please place your money
It's like
into seat 1.
40%.
You opening bets are 100, 100 with a big bet.
Gut shot to the nuts. On comes Alexios with king queen.
Oh, that's not good, we can't see the clock.
You can if we go on the app and just take half hour off of it, Tower. Oh, look at the turn!
Boom!
10 of spades. Rolls off for Alexios. Quick check back from Peter with the ace king and a 3 of diamonds on the river. And if Alexios can find the check, which he does, Peter now has to value bet. They're going to be getting some bad news very shortly. Lovely check on the end here from Alexios. Just recognising that all the ace X that aren't 2 pair are going to start checking on the turn versus small blind range in particular, and then going to go for their value when check 2 on the river. And now we can just go for the check raise all in. Don't think we need to make it another size when Peter's just left himself 13k back, so less than 3x is going to be the raise size. Go all in. So just sets Peter all in, bar a couple of chips. He'll be left with 1.7k if he does make the call. And it's wrong. And now this is a really, really gross spot because this is a small blind. board as well. It'll have 7-8 suited. It'll have all this Jack 10, Jack 9 sets in there as well. King Queen, all 16 combos of that. Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace 9 suited, Ace 3 suited. There's just a whole host of value here, Tower. Ridiculous amount. And what are the bluffs going to be here from Alexios? I guess stuff like Queen 10, Queen 9, hands with interaction with the 2-player and the straight. So I think the bluffs are going to be built around the Queen 10, these type of hands, and makes a very good laydown. I'm going to take an early break.
Yeah, indeed. I think we must be done. Yeah,
I think we are as well. Yeah, I think we're on break as well, Tal. So we will see you in 20 minutes, guys, back at just after 10-2. I'm going to go and watch the King's hand.
I wanted that effing trophy, but I actually said the word instead of saying effing. I said, look at it. I said, look at that trophy. I wanted that effing trophy. What I didn't realise was my mic was still on. We were still broadcasting live on Sky. And if you go to YouTube and you find Jimmy being presented this trophy, there's a clip of him on YouTube being presented this Poker Million the Masters trophy. And as he's being, as Barry Hearn hands in the trophy, you can hear this voice that says, I wanted that effing trophy. Anyway, that's me in the background.
But 2003 wasn't all bad, because you then went to Dublin, one of the finest places in the entire world to play poker, and you managed a first place in probably one of the great. It's just the Irish Open has to be on a poker player's calendar, and any serious poker player, it has to be a place where everybody wants to stop. And you've actually won it. That must feel still right now so good.
It is, you know, in my lounge right now, okay, I have one trophy out.
Mm-hmm.
One trophy. It's not the Poker Million trophy. I remember Liam Flood presented it to me. It's a great big cut crystal decanter, really nice cut crystal decanter and 4 cut crystal glasses on a nice plinth. And that's the only trophy I have out in my lounge, and it's my Irish Open trophy. Like I was saying before, we would travel from one event to each event at different times of the year. Every Easter was always the Irish Open, and every October was always the Irish Winter Festival, both in Dublin. And I nearly won the Irish Open twice, Phil. In 2001, there were 3 of us left. And I was playing with Paul, I can't remember his second name, and an Irish lady, another lady called Jennifer Hegarty. And Jennifer and I had over half the chips, 3-handed, in the 2001 Irish Open final. I got a bit unlucky. I won't bore you with the stories, but I got a bit unlucky. I remember Mickey Finn was watching, and he came up to me afterwards. He said, Joe, he said, you were so unlucky not to win this tournament. And Jennifer Hegarty went on to win it. Jenny Hegarty was an Irish grandmother. And for the next 20 years, well, not quite 20 years, for the next 10 years or so, Liam Flood, every time he saw me, would come up to me and remind me that I got beaten by an Irish grandmother. 2 years later, back on the Irish Open final table, Marty Smith was on the final table.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? The guy that I was heads up with?
Frank Callahan.
Frank Callahan. I was heads up with Frank Callahan. And I can remember, I used to run so much better in those days. I can remember having kings heads up and flopping a king. And that was my winning hand. I never used to play the nuts. And yeah, that's kind of, I think that was, if I could choose to win one tournament, I think it would have been the Irish Open. And something else about that Irish Open actually is we actually did live coverage of the 2003 Irish Open on the Hendon Mob website. And the live coverage was a webcam stuck to the wall with sellotape. That was the first tournament that we ever did live coverage on.
If you look down here, it's still the same.
A little bit different now with Card Room, with Andy's Card Room Direct.
Technology has made the game so much better. Back with more of Tower, an hour with the Tower very shortly. So back with an hour with the Tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair. Joe, the poker boom. What do you remember of it, and was it as crazy as it actually seemed?
I remember a lot. It was pretty crazy. I mean, the whole thing about the poker boom was that we were very, very lucky. We were in the right place at the right time, doing something that we loved before it became popular. You know, when we travelled to the World Series to play, we knew everybody. There'd be the Irish crew, the Birmingham crew. It was always the same players. Everybody would mix. Would all stay together. Everyone would have their own bar in Billions, and it was, we were doing something that we loved doing, and at the time, you know, we were doing something pretty well, and we were the first to get a proper sponsorship deal. We set the Hendon Mob website up in 2000. We were the first to get media attention, and obviously the internet poker was taking off, and we were just in the right place at the right time. You know, if I tried to do that today, it would be impossible, and it could have been 4 other guys doing it. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Well, the boom took off more or less the year after. The buy-ins certainly went up. The $25,000 Bellagio Classic, which again was another decent memory. We got the final table. We finished 7th. Did the 25k buy-in? What does that mean? Buying in for $25,000.
It was. Do you know? I mean, obviously, it's a huge amount of money. Okay, it is a huge amount of money. We were very lucky. We were sponsored, and what I remember more than anything else is the 50,000 starting stack. It was unheard of, completely unheard of. Suited me. I could wait. You know, I could wait and wait and wait. And I remember being on the final table.
You still got some chips left.
I'm still passing and waiting for aces. I had Paul Maxwell sat on my left. It was a pretty good final table. Rob Hollink was on the table. Chris Ferguson, Jesus, was on the table.
Yeah.
Maxwell was on my left. 2 British guys sat together, and it was obviously the World Poker Tour Bellagio Classic. It was their championship event. You had to get to the top 6 to make the TV final table. Okay.
Yeah.
They were filming and stuff, but the actual where they film every hand, you had to get to the top 6. So Paul and I are sat next to each other, and there's 7 of us left, and we've got similar chip stacks, and we're probably in 5th and 6th place, perhaps on the table, maybe even 6th and 7th for a while. We were the shortest stacks. I remember he played a hand. He limped under the gun. It passed round. Chris Ferguson raised. It got back to him, and he moved all in. Maxwell moved all in. And Chris Ferguson thought for ages and called. And Chris Ferguson had pocket 10s. So everything was about pocket 10s, Phil. We had pocket 10s. And he had limped under the gun and moved all in with ace-king offsuit, Paul Maxwell. And he said to me, as he hit an ace or a king, and as the chips were being pushed to him, he said to me, but he said it loud enough so anybody could hear it, nobody else would play ace-king like that. He said, that's how you play ace-king, he said. Because obviously if it had raised with it, it would have been much more tricky. This is what the point he was getting. Anyway, I finished 7th. Rob Hollink knocked me out. And Paul went on to finish 2nd. I think I cashed $160,000. I know you've got it all in front of you. $188,000. Paul went on to finish 2nd for $2.1 million. If the two tens hold up for Chris, that might have been my $2.1 million. It would have been TV final table, World Poker Tour final TV table.
Absolutely, and the names in that field were just unbelievable. But you're looking at the Ivies, the Mizrakis, the Dave Williams, just Gavin Smith, absolutely amazing.
That's pretty good players there.
Yeah,
all pretty awesome players.
Yeah, but then we change, and I think British poker changes forever in 2007 because season 1 of the GUKPT starts in Bolton.
Walsall.
Bolton.
Okay.
Don't take away Praz Banzi's first ever victory because it was Bolton. The GUKPT, as we know, we are Grosvenor sponsored. But you've travelled around the world for at least 10 years. We then go to Bolton in February to play a £1,000 tournament, and it basically changes tournament poker in Britain. Did you play the first season?
I played Walsall. That's why what I thought you were talking about.
You don't like North. You don't like going to North. Is that which is?
The first ever GUKPT tournament I ever played was season 1 Walsall.
Yeah. Because you finished 7th.
And it was won by Jerome Bradpiece.
That's correct. Yeah. And obviously
televised for TV.
Televised. Yeah. Televised, and obviously it's still going strong. The GUKPT, it did change live poker. I think the tournaments, the players travelling around the country, just become a mainstay. But also in 2007, a couple more tournaments have started. One of them was the World Series of Poker in Europe for the first ever time. What did you think of this idea?
Do you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I played the tournaments. We were sponsored players to play the World Series of Poker Europe events. We were very lucky still.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm an old romantic, Phil. And for me, the World Series of Poker is downtown Vegas in billions horseshit. Even at the Rio, it's not the same. It's too big. It's too. I can remember walking from Binions across to the Golden Nugget because we always stayed at the Golden Nugget. And as you walk through, you go past 2 or 3 bars at the sportsbook at the entrance of Binions, and then you walk past 2 bars before you in the Nugget before you get to the elevator. And in the early Binions days of the World Series, you'd have to stop at every bar because someone was buying you a drink. And now at the World Series in Vegas, it's not the same. And World Series of Poker Europe, it's not the World Series of Poker for me. It's a good tournament. It's a good fun festival. We had a few good years in Leicester Square in London playing it. But for me, it's not the World Series.
Yeah. First winner, can you remember? Just off chance?
It wasn't a net, was it?
It was indeed. For the straight million. It was. Beating John Tabata by heads up. There you go, 2007. And then obviously, because the poker boom started, we'd had the GUKPT, we got the WSOP in London. We then had the Great British Poker Tour.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. We played it in Cardiff, but in the casino. Gala Casino, I think it was. And it was...
I think it was. I think it was Bristol.
It was in Bristol. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I said Cardiff. I said Cardiff because it was filmed by Presentable, the same TV company, production company, like Poker. And I always remember the final table. It was filmed and it went out on Channel 4. This show. It was filmed for Channel 4. It was a big production, and on the final table was Roland de Wolf, Barney Boatman, Rob Akery. And I got a little bit lucky. I beat Rob Akery heads up.
Yeah.
150 grand, 140 grand. And you know who presented me with the trophy and did my interview afterwards?
Who was it?
Alex Jones from The One Show.
Oh, of course it was. Yes, it was.
Before she
believe it.
Now, I mean, now she's got like 1 million followers and that. But yeah, she was from Wales, and she was friendly with the people at the Welsh production company, Presentable, and she did my my interview after I won it, and that was a pretty nice tournament to win. 1,500 buy-in, 100 and something prize money. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I remember that was one of the first times that we got involved because the likes of Jennifer Tilly was over and Phil Lark and the likes of Robert Williamson III.
Oh, I love those three guys. I love those three guys. I once sat at the Nugget Bar with Robert Williamson for 12 hours drinking. Just the two of us, talking about everything. And then at 10 o'clock in the morning, when we finished drinking, we went and made a TV show. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. But yeah, and Phil and Jennifer, great people, great guys.
Yeah, great memories. Back with Joe Beavers and more were from the tower very shortly. Back for an hour with the tower, and the legend is still sat in his chair, Mr. Joe Beavers. We will carry on with the stories because there are so, and either winning the poker million has to be a great highlight in the career of Joe Beavers.
Listen, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, it's my biggest cash. It's a huge amount of money, and it made a big difference. You know, it made a big difference to me personally. You know, winning that kind of money is every poker player's dream. But you know, I got lucky in the poker. I got lucky for a number of reasons. I got lucky in the semi-final against Andy Black. I turned 2 pair, and he turned the nut straight, and we got it in. Yeah, that was in the semi-final. In the final, I got it all in with deuces against Liam Flood's 4s, I think, and flop to deuce. And I got I got it all in with Marty Smith, heads up, with King 4 against Queens, and hit a king. You know, there are so many players, so many great players that have come so close to winning tournaments, but you've got to win the key things. And you never, ever, ever get to the long run in big tournaments. You just, it's impossible to play enough of them. Yeah. And I've had plenty of luck in the tournaments that I've played. If I never win a tournament again, it's not going to average out. You know, I was lucky, and yeah, I did a lot of things right. But I still got very lucky in the key moments. And yeah, that was a long tournament. I think it went on till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on TV, live on TV.
I said that during the time that they were all closing, weren't they? The casinos and stuff like that. Yeah. The Poker Nations Cup. I'm going to ask you to quickly name your team.
I played 3 times for Great Britain.
Oh, you'll remember it then.
We won it twice. Roland de Wolf.
Yeah.
Dealers, please prepare your decks now.
I think I'm there, but how can I check?
What seat were you at?
6.
Seat number 6, then you'll be there.
Yeah. Just checking.
Yeah. Sadly, you can't add 10k to your stack.
I think that's you.
Do you not remember your seat?
It's definitely that one.
You do? Oh, okay.
I'm sure it's hard to get confused when you've got those kind of mountains.
How much do you have? Oh, you don't know at all.
I gave you about 10k, didn't I?
You don't chip accounts and stuff.
Should we do another 2 hours? Shall we? Might as well. We're here anyway.
Go on then. We'll do another 2 just for you. Only you.
Don't tell anybody else.
It's been a really quiet day at the table, Tal.
Don't tell anybody else. We're doing it just for you.
Not been much that's been happening, but got a new featured table. Hopefully they're going to entertain over the next 2 hours. One's Michael Dunleavy, in 2 is Ying Pang, 3 Glenn Gaines, 5 Henry Ride, 6 is Isif Spurbeck, 8 is Seb Young, and in 9 is Maz Bako. We had Terry Jordan in 7 tower, but he busted.
No way, busted.
Just before the break.
You're joking.
TJ was
Terry,
meant to
what are you
be
doing
in
to
7. And Kings for Glenn in the same seat you were when you had the Kings. I just watched it on the break.
Why was I put in the 3 seat anyway? All the best cards were in the 7 seat.
Yeah, they were. I didn't get a pair in the 7 seat. I think the best hand I had was Ace Jack suited. We played 3 games of heads up. I think the best hand I had was Ace Jack suited. Pre-flop. So Maz defends the King 9. 10-4 deuce 2 spades. I think a board that can have some bigger sizes on is Glenn with the Kings. Does go for north of half. Should be first pot going his way.
Welcome back, everybody. Wendy is still in the PLO. She is still in.
Back to backers, that would be. Back to backers after blackers. Seb, King 9, going to open from button, makes it 11. Pocket 4s from Maz. Expect to just see call this deep. I think fine to just peel this one from the small, take a flop. Let's make the call. And should bring Michael in from the big blind here. Queen Jack off, viable defend.
Flop time 3-way. King 7-6.
Yeah, nice one for Seb. Flopping top pair. In terms of range, can have plenty of bets. Nice little one to mix in a check back with. Do need some top pair check behinds, and I guess this one with a backdoor straight draw, low down kick up makes sense. He does turn that backdoor straight draw on this 8 turn. Maz picks up dummy and gut shot, and should be checking to Seb, but Michael going to take a stab now with the Queen Jack. This is what we also do as well, Tower, when we do start checking back some top pairs. We can induce some bluffs from slim equity hands. Michael putting chips in, drawing dead here, and Seb makes the call.
Five of hearts river. And Seb.
Yeah, and could be danger for Michael, because from the big blind, Tower, maybe one that he fancies going after the pot with. We'll recognise that Queen High never going to be the best of it, and does go for the 4K river bluff here. 60%, just shy of, and Seb with the King 9 going to be raising. Still get some value from the 4X here. Potential some non-pair, some 2-pair non-believers, and even some set non-believers. So that makes it 10. End of hand.
So we've just started level number 7.
Feel like YP really doesn't want to be on the feature, trying to hide himself constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Told the missus he's popped out for some milk and accidentally fell into the registration
10 hours
desk,
later.
and he's in a 1K. Yeah, you have to go on the feature, integral part of the live stream.
Yep.
So even if you sign the GDPR and you want to go as your initials, you still have to play on the live stream.
Yep. You can wear the hat.
You can wear a hat and keep your head down. Isif just moves all in with the King Jack suited for 16 bigs, and Henry from +1 after opening the 7s here. Tough one for him. Probably right on the line, this one, Tao. I think 8s and 9s. I think 9s always call in, 8s probably call in, 7s right in that limbo area. And then it can come down to opponent. Do we think Isif here is going to have some worse hands, 6s, 5s, this type of stuff in there? And if we think he does, then probably veered more towards call. We're just going to choose to get out of the way there with 7s, and it was a tough spot. Really been a strange day. Really, I can't even recall one big hand tower. There's not been hardly anything going on at the feature table. Looking for action, not getting it at the moment. Shame we can't even do some giveaways to fill in some time.
Not yet. We've got 12 days. I don't think we'd have a 12-day budget.
I could make a 12-day budget. That's how we should do it. Tom should let me set the budget for the giveaways, and then I just let him know what he's got to cross off at the end of the event.
That'd work.
Today's salary lines are now 100, 300, 359, 133 in the salary.
So Yin with the 4-5 suited, and Glenn with the ace-9 calls from the big. And slight bit of action. We've got double gut shot for Yin, and Glenn with his top pair, not going to be going anywhere. 1400 c-bet here from Yin. 40% is called by Glenn with position, as it should be. Off to turn. Seven of diamonds turn here. Just with 5 high, as Yin may still be happy to send some barrels in, target some bare spade hands that call once, but just with the break slammed on now. And over to Glenn. We'll feel fairly confident here, blind on blind, that we have the best of it. And I think small bet could be in order. Just flushing out equity of some bare spade hands is going to be a win for us. Yeah, I like the size here, 30%. Just if Yin's got a hand like a random Jack 10, 10 of spades, 8, 9, 9 of spades, like all this stuff, just not letting those realise that equity for free. It's going to be good for us. And just even flushing out the double gut shot here.
So Yin 68,000. Chip lead on the table. Maz in second.
Nice to see Maz Bako back. Haven't seen much of him over the last 12 months. Was a regular when we come back post lockdown for a good 12 to 18 months. I know he has a few businesses. Sometimes work takes the front seat.
Yeah.
You don't get much time to play poker, but back in the mix. Look at the size of that menu he's reading. It looks like he's got someone's just giving him a map to the treasure. Either that or he's got a really big iPad tower.
That's some iPad.
Ten deuce off here for Glenn. Fold or raise, I think, is in order. And goes with fold. It's a well-timed fold. Henry had a monster in the big blind.
The A to Z's. I used to have an A to Z of every town I went to when I were working for Whitbreads. Every single A to Z I had, like a cover driver. So I went to a new town. First thing I did, went into the shop, £1.45, A to Z of the town. Stick a great big X on which side of the road the pub was or the shop. Stick it on. Look for next time. I got them all, and then I became the favourite person to go to when somebody was going to a new town. Phil, have you got a map for this place? I'll bring you back.
What's an AA route planner then?
No, it's an A to Z.
Oh.
The A to Z was a book.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
So an AA route planner is just...
A route planner would be online, wouldn't it?
I'm guessing, I have no idea.
Yeah, I had them all. I had everywhere. Crosses on it, name of the pub, so I wouldn't forget what it was called.
You know why they're called the AA, don't you, Tower?
What is that?
Because you know, years ago when there was no mobile phones and you broke down on the edge of the motorway and you had the SOS phones to use.
Yeah.
You got all them loud cars driving past. You're on the phone. You're going, hey, hey. I'm here all week. Thank you very much. Here all week. Here all week.
Welcome one and all, whether you're on YouTube, on Twitch or on Facebook.
Finds kings early on. Now ace king for Glenn. Getting some nice distributions to start the session. 1100. The size to call. Nine deuce suited. Seb gonna think better of it. Just lets it go. We'll see some defend there. The suited hand from the big heads up. Hey there, Mike Tudor. Evening, gents. Do you think Robbie has any chance of catching Cal this week? It would take something miraculous.
Yeah, grand final win.
Side
And maybe
event
a
win.
Side event final table.
Side event win, grand final win, and an FT, I reckon.
Yeah.
Because we'll quickly pop it up now. Nothing happening on the table. So 74 points. He could win the Goliath and wouldn't even catch him.
No, it was 110, wasn't it?
Was it 110 for the Goliath?
Well,
I thought
Tony
it was
got
like
loads,
70. I thought it was like 70 something.
I thought Tony got over 100 points.
Okay.
No, you can work it out. We've got the app somewhere.
I reckon Robbie balled 33s.
Yeah.
King Queen suited, raise and take again. I reckon so, assuming on 400 runners that Robbie won the grand final, that would be 50 points, and then he's still got to find another 30 points tower. That's assuming Cal doesn't cash anything. So if he won the grand final, that's at 400 runners, he'd get 50 points. So he's then still got to find another. He's still got to find another 30 points from somewhere. Let's say in a 700 mini field, he come fourth in a 700 mini field, he'd get 22 points. So even a fourth place in the mini and a win in the grand final still wouldn't catch him. And that's assuming Cal doesn't cash anything. I'd lay it myself, Rowie. I'd lay it myself. Yeah, it takes something miraculous to happen. But you never know with poker, that's the thing. Ace King for Seb. Opens. What's Maz up to here?
He's playing cash.
Well, against Seb's actual hand, not in the worst of shape, and we have position. And do swap a gut shot here, and should be seeing check here from Seb. Fairly high frequency tower. Always say cut off versus button, heads up pots as the opener from the cut off. Want to be playing a high frequency check. And that is just because our opponent's range actually becomes stronger than ours as the flatter. LP versus LP. 10 on the turn, and probably happy to check again here as Seb just on the hunt for showdown. However, I think Maz going to have to stab this now, but going to take a free one. Looking for Jack 7s, 4s and 6s. Doesn't find it. 5 of hearts on the river. Is this value from Seb on the river? with the ace king, trying to get called by some worse ace highs. And Maz says, you know what? I think you got ace high. How'd you like that? Just sticks it up him here with the 7-4. But then what's Maz supposed to have, Tower? What hand check back turn that now want to raise river? Like, what is Maz supposed to have here? I guess a hand like 10 jack could make sense. Raising a 10 for value against this small size. Like 20% on the end from Seb. Don't expect him ever to have a 10 or better for this size. But what's Maz supposed to have, Tower? 5-6 suited, 5-7 suited, something like that. It does get Seb off the best hand, and if Seb just checked there, might have won the pot, Tower. What is Maz repping? Yeah, I agree, Roy. I agree. Check, call river, or check, evaluate, call most sizes, fold against some bigger ones perhaps, but not sure what the lead was about on the end. There's
well played, the Maz.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the block achieves either, /20%, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what it's achieving, because we've got a hand that can still plausibly check call. Tough spot for Seb there with the ace king. Nicely done from Maz. And Michael with the ladies, 3 bets to 3k, facing the gun open from Henry. I think 9's getting this price, nearly 3-1 on a call. Too strong to be folding just yet. We're not loving it after we've opened from gun and we get 3 bet from the button. But I think our hand's just too strong to be letting go, and going to have to take this one to the streets as Henry.
There we go. Flop time. Ace 7-10, 2 diamonds. Likely one. Just bets out. And that's the 9s to get out of the way.
This is what happens, Rory, when you're speaking for 5 days on the trot. You get 2 days for your voice to heal and you're back at it again. Especially, I don't really do much talking other than this job, Tower. When I'm sat at a poker table, I'm silent. I do not say a word.
Yeah.
I'm probably one of the quietest people you ever meet at a poker table. And then out of the poker table, I don't really do much work. She's usually talking, I'm just listening. So there's not much talking going on other than this specific role.
You not talk to Cat?
I have a chat with the cat every now and again. When she's not talking to me, yeah. Well, I listen to the cat more than anything.
When does the schedule come out for the UK IPL in Coventry? The schedule we don't know. I'm guessing. When is it the first one, Cov? It is, isn't it? So I'm guessing next week. We'll get Jim on the case. We'll see what happens. After all, it's only the 17th of January. All we know about the new UK IPL is that the main event is 560. That's it.
It's like the
All I know.
old GUKPT stocks.
Yeah, yeah. Mid table, 560 main event. Don't know the side events. Don't know the buying with the side events. That's all we know. Is that it literally is a 560 main event.
I'd probably play the ones, Carl, with the best value, which is going to be like the minis, the fields with the bigger fields. I always find the minis just a dream. Honestly, they're just the most dreamiest comps ever. If you've got a bit of game about you and you're good at hand reading, like you don't even need to be really, really good, but you're just competent and you understand what's going on at your table. Like when you do get that good distribution and you run above EV, it can just be a breeze, those mini mains, and the structure's great in them as well. And then when you do get your day, you can definitely run deep and probably going to be 40k, 30, 40k up top like there usually is in the mini main. I think they're one of the best value comps you're going to play in the country.
Yeah.
Really soft fields.
Well, there Conor Reid has posted up information about the 888 events. Thank you very much. We will be streaming the 888 events next year.
So open from Yin and gets punished by Glenn, and that should be end of hand. Yeah, we'll see you in Coventry, Carl, and then if not Manchester.
Yeah. There we go. That's the 888, 560 main, the big shot 400, the eye roller 1100.
What's wrong with your hair? Your hair's lovely.
Lovely. Looks like you come on the bike. So the eye roller
we got chips, Wendy, in the PLO. They don't need to know about that.
They don't need to know you've re-entered.
She's got starting stack.
Nice one, Wendy.
So Yin with the fours makes it 1.2, and Glenn going to be getting involved again. Sixes, just expect to see call most of the time. Don't really see too much free betting, if any, with these small pocket pairs. And Henry with the ace-10 there, just letting it go on the button. Could we have ever shoved that for 25 after a late position open and a flat? Could have been room for 4. I'm just going to let it go. Heads up between these two. I do like Coventry because I love the hotel. I love the fact you can walk out the casino, straight in the hotel, 20-minute walk, get to your room. But hopefully we're not in Walsall, one of them rooms this time. You keep putting the furthest room away from the door tower.
3 times running.
It's because I call up a week before. I go, hello, my name's Mr. Tower. I'd like to request a room that's far away from the lift.
Get my steps in for the week. That's it, you get an hour dinner break, you can't get to your room and back. Yeah, it's a lovely place, Cough. Really well, the CBS Arena. There are plenty of times next year. At least 3.
That's just in January.
There's the beginning of the new medal, 300, 600, 600, you've got out 366.
So 30 minutes left at this level.
Michael, Queen 10 suited. Opens from gun. And then hocking, I've got my room booked for the Goliath already. Usually bunking with Razor Kev, but don't want to put up with my snoring next year. He's made me book a hotel in the Coventry Centre.
Oh well.
I don't even know how that works, hocking. Razor Kev doesn't even go to bed when he's in Coventry. He just sits at the bar for 7 days.
Place.
Got to be in the room to hear you snoring, surely.
The same place.
Ace King suited for Seb on the button. No one ever gives you credit for a hand on the button. Seb with the goods. Raises to 1.1. Oh, and Michael with a nice tidy 3-bet candidate here from the big blind versus button ace deuce off. Very nice one to use. That is just going to go with defend.
Seven, 3-3.
I think what we're happy to see bet here is Seb. Still likely to have the best hand, button versus big blind, but going to go for the check behind. So maybe just straight away on the hunt for showdown. Definitely one that could have had ideas of c-betting. 4 of hearts on the turn. So Seb now picking up nut flush draw, and Michael going to take initiative here. Board that's slightly more favourable for us. Defending from the big, leading for 1.2 into 29. So 40% just shy of. Seb with his nut flush draw, easy call to the river. And it's the Queen of Clubs, so Ace King height. Going to be the best of it. Now down to Michael. Whether he is going to choose the bluff, checks it over to Seb, who surely will check back Ace King this time. A6 suited for Seb from the cuff. Raises to 1.1. Ace Jack suited for Michael from the small blind. Just going to play cool. One we could potentially 3-bet. Going to play flat. And over to Ying, who should see defend.
Ian says cool.
Ah, gone for the squeeze instead, Tower. Makes it 5k with a Queen Jack off. Seb has been opening a lot of hands, to be fair, so I don't mind this. I know we can see Seb's had legitimate holdings, but from Yin's perspective, may look like Seb's just opening too much, and plausible candidate to go for the squeeze as a bluff with, but not going to be working because Michael, ace-jack suited here, should be coming along, even facing this hefty size. Should be a lot of offsuit ace-x in here that we dominate. Although we got to navigate out of position. Hand's too strong to be folding just yet, and does have Yin in a dominated spot.
King, king 10. Here's the flop. So we've got the flop for Yin.
Yeah, maybe already in my head tower. Going to be sending this down the streets in terms of barrels. Firing here on the flop with his up and down. Not going to be working. Michael should be continuing here with Broadway draw, overcard, backdoor flush draw. There is the call.
Nine of hearts, kings.
What about picking your own turn cards?
Exactly.
Yin turns the nut straight, and Michael picks up nut flush draw to go with his gutter ball here. And as Yin, we just gonna want to try and get the chips in over 2 streets here. I think 12k is nice tower, 2/3 on the turn.
Yeah.
Putting 43 in the middle and then 33 back, setting up around 2/3 just over, closer to 3/4 river jam. That goes a big up. It's like 85% here from Yin. And still can have king queen, still can have ace king, can have 10s, can have 9s, still with plenty for value. Queen jack that elects to squeeze pre-flop, as he has on this occasion. But Michael turning a heap of equity and getting 2-1 on a call here. I think we're just going to have to make it and see what the river brings. Price just too attractive. Just annoying tower because we're out of position.
Yeah.
Are some scenarios where we can be drawing dead against 10s and 9s. Don't get to dictate action on river. Like hard to play leads on the river. So it's actually a really annoying spot, although we're getting 2-1 on our money here, and in theory only need 33% equity. A really annoying spot here for Michael with the ace jack. Might we get one of the dream turn cards for us, but does just let it go.
A lot of people will be calling there.
It's a really annoying spot tower.
Yeah.
Harry Lodge comes to the table to join us.
Harry.
Dealers in the Omaha, your playing zone of 500, 1,000, 1,395, 1. Please be the deal. Entries for the tournament have not closed.
Ten 9 suited. The Henry. Folded. That is tight. makes it 1.6. Blind on blind versus Glenn here. Jack 4 off. Glenn just going to let Yin take that one away from him. Pocket 10s for Harry. Makes it 1.1. Michael going to make a loose pill from the cut-off, but he's got the chips to do it. In with a call over to Henry. King Queen suited here, and I'd probably be sending this versus Harry specifically here, Tower. Some players I just call and take a flop, but Harry's going to probably open like all this 7-8 suited, 9-7 suited, this type of stuff at this stage of the tournament, and this King Queen suited for 25. It's just going to do very well in terms of a shove. But Henry just going to take the passive approach and just head to the flop and gets a nice looking one with top pair, decent kick up backdoor flush draw, up and down for Michael. One overcard to contend with for Harry Lodge as the opener with the 10s. We're board in terms of range that I think Harry will have a lot of bets on, regardless of holding. Looks like he's going to bet range the King 9-7 Rainbow 30%. And Michael up and down, he's not going anywhere, makes the call. And now hefty amount in this pot, 6.4 in there. Henry with 11.8k back. Is he just going to go with it now? Never folding, just a decision of whether to call or whether to move all in. Harry's still going to have stronger King X and Aces, all the sets as the opener. Is just going to call. Much better top pair to call with than, for example, if it come 9 high or 8 high, it just needed less protection. And interesting turn card, Queen of Hearts brings in flush draw for Michael. Jack 10, which was double gutted on the flop, does complete. So expect to see Harry start checking now once we get called in 2 spots. And we are going to choose the barrel here, essentially turning our 10s into a bluff. So it does check it over to Michael, who has just 8 high, an up and down, and a flush draw. And it's going to fire.
It's going to fire. Been inclined to take a free one there.
You're a bit wary, aren't you, Tower, about Henry's overcall on the flop.
Yeah.
Like Jack 10 will be in there, we'll have some King X. It's quite a scary overcall once it goes bet call on the King High board, but Michael undeterred and does fire for 3.5. So just south of half. And now Henry, our time has come. Should just be moving in, and does. Harry has an easy fold, and Michael going to have to call this off now. 3-1 Tower, we're up and down, and a heart draw. Can't be folding. 15 outs from our perspective. Like 15 outs at 2.4% an out. Have to call this off. And not going to love what he sees, Henry. Got the world to fade here.
How do we fare in this one? Do we get there?
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Big fade. Sounds like my golf swing, that big fade. We need to play Tower. Next year has to be the year.
I'm going to make a special effort to come down and see you. You can come and see me, and we'll meet in the middle.
I've got to get me heads up home back from last night. Heads up golf match.
There will be a lot of, hopefully, the weather is nothing like it was this year.
I can't wait till we walk up to the par 3. I get on the green in 1. You take yours, and I'm there in -1.
I tell you what. When you come to St Anne's Old Links, if you get on any of the par 3s in 1, I will think of something I could buy you.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they that hard?
They're the toughest par 3s, and they look so simple.
You know how to take driver on the par 3s?
The only one you could get on with driver is 16. But you wouldn't land it on the court. If you hit the driver, it just runs straight through.
You've not seen my driver.
Telling you.
Go on,
Wendy.
I'm the only person ever.
Yeah.
We were playing a course. I can't remember where it was, but I've taken a driver off the bat. I don't know how it happened. Physics, it didn't make sense. But I've taken a driver off, and it's bounced on the green, and they're all going, "Oh, that's going well for it." It's bounced on the green, and it's spun back towards the hole, and they go, "Did you just get backspin on a driver?" But you will see some unorthodox golf, Tower. I'll tell you that.
Well,
but you'll love it. You'll love it. Yeah, especially
the best thing about the Old Links is there's no trees.
Yeah. Oh,
flat.
really? Yeah, lovely.
And it's flat.
Is it flat?
Completely.
Lots of putters from 110 yards.
Correct.
Now. Okay, that's what we like.
Especially in the summer.
Just let it run.
My mate's got that old Nick, who we saw in Blackpool quite a few times. He plays off. He plays off 7. And he hits a putter from 40 yards off the green.
Yeah, mate, I love it. I love a putter from not even 40 yards. Like sometimes on a par 5, I'll take putt on the second shot just for a better layup. Because rather than hooking it or shanking it right or left, it's always going straight. And when you get 2 shots a hole, your course management is where you get your points. I'm looking forward to it next year. Get the cameras out. We got some news, and now if you notice, there's a few extra packages in there that weren't in before. John McCann's got a package.
He's not even here.
He hasn't been here for 7 months.
Somebody tell him. Somebody tell him.
If you were tuned in a couple of hours ago when we showed the National League, it dropped down to Michael Howard. But now an extra 3 packages have been added.
John McCann's made 10 grand. He's not played since June.
There you go. So 3 packages have been added, and I can confirm at the moment there are 28 5K packages for the playoff.
Can't wait to get that on the live stream in January. Cannot wait for that. That is so much fun. We'll have roving cameras and everything all around all the tables and everything.
We'll have Wendy with the chip lead folding people's big blind on blind.
Yep.
So there's the new updated MPL with the added packages. So
Very
3
nice.
extra 10k diamond packages added. So now Navdeep, John McCann, Tim Chung all in the running.
And look at the difference between Ravi and Tim.
Yeah.
0.7.
Yep.
0.7 difference. There's 10k and there's 0.7 difference.
28 packages in the playoff, 72 runners. However, last year there was about 60 something because there was 10 odd people that didn't show up for the playoff. Was it 1?
1 last year.
There was more than 1.
Was it?
There was definitely more than 1.
I thought there was only 1.
Sure, there was a lot more than 1. For the playoff last year, there was a few no shows. I recall.
No show.
Yeah, there was definitely more than 1.
Was there? Well, there we go. 3 players have made 10k at this as it stands right now.
And quickly, before this hand's dealt, there's the 2024 dates. Hawk Dinio. There's the dates. Best thing to do, just screenshot, and then you can go back and look at it as you please. And we've also got the 888 dates that we are going to be at as well. One thing I've noticed about the Leeds one tower, 28th of August to the 1st of September. So are we only streaming 4 days for the 888s, I'm guessing? 5, so I'm guessing a cash game on the Wednesday. No?
28, 29, 30, 31, 1.
Day 3 of the...
Day 3 of the mini, okay. Oh yeah, 30 days has September, April, June and November.
Well, that's August.
All the rest have 31, yeah, you're right.
Well, flipping, I tell you what. Been around in August sometime, me, you know. I've been around 55 Augusts.
Have you?
I have.
That's a lot of Augusts.
Get to Newcastle in spring or summer, and I'll get Sleazy to booze the football. Wait, that's Newcastle under Lyme. That's in Stoke. So that's near you.
Okay.
That's a lot closer to Newcastle.
Stoke near me?
Yeah.
I thought Stoke was like right up north.
Well, Stoke's junction 14 and you're junction 6.
Okay. Does Seb just never leave home without Ace King? Ace King again. Just 3 bets the raise from Harry, gets it through.
There's a Saturday of 1 minute remaining on your break. That's 1 minute remaining on the break. Please listen for receipts deals. If you have 3 players activity, please prepare your next time.
So Michael with the 1 gappers, the old 10-8 of hearts.
There's deals in Saturday of players on 2 400 and 400 people on the 2 4 please be lead.
A putter for a second shot on a par 5. Do not knock it till you tried it, Sean. all I'm going to say, if I've got a distance in that I'm never making the green in 2, impossible. But my putter, I always hit around 140, 150 straight, 100% of the time, and it always leaves me a distance in I can get the 3rd shot to the green.
Yeah.
Why would I not take putter? It's just the same as laying up with a 9-iron or a wedge. Like, it's the same thing, but I've got more room for error with my wedge or my 9-iron. But my putter, always straight, always about 140 yards on soft ground, obviously.
Do us a favour.
Yep.
Put your hand out. Count to 5.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Do it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What?
Well, Rob's just looking. The way I count to 5. Yeah. No, that's what I did see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the way I've always done it.
I was wondering what's going on then.
It is. No, it's just the way I've always done it. I have no idea why. I need to do it on the left hand exactly the same as well. On the right hand, exactly the same. I don't know why, just weird things. Just one of them things. There you go, D's notes, I'm with you. Me too, it's just, I've never done it. I don't, honestly, can't remember me ever doing it any other way. Bizarre, eh? Honestly, Andy B, I've always done it like that. One of them things. One of them weird and wonderful things.
Seb, another nice holding. Queen Jack suited this time from cut off. That's with the same hand on the button, one we could go for the free bet with. Just counting out 3 betting chips. And it's going to be back on Seb, who definitely cool here, and one that could even 4-bet tower up this deep. These sort of suited broadways, the non-ace ones, can be viable 4-bet bluffs. Hands like the King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack suited, all will be in there. But Seb's just going to go for call, which is the route you tend to see most take. And not much going on for either here. Maz does have the betting lead, does have the overpair advantage, and looks like he's going to c-bet. 30% on the flop from Maz. And Seb does have 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw, but out of position, maybe less inclined to come along here. Still is going to take one off with the overcards and the backdoor spades. Both players with the backdoor flush draw. 6 clubs on the turn. And if Maz can find the second barrel here, pot will be going his way. Would still be barreling here with all our 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, and he's going to represent and get Seb off of a chop. Should just be end of the hand. Not insta folding here, Seb. Thought this would be straight into the muck. It does get out of the way eventually.
$80 bigs for Maz, sorry, 160 bigs, 80k for Maz. Heading towards the next level. After this hand, one more hand, and then the next level. Day 1A of the GUKPT, which is like a Midi.
The Midi made in the new bank level 360 to 600 bid 93.66.
Evening, sir. Watching on YouTube, well, you well. Can't we line it up with a little giveaway? As soon as we get the message to say we can, we will. But as we're streaming for 12 days, it'll be really hard for the online team to give us 12 days worth of live credit. So we'll wait for Tom to send us the message. We have a long way to go. So as soon as we do get the giveaway, we will let you know when they are and what we're going to do with them. Still do it, don't we? Somebody drops something. Yay!
So all in and a call here. Massive shoving the pocket fours. You can call in the ace 10. It's a flip.
Off we go to the races. Six, 10, 9, not the best lot for the fours.
Yeah, backdoor club's not even there, Tower, so going to need a 4.
Yusuf can't hit the clubs. One of the 2 4s in the deck. Oh, Yusuf is gone, it's a 9. Yin gets him and moves up to 81k. Do a Tower RJ thinks for fun, says Valerie. We don't mind that.
I don't even have to track the chat box then.
Hiya, Mr. Paul Skinner, watching on YouTube. How's things? See, you don't always have to give things away, you see. People like it just as it is.
19, 6.
We're all good, Paul. Thank you very much. How's yourself? Where are you? What are you doing?
Six three suited out of the way. Beautiful sight to look down at on the barn. A couple of kings for Henry.
Old Henry used to run the GUKPT. Did Henry back in the day?
Did he really?
Henry Ryan, you used to be card room manager here back in the day. Long time ago now.
Harry finds an ace just north
They're
of
in.
20 BBs.
And Harry says, have some of that. So Henry, who's now playing in London, was part of the GUKPT staff a long time ago. I think it was Southampton. 337. Where's the ace, says Harry.
There it is.
There it is.
Just rattles it off on the turn and improves to a better two pair on the river. But either way, it's a switch of stacks between these two. Harry doubles up through Henry.
This is the final call for third win in the Omaha. Please retake your seats. You have 2 minutes remaining on the grid.
The all-in, my shed. Love it.
As I was walking back from getting the waters, I passed Jamie Nixon, so
Okay.
his daily trip to try and bag today isn't going too successful at the moment. But I think he's going to jump in for 30 bigs for another bullet.
As he should. If he can only play today and Sunday, Saturday, I'll play tomorrow.
That's 15-minute break in South Lake.
As opens under the gun. Always drinking a can of poppies, Harry, isn't it? Never without a...
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Never with a water, always got the old pop.
Right.
Seb with the aces. He's had some hands this session as Seb. Makes it 4.3 to go. Back over to Maz. Unfortunately, don't know what Maz is working with here. That is making the call, and we're heading to the streets.
With a 1,000 figure, 95-1-1. Please look in field. Entries for this tournament are now closed.
You see Queen 7-5 Rainbow. Should you see small continue here from Seb. Small C-bet does get called from Maz off to the turn. It's the 8 of spades. Not too much worry here. I guess Maz will have 7-8 suited this deep. But other than that, just pocket 8s. That really changes anything. Not going to be any 9-6, 6-4 in there. So happy to get another street from some King Queen, Ace Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited here at Seb. And even a hand like 9s is probably going to be calling one more street. Happy to put some more chips in the middle. And sizes up, goes to 12.5k now. over 3/4 pot, setting up a river jam. If Maz does choose to call, let Maz out of there.
Lines 3-6, day 1-8 of the Midi main, sorry. How many runners is there in the room? Every single table is in use. I think it's 35 tables. Every table's in use. And don't forget now the app, you can check on everything in a lot more detail. Poker Live app, there's an update. If it doesn't update, go into your app store, click on the Poker Live app, and now you should be able to see the clock. Tell you the runners, 85, 67 for day 1-8, 45 players remaining.
That will treble plus more tomorrow, Tower.
Yep.
We'll get 200 at least for flight 1B tomorrow.
Rossi for 1-2, Rossi for 1-2 over.
Raise 1.3.
So level number 8 of the day, playing all the way through till the end of the day, which will be around about midnight. Click on the 4-card Omaha and it shows you all the runners. So 87 in the Omaha, 43 players left. You can buy in on the app if you have live credit in the top right hand corner. Eventually mine won't say 0. You can have something in it eventually. That's my aim for 24.
Okay.
But the Poker Live app has had a massive upgrade and it looks amazing, and you can also buy in now via the app if you do have live credit in the top right hand corner. Eventually that'll be rolled out to all events, not just NPL events.
Over to Maz on the button, folds to him, opens to Jack 10. Yeah, I like the tawny clock, it looks very good. It's nice when you don't know as well, when you're on dinner break and you go get some food off a site and you can just go on the app, see how long's remaining.
Yep.
Michael flops best here with the Queen 10. And Jack 10 here for Maz. I think viable continue. Nice one to continue here, blocking some stronger Queen X and some nice backdoors. Still fold out some King highs and Ace highs. Yeah, there's one of them backdoors. Let's pick up the heart draw. So does Michael. Yeah, it will be great for the Goliath, you're right, Dreamcast. Being able to just buy in from your device, not having to queue in them queues.
Exactly right.
And King on the river. And could be one that Maz wants to fire on here. I think I'd like it as Maz. I like big though. Chunky sizing. Yeah, but go small, and I don't think this is ever working versus a queen for half pot. Maybe trying to make it look like a value bet, trying to level Michael into folding. Does look like he is crying for a call here. Maz's size that he's elected for, but I think a queen here is just going to be too easy of a call here for Michael, especially with a heart in our hand, and does flick it in. Have there been issues with that function of the app? My live credit balance isn't correct, says Rick Cheetah.
That's something I can't tell you about it. I don't know what the I don't know regarding personal details. If you think there's an issue, head to the club. We'll see Jim McShane here this week. We'll grab him in the booth at some point for 10 minutes. Then we'll chat all things related to Gummy Poker.
Yeah, part-timer this week.
Well,
we're here since Wednesday.
Exactly. All day yesterday, all day today. Where's Jim? Jim, where are you? Sat at home, feet up, watching the live stream.
Probably.
Hi, boss. He goes around from club to club on a regular basis. Never stops, that fella. Never. He'll already be.
Does he do all of them? Does he? Will he be like Plymouth one week and then Aberdeen the next?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep. He will indeed. From Blackpool he went to Liverpool, and he went up to Stockton, and he went down to Birmingham, so all kinds of things. If he's not at the tour, he's always somewhere else.
So hold on a second. If he's not at the tour, he's always somewhere else. So basically everyone who's not at the tour is always somewhere else as well. If they're not at the tour, they're somewhere else.
Was that a correct statement?
You might as well have said that the sky is blue.
So, well, I wouldn't know. I've not seen it for 6 months.
If he's not at the tour, he's somewhere else. Thank you very much, Tower, for that great bit of information for us.
Knowledge is king, you see. So we'll get chatting to Jim. I've heard he's in the club on Tuesday. So he'll be here on Tuesday. We'll grab him for half an hour.
How are we doing, Richie Bernard? Yep, nice couple of days off to reset. I had a nice long kip on the Monday. I think the boss thought I'd left because he was chasing me. He was trying to get hold of me, Andy, on the Monday.
Yeah. And
I woke up on the Tuesday, 3 messages from him, like 6 hours apart each time. I thought he thought I was just done with it all and just ignoring his messages. Now I woke up 19 hours later.
I was saying he didn't realise he had 19 hours and then 3 messages and then started to sleep. Did we have a good couple of days off? Yeah, we did.
I had 1 day off and slept 1 day.
I had 3 hours sleep one day, woke up, felt like sleeping all day, all in the afternoon, never slept, had about 3 hours the night after, and then got the train to London.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Ace high board. Harry is the opener. With the stronger ace-x and has flopped the flush draw. We could see c-bet here, tower. Obviously one player that does have position on us, but I think queen jack of spades here, just going to be a nice one to put some chips in the middle and potential to run some barrels down the streets as well, but that's going to be getting through.
There you go, Shell Poker's nailed it. If your eyes aren't closed, they're open.
That is basically what you said. If Jim's not on the tour, he's somewhere else.
He will be with us Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yep, that's what he said. He will be here chatting regarding the app. Anybody got any issues with it? Fire the questions regarding the app. But if you do think you got an issue with your balance, just go to the cash desk and ask them. That's what I would say. Yes, Richie. That is correct. That is correct. There are some people that won't like the Goliath going up in price, and there are other people that will realise that it just had to be done. Such an enormous tournament. Sean the 147 says, I have an issue with my balance. I keep falling over. Like it. 36 minutes left at this level and the session. Then a 20-minute break, then one more session to go. Happy Thanksgiving to all our American friends.
It's 200 it's going to be the Goliath this year, is that right?
Correct.
200.
Yeah. Michael, good NFL today. Yeah, always 3 matches and always the Dallas Cowboys won the games.
Always?
Always. They signed a 100-year contract to play on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
There's a Sunday box of 300, 600, 600, big man, 366.
So Harry just sending it with the 7s for the effective stack. Going to get 2 folds.
Michael watching the news says there's good NFL on today, which there is. There's 3 games on. There's also a game on tomorrow for the first time ever.
Go on.
They've called it the Black Friday Special.
Okay.
So they're celebrating Black Friday, which I don't even know what it was. It must have been some collapse in the world. Black Friday. I'm guessing it wasn't a good thing. And now there's a game on. Paul Skinner. We are Grosvenor Poker live now on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook.
Just Grosvenor Poker on
Is it?
YouTube, yeah.
Just Grosvenor Poker, not Grosvenor Poker Live.
Yeah, just Grosvenor Poker on YouTube.
The GUKPT has been dropped because obviously we're going to do the 888 festivals next year, so everything will be on Grosvenor Poker. Grosvenor Poker Live as it comes up once you click on Grosvenor Poker. So because we're doing a lot of 888s, we might be doing events with other people in the future. You never know what might happen, what's coming around the corner.
Yeah, I'm going to have an all-in and a call here.
Yin is going to be doubling up Henry. That's what I reckon anyway. I reckon Henry's going to get a double. Good shout. I'm 78% favourite to be right.
Sounds, I'll take the 78% as well, Tower. Must be a queen in the muck. For Yin, should have slightly more equity here with the ace queen, even versus ace king. I think draw into 2 queens.
Clean. As you like for Henry. Yep. Fade into the 3 queens, one's in the muck. And does.
30 minutes to go until the final break of the day. Hoping to have some giveaways tomorrow. I'm just waiting for the go ahead from online.
Open 11-4.
Hope it's not Wendy, she had chunks.
Oh, in the Omaha?
She's up to 60k in the Omaha.
How does she do it?
I don't know, Tower.
I don't even know what I'm doing, she keeps saying. She obviously does. Keeping that under the radar.
1.3 from Glenn. And several sixes here. Expect to just see call from the small blind. All he does. And Maz now should be defending the King 10. Expect to go 3-way.
Difficult dealers in the Midi main after having progress through a 20-minute break. It's 20-minute break in the Midi main.
Ace 10 5 flop. Maz flops best.
Never won the Glen. Should be continuing here. Fairly high frequency. With the equity to the nuts in form of Broadway and just our board as the opener. And look at that, even Maz just letting go of the King 10 there. Not wanting to get involved with second pair. Got average stack at this point, probably around 35k, 40k I'd say. Reckon around half the field gone.
So Yin 63k, Maz 63k. No real dangers, 27 bigs of the short stack.
Open. Queen Jack, just lets it go. King 4 suited for Charles. As the same. Henry with the ace jack of clubs is going to get in the mix, makes it 13 from +2. Seb's in.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know who's got the ticket. Okay, yeah. What do you want? You want my number? Yeah,
Five, 6, 2, the ladies flop. Nice flop for Henry.
I think supposed to play check here. Out of position to Seb, heads up a fair amount. But looks like Henry just going to fire in terms of his actual hand and the equity that he's going to have within the pot. The 2 overcards and the nut flush draw. And Seb with gut shot 2 overcards himself should be taking a turn. Well, forget that. Going to go for raise here as Zeb with the 9-7 suited. We'll have the deuces, the 5s, the 6s, but Henry also going to have these hands. Also, Seb might start raising some hands like 7s, 8s, 9s would be viable. And then I guess the bluffs are going to be some front door flush draws, some 7-8, 7-9, 8-9 suited. Although I expect the 7-8s and the 8-9, 7-9s that start raising to perhaps be of the spade variety with backdoor spades. But just going to take this 9-7 of hearts and make it 37. Back over to Henry here, who's never folding, just thinking whether to perhaps take an aggressive line and free bet or whether to just flat and take our equity to the turn. And just goes for the send. Sticks the lot in, 30k. Straight into the middle.
Go on, Henry.
And Seb with aces. The man has had some hands this session, I'll tell you that. Plenty of premium holdings. Going to get some action here from Glenn, and Glenn's actually got one as well that could perhaps dip into the 3-bet range as a bluff once in a while, but just going to do what most people will and just defend 700 more. Glenn flopping a gut shot here and could potentially have some donks on this board, especially with a 5 in here. I think could be a viable donking opportunity, but it goes with check, and Seb got one that could potentially check behind here as well. Just in terms of range, we can get put in a really nasty spot the times that we are check raised. Glenn gonna have all the straights, 2 pairs, a lot more stronger hands than we do, although we have the overpair advantage. Glenn gonna have the nut advantage on this texture.
10 of spades turn.
Yeah, so like the check back from Seb, because we can also start inducing some bluffs from Glenn, but once we get the green light, Glenn checking it over now, going to be going for some value. It does for 1500, 40% thereabouts on the turn from Seb, and Glenn does have a gutter ball here. An ace high can still be the best hand versus a late position opening range, so Glenn does make the call off to the river.
King of diamonds, Seb with the check mark. So Maz raising up to 1.2 with the 1 gappers.
Then goes with call. Charles defends the Queen 9 from the big for 600 more, 3-way to the flop.
Lock time. 10-8, 6.
Oh, nice bit of action for us. Top two, double gut shot, backdoor hearts and overcard. Everyone got at least a little piece here. And Maz just going to put some chips in the middle of his top two pair. Expect Glenn to call and Charles to call. So expect to go three-way to this turn. Glenn with gut shot, backdoor hearts and overcard here. I think definitely going to be continuing. Might even be thinking about a raise here as a bluff with the ace-9 suited, and is going to go for the raise here. And this is unfortunate for Charles, because now becomes an easy fold with our double gut shot met with this action in front of us. It's very annoying once we flop a decent amount of equity and don't even have to get to see a turn, but can't be cold calling this raise here as Charles, and just going to have to let the queen-9 go. And then Maz, expect to just see call from him with the 10-8. Oh wow, look at this, get a cold call. Having a little punt as we can on day 1As when we have some bullets in the chamber and we can fire again. Don't think we would have seen this call in a freeze out tower or a tournament where we wouldn't have the option to re-enter. But Charles does throw in the cold call here with his double gut shot. And back over to Maz, the 10-8 suited. He's probably thinking, what is going on here? I've got top two pair. What are you two up to over there? Maz makes the call and off to the turn. Here comes the 5 of spades. And Glenn gonna have to wave the white flag now. Once we raise and it goes cold call and Maz calls as well, just want to get out of this pot as Glenn. We're done with a hand. And checks to Charles. Charles gonna check, and now Maz just has the green light to put some chips in the middle. I said he has the green light, but checks back the 2 pair and the 6 on the river. This is a funky hand tower. Maz's check back there on the turn. Very surprised to see that. Thought we were always going to see bet. The cold call from Charles can't be good on the flop. Really strange hand here playing out, but I guess Charles might be thinking about bluffing, but he's not going to, and it checks down. And last aggressor, Glenn to shows the ace-9 of hearts, and Maz's going to take this one with the 10-8.
Over the 10-8, holding a 17k pot. Chip leader, Maz, 75k. 15 minutes to go until the end of this session, then a 20-minute break. So the live stream will cut off around about just after 10 to for 20 minutes.
It might be dinner time for me then as well, Tower. Get some food in on the break.
Like it.
There's remaining in the Midi main, please retake your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break. That's Midi main players, please retake your seats now.
You ordered it. What are you having? Salad? Slice of toast?
I'm gonna go with a lamb, which is seems pretty nice to be fair. So
the lamb rump is on the menu for the restaurant.
They used to have me lamb shank here at the Vic a year and a half ago. I used to always lamb shank, then moved to the chicken. Took the lamb shank off, and they took the chicken off. But I think that's what we've settled on for today. We've got plenty of time throughout the week to try everything. Check, check on the flop. 7 on the turn, so 5's of Harry still best. I think could see a little probe here now, tower. Once it goes check twice from Henry, like just flushing out equity of an overcard and the counterfeit outs. The times it comes at Jack or 9 or one of the overs our opponent can have. It's going to be a win for us, and can still get some value from some gut shots out there. Does go for the small probe. Takes that one. International break's over now, so we've got a full football schedule on Saturday, I'm assuming.
Calm down.
Yeah?
Calm down. You've got Rotherham United live on telly tomorrow, sunshine.
Rotherham United live on telly?
You've got Rotherham United live on TV tomorrow. You're in for a treat.
They were on TV against Ipswich the other night as well.
They play Leeds United tomorrow. Get all your mates to lump on Leeds.
It was actually really
Not
fun.
like they did against Ipswich.
I was playing a cash game, and we had a tip of Ipswich to beat Rotherham, and everyone on the games lumped on it, absolutely lumped on it, and it was on the Tuesday night that the Champions League was on, and everyone at the poker table was watching this Ipswich Rotherham game like it was the Champions League final. Like everyone was watching it like it was the Champions League final, and then you got the Champions League on the other channel, and we're all hooked on this Ipswich Rotherham game. It's the first time, I think, I've ever watched 90 minutes of a Rotherham game in my entire life. Line here, Harry bumps it up, Henry out the way. 10 minutes to go, final break of the day, new featured table when we return.
Cost me you a lot the other day, Chris. Cost me big time, let me tell you.
What, your 5
Mansfield.
20p Akkad, they let you down?
Chris made in last week. Look what happened in Blackpool.
Treble coming.
Treble came in.
Yeah.
The minus one
Yeah,
came in.
the 4-0
The minus
come
one
in.
at half time and the 4-0 came in. I had -1 Blackpool at half time. Mansfield -1 at half time.
They missed a penalty.
They missed a penalty in the 31st minute to make it 2-0. They can't take penalties. They're rubbish. They're off the list. So they're going in the treble this week on the assumption that they're going to lose.
Okay. So you're back in the team that are playing Mansfield. They're the one we're putting in the treble, yeah?
I don't even know they're playing. Not been in the lab yet. Been too busy.
Busy?
Paul Skinner used to live in Rotherham. Played rugby against them when I played for Waff upon Dearne.
Who?
Waff.
Waff upon Dearne?
Waff upon Dearne. Little village in Rotherham. Can't believe it. -1 at half time. They're 1-0 up. They get a penalty. I'm jumping around. Can't wait. Boom. Miss. Heading towards the break. In about 8 or 9 minutes time, we'll have a break. And look at that, for the first time in nearly all day, we don't have the cards for Maz. Rotherham Rugby Union Club used to be very good. He had 7 promotions in 9 seasons. Hiya Victor, we are in London.
The Victoria Casino in London is exactly where we are. Good to have you on board. Wath is a nice golf course, very nice. I had my golf lessons there.
Got a shot for Glenn. Looks like he's going to double barrel.
Gets 4.5k. Maz in C9. No, it's definitely not the table. It's always a cards rip cheater. Best thing about Rotherham, it was called Tivoli's. Tivoli, Tivoli's. You paid a tenner to get in, and you could drink as much as you wanted to for a tenner. You had to have the same glass though, so you couldn't mix and match. You literally had to keep hold of your pint pot and go to the bar and refill it for a tenner.
For a tenner?
For a tenner. Obviously that was a long time ago, but you could. It was a tenner to get in, and you could. Oh, and the bar was free.
Nice.
It was packed. Aye, Tivoli's. That's why the Rotherham end. That's why the home end of the Rotherham United ground is called Tivoli.
You'd be lucky to find a place in London now that you can just get a pint for a tenner.
Correct.
Fives for Michael here. Should just see defend most of the time. Scored 26 on the back
26
nine.
on
What
the
is it? A
back nine?
pitch and putt? 1 under on a pitch and putt. Makes sense.
That's 8 under to the handicap.
Lovely looking flop for Michael. And should just play cool here, tower. Keep our range wide, and it's a board that Seb could definitely go to town on, being the opener, the ace high board. King of clubs on the turn. And Seb does have the 7 of clubs in here. Probably at the stone cold bottom of our range. And it's going to go for the double barrel for 3k. Michael also with a club here. Obviously. What? Did he realise he had a set? Just snap folds a set on the turn? That can't be right. He couldn't have had pocket fives, could he?
Wow.
I'm gonna say that can't be right. Folding a set on the turn. I'm gonna quickly go and watch it back, guys, see if there's any card slipping into the wrong box, but I doubt it.
So Sherlock Holmes is on the case.
Here we go. It's hard to see from this camera angle. It's really hard to see.
Yeah.
Josh Bell's had enough. He's off to bed. He's seen that hand. Good night. Ace 8 for Seb, raises to 1.3. Maz with a 6-4 suited, pills button. Michael's in with Queen Jack, and Ying going to come along from the big blind. Probably this hand and one more. Not much going on for anyone here other than Maz. Does flop an up and down straight draw. Four-way, going to be less inclined to continue as Seb, so just check it over to Maz in position, who doesn't choose to fire after flopping his up and down. And that's a bit of action on the turn. Both Michael and Yin turning top pair here, although both going to want to be proceeding with caution. 3 other players in the pot. Michael just comes out firing. Round third. Yin turning top pair here. Yeah, folding set shouldn't be allowed, Larry, I agree. I think you should get instant disqualification.
So the river, the 2 of spades.
Yeah, so just going to be check now. I expect Tower. Both players just going to take their showdown. And then that will take us into the final hand of the session. Well, I say that. So Yin now turning his jack into a bluff here, essentially, maybe thinking that once Michael checks, he's never got a spade and he's going to have a lot better jack X than us from the small blind, all this jack 9 suited through to ace jack. And now turning his top pair into a bluff and putting Michael Dunleavy in a really nasty spot here on the river. And the fact that this has gone like this, I expect it to be the last hand now. We've got 20 seconds on the clock.
Down. You know how fast Michael Crash decides to riffle. Definitely the last hand. Means we're back at 10 past 10.
10 past 10. And does
get
fold and get out of the way. Oh no, we got 30 on there.
Plenty of time. Get
30 seconds.
3 hands in yet for Crassy, that. Last hand of the session. Maz up to 70, Yin on 68. We will see you after the hand. One more hand to enjoy this session.
I want to know when this heads up's getting plugged into the brake clips.
Maybe have wiped it clean. We've seen the King's hand. We've seen how lucky you can play.
We're lucky. What else am I meant to do? Am I meant to fold top pair heads up to 1 bet on the turn? Am I meant to do that? And a flush draw I had. You were actually lucky not to lose more that hand. If you bet flop, that pot's a lot bigger.
I was waiting for it. They're trying to trap.
So Charles last hand going to open the 6-5 suited under the gun. Why not? Why not? Obviously not going to be winning long term, but
everybody's off for 20.
It's going to work, and Charles takes it. We're on a 20-minute break. See you in 20, guys.
Julian Gardner. There was an online qualifier.
I think, was that Francis Turner?
Ian Fraser.
Yeah, Ian Fraser. Oh, the Razor himself. Surinder Sumana.
Oh, Surinder. Okay.
Neil Channing.
How can I forget Mr. Channing?
How does Neil Channing get into a Nations Cup?
Hadn't he just won the Irish Open? I think he just won the Irish Open.
That's right, yeah. He was on form.
Yeah.
He was on form. I'll tell you what, the Nations
Cup was a lot of fun. It was kind of late night poker, but for countries. Everybody was watching every heat. It was a lot of fun. I remember the American team had Robert Williamson in it and Clody Gowan in it. They were fun times, real fun times.
Did you try and defend the Poker Million?
I did. You know who won it the next year?
Who won it the next year?
Marty Smith.
Marty Smith. I
think
think that was
lucky against him, and he won it the following year.
Wasn't that the time where he had 1.5 big blinds and he decided just to and came back from such?
Yeah, he lost a massive pot to Liam Flood.
Yeah,
he was 100 to 1 on Betfair to win it, and he went on to win it. 1.5 big blinds in it.
Yeah. It was. I remember. I actually
6-handed. He had 1.5 big blinds.
Yes. Yeah, I remember watching and thinking, well, that's it, game over. And then all of a sudden, we win a hand, we chuckle away. Then he wins another hand, then he chuckles away again. It's
Very good friend of mine. Lovely, lovely fella. Lovely fella. You know
Yeah.
the name? He's got a little boy. Do you know what he's called?
Surely not Joe.
No, he's called David James.
Is he really?
Yeah. After the West Ham goalkeeper, obviously.
Obviously, not the Liverpool goalkeeper. TV poker appearances over the next few years. Did it change? Did the TV change from it being, like you said, sat in the green room with pizzas and vodka and cokes and whatever it was? Did it all change? Did it become more professional?
It's not so much more professional. It became more sterile. It became more clinical.
Yeah.
Or it became. There were many more shows, and there were lots of spin-offs and stuff, and so the originality wasn't there anymore, and it lost. I mean, there were still people watching poker, but it wasn't a new thing anymore. And I mean, I suppose things like the EPT and GUKPT filming stuff and that kind of stuff was. But it was very different, Phil. It was very, very different from the early 2000s.
I think one of the major things about obviously filming in areas like that was the smoking, no smoking or anything like that. That completely changed, and drinking at the table seemed to be a bit prohibited.
Some of my favourite stops on the old poker tour was the ACF, the Aviation Club in Paris, used to have. They used to have the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and they'd have 4 festivals a year. They used to have a great restaurant. You used to pay £15 or €15 for a really nice meal in their restaurant. Really, really good meal with wine and everything.
Yeah.
And it was almost compulsory for the Frenchman on the table next to you to have a great big cigar blowing his cigar bloke in between bites of his steak. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was like. And so smoking was. It was everybody smoked, and it was kind of an accepted thing. Very, very different.
It was, and then we get a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, and we've still got a sponsorship deal with Grosvenor, which shows that Joe Beavers is still standing the test of time. Did it change the way your outlook on poker, having a sponsorship deal with such a company like Grosvenor?
The nice thing about being sponsored by Grosvenor is I've kind of come full circle. The first tournament I ever played was in an old Grosvenor casino when I made my first mistake, trying to give the guy that won the pot chips. Chips for my next buy, and I played in that Grosvenor casino 5 or 6 days a week for quite a few years. I've played more cash poker in the Victoria Casino on the Edgware Road, Grosvenor's UK flagship, if you like, than any other casino in the world. And before the coronavirus lockdown, I was a regular there in the PLO game, anything from between 2 and 5 days a week. Playing in the qualifying for the rate race every 6 weeks, and I would be classed as a regular there. So I like playing there. I like the players. I like the staff. It's an exceptionally well-run card room. So to be a Grosvenor sponsored player, we have a great team. I love the guys that I work with. You media guys are okay as well, I suppose. But it's fun. And do you know what, Phil? What I love is, for instance, my favourite stop on the Grosvenor Tour is Blackpool, and Blackpool is as close to the World Series of Poker in the early 2000s as it could ever be. It's the same players, it's the same fun, it's the same feeling almost. You go to that stop and it's what Vegas was 20 years ago.
It certainly was, and obviously, so going back to lockdown, Goliath is the greatest tournament in Britain. I've got a little. I always like the little story that you keep telling me that back in 2018, I think it was, you played 96 levels, was it 96 or 95 levels, and still never made day 2 in the same Goliath.
I really grinded. In order to get to day 2 at the Goliath, you have to navigate 16 levels. Day 2 starts on level 17. I played every day, and every day I bust either on level 15 or level 16. Now, I didn't make day 2, and I played my heart out. Every big confrontation on one of the last 2 levels, every day, I got beat. You know, whether I was 80% or 50-50, I got beat. And the guy that won the tournament, Mika Tika Toika, I played more levels than him, and he won the tournament.
It's brilliant. And just obviously, there's no Goliath 2020, which is a shame. But for anybody that's going to be watching this, quick word on what it means and why they should actually play Goliath.
It's just the best fun tournament for a small buy-in with a massive field and a massive payday. It's a really good, fun week. You know, lots of people, they set it up as their World Series event, their one event a year that they want to play, and you know, £100 buy-in. What's not? What's not?
And obviously obviously talking of Vegas, the road to Vegas with Team Grosvenor. You've been there a couple of times.
No, this has become one of my favourite weeks of the year. Sadly, this year it's been postponed, but we'll be back next year, bigger and better, twice the beer, is what they say, right? Twice the beer. And like we had like 30 qualifiers last year, and I've become 20 qualifiers the year before. It might have even been 40 last year. It was quite a lot, and I've become friends with a lot of those qualifiers. Friends that I chat to, you know, week in, week out, and we talk about stuff, and we socialise together. We still have Vegas WhatsApp groups from 2 years ago, where Jeff, Katie, me, Andy, and Trig, we all chat together with the Vegas qualifiers, set up predominantly for the Vegas trip to help everybody. But we have so much fun on that WhatsApp group; it still exists. And Team Grosvenor really look after their qualifiers on the road to Vegas. We have some great nights out. We obviously get to play a World Series event on that week, and you know, I'm really looking forward to 2021.
Yeah. You touched on Blackpool being your favourite GUKPT stop. Any more that you really can't wait to play?
Yeah, my second favourite GUKPT stop is Blackpool. And my third.
They should have an event in May and an event in the winter. I'm totally with you on Blackpool, and obviously poker has changed a little bit, but people still put Blackpool on the map every single year. And one person we saw in Blackpool last year was Mr. David Hay. He went up. He got the David versus Goliath. This was a big promotion, and it was incredible, and it was a fantastic story. Obviously, you were involved with the documentary. 40th out of 9,300 and being involved, you have got to be pretty proud of yourself, Joe.
David definitely did better than most people thought he would do. I mean, yes, people have said he had a few rebuys, sure he did. But it doesn't matter how many rebuys you have. I mean, as I've proved how hard it is to get through to day 2. But by the way, I have got through to day 2 on other years. But it's a real slog. It's a real tough thing to do. And not only did he get through to day 2, he made the money and he went very deep. And his exit hand would have bust any of us. He was particularly unlucky in his exit hand, flush over flush. So yeah, you know, it was fun making the documentary. You have to remember that a lot of stuff is made for TV, but it's you know, it should bring a lot of new players in, and we'll look forward to Goliath next year when hopefully David will be taking his seat again, and it will be bigger and better than ever before.
Totally agree. We're going to be back. We're going to be back very shortly. We're going to be back with more from with the Tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. We are back an hour with the tower and the legend that is Mr. Joe Beavers. If you could summarise how poker's changed in 25 years plus, what would the main couple of things you could say?
I think, well, there's lots of things that's changed, right? You have to remember that the first time, well, when I first started playing major tournaments, there was only one tournament in the whole world that had a 10,000 chip starting stack.
Yeah.
That was the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah.
The weekly tournaments that I used to play at Sergeant York started with 500 points, 25 blinds. I mean, I tell people that story, they just don't believe me. But 10,000 starting stack was the only tournament in the whole world, and that was the championship event at the World Series of Poker. These days, if you start with 10,000 chips, people are saying it's not enough. So the whole dynamic of the chip stack and the leverage in that stack has changed, and tactics have changed. The education that you can get your own personal poker coaches now. You can analyze your hands from online and live, and you can do it using all kinds of different software. You know, all the different game theory and exploitative different strategies and stuff. You know, there were things that didn't even exist. I remember, you know, chatting to Barney one day, and Barney and Ram, and they were saying, listen, Joe, he said, if someone raises on the button and the small blind calls, don't look at your hand cards on the big blind, just 3-bet. I thought this was the craziest thing ever, right? But I started doing it, and it started working, and I started picking up chips without looking at my hand, right? And now, if someone does that these days, everyone calls it a squeeze play. They know what's going on. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, no one knew what was going on. They just think, oh, he's raising from the big blind, he must have a big hand. The small blind is kind of, you know, it shouldn't really be there at all, and the button's raised because he had position. So all the tactics have changed. The fields have changed. They're so much bigger. The tournaments are so much longer. There's a lot more stamina involved. So, you know, there's many, many more talented players. A much larger percentage of the players at the big tournament know what they're doing, and it's tougher.
Does that make a difference to what you play now? Do you play more cash than you do tournaments? Do you play more Omaha than you do Holden?
Predominantly, when I first started out, I used to play nearly all cash, and I used to use that to finance the tournaments. Obviously, you know, things are very different for me these days. I like playing tournaments. I like playing Holden tournaments and pot limit Omaha tournaments. Playing cash, I definitely favour pot limit Omaha cash. But if it's not available, I don't mind some Holden stuff. You know, it's just, you know, if I can get into a good game, I don't mind what we're playing, really.
Obviously, with the Hendon Bob, and also on the Hendon Bob, do you know where you are on the England's all-time money list?
I know it's a lot lower than it used to be.
Right, we're going to I'm going to quickly run through the Hendon Bob and where they are on the Hendon Bob. Where are you?
35th.
You're 39th.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad. Barney.
29th.
Oh, I was getting a bit better than that. 22nd. Ram.
31st.
I'm actually amazed he's 24th, because I've not seen Ram Vaswani in a tournament table round playing poker in Britain for years, and he's still 24th. Shows how good he was, by the way. And Ross.
41st.
56th. You're giving him far too much credit. Far too much credit for the Hendemon, but it doesn't mean you're not all super players. I'm going to run through a quick fire section.
Can't guarantee quick fire answers.
Right, here we go. The best player you've ever played against.
Okay, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, there's 2 or 3, but I think it's got to be Phil Ivey. He just has an awareness at the table that people don't have. It's like he sees through you and he sees through your cards, and he does things that it's like he's a magician. He's just very, 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 very talented player.
The most fun you've ever had at poker table?
Joker's wild at Goliath.
The big.
Let's see how long they last. This one, so. Okay. Don't turn your stuff like that.
Let's do it again!
Last 2 hours of the day.
Last 2 hours of the day. Finishing around about 12:15.
There we go. New featured table. We'll run you through the players. In 1's Danilo Oppo. In 2 is Lee Wang. 3 Sandeep Gill. 5 Andrew Seedon. 6 Antoine Saru. 7 Dave McConaughey. And in the 8 seat is Jack O'Neill.
Jack, first time I've seen Jack since Vegas.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play too many...
massive runs in the main event.
Yeah, too many comps. He's actually... I've been playing against him in some Omaha cash games the last couple of months. Didn't even know he played PLO, and he's been getting amongst it in the 6-card streets.
Yeah. Well, super run in the main event.
Yeah.
12 or 13 or
Yeah,
something like that.
last 2 tables.
Brilliant run.
And speaking of main event, Antoine's back. Another deep runner in the WSOP main. Final table in the main event a few years back now. Everyone's ready to go. We're ready to go. 2 more hours for us.
First dealers in the Midi main event of 400, 800, 800, table and 4 dealers,
So here we go. Last session of the day. Another full card room, 1 empty table.
So for Andrew in the cut-off, should see open. Looks like it's been a very good day for Andrew. Going to be one of the biggest stacks in the room. 90k going into the last session. Exit 17. And Dave with the Queen Jack in the small blind. Could continue this one. Both options available. No, goes for the one option I didn't think we'd see, facing cut-off open. Just lets it go. And Jack 6-3 off here in the big blind. Just going to let Andrew get that one through. What's the cover and stack? At PLO comp sounds like everyone is having a great time.
I can't hear Wendy's laughing.
She's still in, she's got plenty. She's on Cal's table.
Oh, right, okay. Cal's here, is he?
Yeah, Cal's here, Rob the Russ is here, Robbie Ball's here.
Awesome.
All in the hunt.
See you, Rick Robbie.
Sorry,
Blind Jack completes with the 8-6, and Danilo will check his option. Danilo flops best.
Yeah, ace 10-4, 2 hearts.
Jack gonna have a stab for 1 BB. Danilo calls. Sounds like he should be playing left back for the Brazilian national team, this man, Tower.
There probably is a footballer called Danilo. There has to be. Somebody will Google it. He has to be, like you say, he has to be a left back
for Brazil.
He has to be. Danilo's a great name. Who does he play for?
King on the river here. And Jack just with 8 high. Could be one that we have a stab with here. Target some 10x, target some 4x. But just going to give up, and Danilo going to take it with the 10. Packages?
12. It's the double satellite.
Oh, another double satellite tonight. Double satties everywhere.
Was it a double satty?
I didn't think it was.
Was it not double satty?
Mike definitely just went packages.
Thursday, mini and main satellite.
There you go.
That's the package. The Midi and the main. So obviously you play the Midi tomorrow, and you play the mini when it comes around on Monday.
Nice.
Like it.
And look, Tower, we got something else on there. I just saw new button. New button.
You got a new button, ladies and gentlemen. There's the live stream schedule. Tomorrow from 12:30 with A1B.
Wow, lots of 12:30 starts.
Yeah. Yeah, day 1B going to be very one of those where it's going to be a little bit slow to start with, but it is what it is. Midi day 2, day 3 always busy. Cash game at 6:30, Midi at 5 o'clock, mini at 5:30. I rolled it at 1, and then to finish off the season.
If you win the heads up, what day would you take off, Tower?
If I win the heads up, I would take off the. If I win, I would take off. I would take. Oh, I don't know.
Because I'm in a bit of predicament. Because the Saturday,
yeah,
I miss your treble, but your treble's in a lot of good form. So maybe you don't really want to be taking the Saturday off with the form you're in on the treble.
True.
Because there's 2 trebles this trip. We got one this Saturday and we got one next Saturday. So the wallet could take a pounding, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
No, I forgot my t-shirt. I didn't pack it.
And when things are going your way, Andrew has obviously had a great day. Opens deuces, flops bottom set, and Danilo's just flatted the ladies in the. What? Nah, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. That can't be right. We'll have to get that checked, guys.
Here we go.
It was box 1 as well last time.
Again, we can't actually see it, can we?
There's no way he's got queens.
Yeah. Here comes Sherlock. And obviously with that camera, we actually can't see it, can we?
Oh, close one. But it's difficult to see with this angle, but seat 1 again. But usually we always say it's either seat 1 or seat 9, and it's just down to the cards getting pitched across them cars.
See, if you hadn't lost the heads up yesterday, the dealer would have been on the other side of the table and been able to see it.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Just because you flipped the table in a rant.
I wish I had one of them things as well that the waitress is going around with. Didn't get a single pair yesterday in the heads up, so I'll bowl of them down there. Couldn't get a single pair yesterday. All I'm saying, Richard, it's hard to play an hour of poker and not get dealt a pair. Especially heads up when hands are coming at you thick and fast. Probably a hand a minute. 60 hands, no pair. 1 in 17 every pair. I'm running well below the pair EV tower. And I'm just getting the excuses in, but... Right, Andrew, another pot goes his way. All things working for him.
Yeah, I don't know if we, when we were setting up the feature yesterday, we just never even thought about it. Because obviously when the winner's picture's on, you're looking straight from the dealer's chair straight to the other side. Can't spin it now, it's all set up, it's all cemented into the ground and everything. So when the winner's picture comes on Sunday, it'll be sat in seat 5.
I can't use the sleep excuse. Rip Cheeto had plenty of sleep on Monday, to be fair. I nearly slept a day, 19 hours, straight through as well. That is when you know your body needs
Does Alice not even think to wait, touch it or do anything about that? Does she just leave it?
Unbelievable, Tara. Literally went to bed
and woke
up, but all the washings just hanging out magically appeared on the just all hanging out.
You did it in your sleep, did you? Just sleepwalking. Love it.
No, she knew. Obviously, I was absolutely bushwhacked after the Blackpool leg. It's not exactly like in Blackpool. You finish the shift, you go home, you sleep. There's a lot of ongoings when you finish at the end of the day. But we're all refreshed, ready for another 12 days of live streaming.
We are.
King Jack for Dave, going to open. Raises to 1.8. And Lee with the goods in the cut-off. Couple of kings. So I expect to just see 3-bet here from Lee. That looks small, Tower.
4.5?
Yeah, 4.5, fairly small this deep. Trying to keep Dave in, perhaps, but Dave can't do anything but fold. King Jack off would be a big mistake to call after opening under the gun and peel a 3-bet out of position. Always say it on stream, these offsuit Broadways, once we open early position and we get 3-bet, just have to send them into the mark.
There's our Frankie. Works as hard as anybody. All the floor, all the staff. Great job this year. Well done, one and all. Pete Robbo, how you doing, pal? How's the streaming going? What's been happening with you? We are Grosvenor Poker Live because next year, rather than the GUKPT, we do 888s. We might be doing other things with other people as well. You never know what might happen in 2024. People love us. Cardroom Direct, Grosvenor Poker, Jim McShane, doing an unbelievable job. Andy Booth, Cardroom Direct, just sets the standards for the live stream. Me and Jay turn up and it's all just done. It's all ready. Well, Jay turns up and it's all ready. I have to change t-shirts before I start talking in the comms box. Yeah, it was a very rapid change around. We don't mind it. It's one of those, isn't it? Last year we did the 1st till the 18th of February, 1st till the 18th of December last year, so we had a couple of weeks off after Blackpool. This year it's just one of those where it just fell, where this year's has been pulled forward because of the EPT and because of Vegas and everything like that, so they decided to pull it forward, which we did, and it was just one of those with a quick turnaround. What we're going to do for a month, that's the big question after this event. We have 5 weeks off. What are we going to do? Working with Poker News. Hopefully do some stuff in the future with us. leave this leave the streaming to Young Gun Robin Poker. Is that him on that Poker Gold thing? Robin Poker. Working for Poker News, good lad. Enjoy the job. Wherever it takes you. Why do we only eat Christmas pudding at Christmas? One of the nicest puddings there is, and it's only ever eaten at Christmas. Why? Should be on sale all the time. That's it, Game of Gold. PK's into it, Jay's into it. I might have to watch a couple of episodes myself. Where do I find it? YouTube. I might even do that tonight when I get back. You never know. King high flop, King 6-2, all spades. Sandy with the redraw with the 10 of spades.
The draw is in today's satellite quiz. Retake your seats with 3 minutes remaining on the break. Anybody wishing to contact
Sandy turns at 10, gets to check mark. After it pairs on the river, Jack O'Neill. In the main event, $430,000. I remember being on the rail for a while watching him. Jack O'Neill busting out, and Sachi and Joshi just bust out just after him in 13th, and Stato was 18th. That was a great final two tables, let me tell you. Superb from Stato, $345,000 watching Jack and Sachi, and then obviously we had two fabulous results. Toby Lewis in 7th and Dean Hutchinson in 6th.
On the break, that's a 1 minute remaining. Dealers, if you have 3 more players in the table, please compare the next time.
Busy 12 days ahead for us. Hi guys from Ian Needleman. Hopefully well enough to play in the seniors. Has not been the best last few days. Also looking forward to the informed Towers treble. Indeedy, indeedy, indeedy. Well, get yourself better Ian, and we'll hope to see you for the seniors. Is the seniors the final Saturday? When is, no, let's have a bunches. When is the seniors? Must be the last weekend like it normally is. There we go, Sunday the 3rd, the last day of streaming for the GUKPT for Grosvenor Poker Live and Card Room Direct this year. The seniors, 1 PM, 200 in. There you go. Hope to see you then.
Players and dealers in the Sally wins of 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 and 501 dealers, please begin the dealer. Entries for this tournament have now closed.
Ace high flop, ace king 8, 3-way to the said flop. About 1600, Dave calls. Heads up to the turn. Queen of clubs on the turn. Got shot for Andrew with a pair. Unbeknown what David has got. So in the tank is Dave, there's Andy bets 3.8. Dave McConaughey raises to 9.1. And it folds, unbeknown to what Dave had. Initially called, give me the ace king pre, because he had a 3-bet. And kings and aces. No Mystery Bounty at the grand final. No, they've not been too popular here in London. Different places like the Mystery Bounties, good runners in Blackpool, but not London. Obviously they've got the Midi, which we don't normally have at 12.50. just winding down, lads, before I go to sleep. What time are we back on tomorrow? They've forced us to come in at 12:30. 12:30 tomorrow, we'll be in for day 1B. We will be here Friday, Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 for the remainder of the Midi, which is like a GUKPT, as it's a 12:50 round. Looking forward to it. Should be good numbers. Danilo. We need to know who Danilo played for. There must have been a footballer called Danilo at some point who had a football club. Jay set the question. Did Danilo ever play football? Now then, we have a flop, 10-9 for Danilo. Gut shot with the flush draw. Leo doesn't have much of it at all. Leo Wellington Lees, he's had a slight trim as Leo. He's had a Christmas haircut. He finished 15th. Hark Dino. He finished 15th. I was there. Stato was 18th. Jack was 15th. Sachin was 13th. Toby was 7th. And Dean Hutchison was 6th. There you go. We found a football team for Danilo.
There you go.
Real Madrid. Oh, and now plays for Forest. And there was a Danilo at Man City. That's a popular name.
It is a popular name. Jack King 6 suited makes it 16. Leo comes to the table. The ace jack here from the small. Never folding, just thinking what option to take. Whether to call, whether to 3-bet. He's going to go for the aggressive route, making it 5.2. Should be working versus Jack's holding. And there's one that plays for Crawley Town, the one that everyone knows, that Danilo from Crawley Town.
I love it.
7 to Dave. Going to open from gun, makes it 16. Leo's card's not showing on the button. Looks like calling chips.
Could well be one card.
What do you reckon? It's an ace tower.
Yeah, could well be the ace of spades. Well, just trying to get a deck change maybe. No, they would have done it today, have we?
I don't think so.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Just going to slam the brakes on here now as Dave done with the hand, met with 3 overcards here. This looks like Leo is firing. Like 40%, I don't know, slightly more, 4.2 into 8.2, so just south of half. Should just be hand over.
Yep, indeed it. Some big stacks on this table.
Those dealers in the league, you guys have 501,000 and 1,000 this is the last level of play today.
Sandy, 10-9 suited, opens to 21. Anton notice on him, or is he just in
sleep mode?
Yeah, this can't be right, Tal. Something's not right with the whole cards here.
Yeah.
He's never got Jack 6. I'm going to go back and watch it, but because it's not the 1 seat, but it's just not a shove, is it? Antoine never shoving this hand.
It's got to be Ace Jack, hasn't it? Surely.
Ace Jack, Jacks, 6s.
Yeah, it's got to be Ace Jack.
Well, we're going to get to see. It's 6s, Ace Jack, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, all going to be in there.
Did Mikey text us once? I know he texted us at this level. He said that Lethal Louis might have pitched a card into somebody's box. Yeah, Ace Jack. So the Ace of Clubs. He thinks it's Lethal Louis.
I'm going to watch it then.
Yeah, 2 cards in his box. First pitch.
Yeah, so
there
just
you go.
a card pitched
That's
into
right.
the wrong box.
And doubles up anyway.
Yeah, 2 cards into Antoine's box. If you
Yep.
go back and watch it, guys.
Dave's first card went into the box of Antoine.
So he did know it was on him. My apologies.
The dealers into this Saturday are going to have progress for a 15-minute break. That's 15-minute break in the Saturday. Anybody wishing to enter or re-enter today's Saturday, there are 15 minutes to do so. There are currently 47 remaining and 12 packages of the grabs.
Aaron Span, how's Brazil, mate? So the Queen for Andrew makes it 1.7, and Antoine here with the deuces on the button. 22 big blinds facing a cut-off open from the big stack. Maybe thinking about sending here, Tower. I would never send versus MP or EP, but when we're on the button and it's a cut-off open, definitely seems fine. And does go with shove, and Dave has woke up with the goods in the small. Love this when there's an all-in in front of us.
Yep, this is all of it.
1% equity for Antoine Tower. Both deuces in the muck. 1 in 50 shot. How's he going to wangle his way out of this with no deuces live?
There we go. Then we get a 3 diamond flop.
Brazil is sweltering, not surprised.
Yeah. I don't know what is the weather like? Is it just like nice all year round?
No idea, Tower.
In Brazil? Oh, we got 2 diamond
Oh yeah, suddenly doubled our percentage. Gone from 2% to 4%.
What about the 4 diamonds?
Oh!
The 8 of diamonds.
Imagine winning this with a 2% shot pre-flop. He's now got 16%. So diamond needed.
He's got the 4 of clubs on the river. Stormy and really humid. Once on boat in, bust out, and he's gone again.
Okay, it's for Lee. Come with open. Under the gun.
Is remaining in the PLO, please retake your seats. So less than 2 minutes remaining on the break. That's what there's the Omaha. Please retake your seats now.
Handy this time with the Cowboys.
Been playing fairly active as well, Tal. So this is a beautiful scenario when, from the table's perspective, looks like we're just getting amongst it a lot and getting involved, and we've picked up a legitimate holding It's going to be squeezing 7k-ish, something like that. 7.2 would be the 4x, but around 7k. What I'd like to see here. Yeah, it goes for 6.7 thereabouts. Now back on lead with the 8s. Always find in this spot the 8s to the limbo area, open under the gun, and we're met from a free bet. Like 9s plus always continuing, 6s and below always folding, then sort of 7s and 8s in that middling ground of what to do. Yeah, been a good turnout span. The side events heaving, the PLO and the satellite as well.
Yeah.
Not too many in the main
31
today.
seats in 2 satellites.
So Lee is in with the 8s. Now Sandeep. He's in as well. So we've got 3-way free bet coup. And Andrew with king. So you know what's coming on the flop tower.
Well, we know it's another king. Always happens. Apart from me yesterday.
What a beautiful sight to see. You squeeze with the Cowboys, you get 2 callers in the free bet coup, and you just drill the top set on the rainbow board. And why not just boat up on the turn, just in case there was any degree of uncertainty in our minds. Just boat him up on the turn. And now going to want to start getting some chips in this pot, but we're going to go a really small size in here, Tao. We want continues from 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. We want some continues from perhaps ace, queen. So it shouldn't be going large. It does go fairly small, south of 30%. How are we doing, Bacon Ruffles? Hello, hello, hello. Just played my first game of 7-a-side in 2 years. I'm still class, boys. Don't worry.
I like it. Like it.
Funny you say that, Ollie. I literally played my first game of 7-a-side in about 8 years a few weeks ago, and I've not been back since. It absolutely killed me. So 5 on the river. Andrew just goes for the lot, and Lee is out of there. I couldn't believe how unfit I was. Did score a nice little, nice little peach though. To be fair,
nice.
We lost 3-2, but
how big are the nets?
Got on the score sheet. They're like, I'd say they're probably about 6 foot tall, and probably about 6 wide as well. They're like the old 7-a-side goals. That
know what you mean?
Ace 4 suited for Sandeep. Goes for limp under the gun. That's mixing it up, and Leo with the Jack 9 suited. Just going to get out of the way. A bit wary of this limp. Might have opened this one if he was first in. It's just the blowing that gets me after, like when you're like you got the ball or you're running after the ball, like you don't realise until after you've done that run or the ball's out of play how much it actually affected you till after, and like just trying to get my breath back. It's just when you haven't done it in years. Smoker as well, ex-smoker.
Tough.
Litre,
even before you reach 30, you're still puffing playing 7-a-side.
Litre of mayonnaise a day. All these factors.
Is that real line, white line?
All these factors, honestly. But I think I told you last time. Always had this one thing I always used to do: kick the ball round the player, run round the other side, and like straight onto it.
Yeah.
And I tried it at this game, and I've kicked it past him, gone round him. I'm sprinting the hardest, and he's jogging alongside me. Like, you're all right, mate. What are you up to? Like, just having a slow jog. I'm at 100% sprint, and it's like, okay, I'm not the player I used to be. Just got no acceleration now. It's crazy when you stop for a long time. But back to the action. We got Jack bumping it up with the King Jack. Sandeep comes in with the Ace-4 suited.
Queen 3-6 gone clubbing. What a flop for Jack. You know he's not going to get any action. No matter what you do.
Not getting no read off this man. So I was stone-faced sat there. Didn't even flinch when he flopped the flush.
And that's exactly how he sits at the table as well in Vegas. Final 2 tables of the main event. No action, unfortunately, for him. You try and let him catch up. If he's got the ace of clubs, we're betting he's getting a call.
It's 5G now, Gibbo. I remember I used to play on 3G, and I went with Tim Chung, that you'll probably know through poker. He said, come along, see how you get on.
Is that not just a network signal?
And I asked him a question. I said, what do you play on? He goes, 5G. And I'm like, 5G? It used to be 3G when I used to play.
So that's not just a network signal?
That third generation. It used to do 5-a-side ages ago. So
wow.
Interactive pitch. Imagine it, little lines on the pitch, like where your pass is, like a shot tracker at golf. I'd love to get out one day with you, Tao, and have a kick about.
Not a chance.
I'd love it. Just like little headers and volleys, bring the cameras. Just like, it's not much. We'll play walking football for you. We won't.
You know when I started this job,
yeah,
I'd have done it.
You would have done it?
Yeah.
Now?
I'm 15 years older.
Okay.
Or 16. Year 16 this, you know. Year 16.
3-bet from Lee. Takes it down. Nice sizing. Something I do regret not carrying on with the football.
A lot of people love it, don't they?
Yeah, I love playing it, Tao, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing it for the first time in a long time. Just as you say, your body. If you haven't been too kind to your body for a long period of time, and then suddenly you start running around, it's not going to feel too good the next day. It's 9 for Dave, going to open. Could just fold this one as Jack facing +1 with the 4s. It looks like he's got other ideas. He's going to go for call. Sandeep wants to dabble with the suited connector from the small blind. Dave flops best in the form of top pair and a board that will have some C-bets on. Still got Jack to work with on a direct left though. So wouldn't be surprised to see check. He's just going to fire. Hand over. Carl Lakeland, I'm not bad in the nets, Jay. If you ever need a keeper, I'm at one of the stops. I'm happy to jump in the net. once won a five-a-side tourney in Preston. Not Rob Adams, that's right. All them cakes and Krispy Kremes in the comms booth.
Who's that little Italian player that plays for like AC Milan, like Galletti or something like that, who like gets booked every game? Who was that?
Gattuso.
Is that him?
Gattuso.
He used to get booked every game.
Yeah, probably Gattuso.
That was PK on the pitch.
Was it? Was that PK?
He turned into a raging animal.
Yeah.
Centre mid. He got his hair slicked back, they look like a Greek midfielder. And he used to slide in knee high every year. Unbelievable. You've never seen anything like it. And I'd like to see you two on the pitch together, let me tell you.
For bacon ruffles, yeah, the old 1-2s with the boards. The 1-2-3 was a favourite in the corner when you're in the corner and you kick it like at an angle at the board, so it bounced off the board from the other side and come back to you. The 1-2-3. Assuming you played in the pitches that were like cages and were just all covered by boards. You'd actually love this as well. This was a funny story. Thankfully this was years ago, so I don't think the picture's still circulating anywhere. But we played one night, rainy night, over a place called John Warner in Hoddesdon. Pretty rainy night, and we always had a rule: if you kick the football over, at the end you got to go and get it.
So you should.
So, end of it, I'm one of the people. I've kicked the ball over, so I had to go and get the ball. So they've got them green metal gates. It was like a school, you know, the big green metal gates. So I've jumped over it, and as I've jumped, my foot slipped, and I've been human wedgie, and I'm hanging. This is no lie. I'm hanging from this gate, the other side, so they're all on that side, and I'm hanging there from my shorts, just on the gate, like my foot above that. Honestly, the pain, like I had like this red mark. It was really painful, but it must have been about 10 years ago. But literally, I jumped over the gate, slipped, and my shorts caught on the hook, and I was just hanging there like that, and I couldn't do anything. That no, don't even go there.
Even better if the gate had been open. We could have just gone like that.
Yeah, if the gate was open, yeah. But God, that was something. That was.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but I was literally just hanging there. I was helpless, actually helpless. My feet couldn't touch the ground. I'm just hanging there by my shorts, like help.
There's the Kev. Come on, Tom. Let's get an over 50s team going. I'll be manager. I'll be water boy. I'll be water bottle boy. Oh dear.
Yeah, imagine Will McMurray in a five-a-side team. Yeah, it'd be like Vinnie Jones, wouldn't it?
Vinnie Jones who got booked after 4 seconds when he tried to do Gordon Strachan from the kickoff.
Just over an hour left to go. Should be about midnight finish.
Yep.
Yeah, I reckon Paul Maguire, Span saying Paul Maguire would work in an over 50 team. I reckon he'd be fit. He just looks like a man that goes to the gym, has a morning swim, looks after himself, eats well. Maybe it's something we need to do. GUKPT, five-a-side football tournament. Everyone puts in their team, and the team that wins get some sort of free roll. I think that would be a way to go. Get a GUKPT five-a-side tournament. Bring some cameras for some content. Sam Deep getting after it with a 9-do suited. Leo continues for quarter. Quarter gets it done. Carlos Satrone, centre half. That would be some team. Carlos centre half, Will McMurray just sat in front of him. You're not breaking that down, are you? Oh yeah, Anthony Gardner, that's a good shout. What's he, probably early 40s, Anthony?
Yeah, he's not 50s.
Yeah,
Nowhere near
wouldn't be able to put him in the over
10 years,
50s.
no. Maybe 5 years, maybe.
Albert as the ref wouldn't take any nonsense, makes sense. Do you know what, I'm going to have a think. I think Leeds next year, we've got ages to arrange it, post it on social media, everyone gets together, a six-a-side team, anyone that plays on the tour, and we'll have a little mini tournament. Obviously have to put some subs in to rent the pitches, but you got firing 1Ks like they're 20p rebuys there, I'm sure that won't be a problem. Now we're doing the nuts.
Yeah, the nuts.
All good. I reckon we'd stick Tower in goal, Razor Kev.
I'd stick Barry Neville in net.
Barry Neville.
We could have Tony Gale, Teddy Sheringham, Tony Cascarino.
Kings for Sandy.
Who's old Jimmy who plays as well?
Jimmy Kebe.
Yeah, Jimmy Kebe. He plays in Coventry. We get Jimmy Kebe involved. How old's he?
Probably.
Well, we'd have a right team.
We would.
Sandeep with the Cowboys.
Line for this is 12.50.
3 minutes to go until the end of this level, and then the last level of the day.
There it is, Tower, back to normal. A-side board.
There we go. Normal service is resumed.
Expect Sandeep to start checking now, don't need to protect from anything. And Lee Rivers at 4. So the Kings going to be good.
So have some of that. Nothing Sandy can do. Flush draw there, ace on the flop, king's having to fold to the jam. Hello's James Madison. Is he not over 50?
Not over 50.
Damn. He was in Cov this week.
Well, Neymar plays as well.
We could get Ronaldo, the big one.
The big one. The big one from Brazil. Yeah,
he's going to be nearly 50, hasn't he?
Yeah.
We have a right team. Ex-footballers playing poker in Grosvenor casinos.
It would be great though if we could all get, everyone brings their 7-a-side team.
I need an
Pays the subs. We've got our team, Team Carter and Direct. Me, you, PK, Mikey, and Dave.
Dave?
Yeah.
To do what?
Well, Dave, he looks like he'd be a good bench warmer. Ace Jack for Sandy, shoves over the open from Dave, and this one is going to be getting through.
So last hand at this level, and then there's one more level of poker to play. Day 1A. Not done a day 1A for a long time. Day 1B starting at 12:30 on the stream. We'll be here. Hope you will be too. Liam, man, how you doing? I'm glad you're watching on YouTube. Oh, luckily we've got Chef Brad in the hot tub to look forward to on the social media tomorrow. Nice one, Mark. All the best. We will see you on the stream tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Uh-oh. Oh, we've all just bust down. I'm not sure if that's the Omaha or if that's the Midi. Omaha. Robbie Bull out the Omaha. Hiya Richie Whitmore. Is the 888 just the main or the side events? There's plenty of side events. There's 7 events altogether. The main event's 560. There's a seniors. There's a turbo of 200. I think it's on social media somewhere. Got put out by 888 today, and all legs will be the same as we travel around the country.
Second ball.
Yeah, the new update for the app is fabulous. You've got the tournament clock on there, all the players' names, the clock, all the information regarding the tournament, how many buy-ins there are, what the prize pool is. You can buy in on the app as well. Fabulous addition and a fabulous update for the Poker Live app.
Yeah, I think it's a really good addition. The update on the app, always nice as well when you can sweat who's still in the tournament.
Yep.
And Leo makes it 21 with the pocket eights. Andrew with a fairly loose call hit, but things are going well for him today, so going to get amongst it from the small blind of ace-5 off. Dave defends the queen 8 suited.
Queen 9 flop, queen 7-9.
Turn, so could see Dave start leading now. Well, check from the small blind and then could be fire in, but gonna check. Interesting one for Leo here, whether to have a small probe or whether to check. I think three-way still potentially could have the best hand, could go for the small probe here tower, just flush out some equity. Doesn't go small, goes fairly large, 60%-ish here on the turn. That will lose Andrew and Dave McConaughey with an easy check call once we choose to check here on the turn. I just think all rivers other than a 6 or an 8 are going to be going check check. Two of spades on the river. Be surprised if we saw anything else here tower, but check check. Unless Dave's got other ideas here. We're going to take that option away from Leo to check back the 8s and showdown, but does check. And expect Leo to do the same. Just too high up showdown here to be turning the 8s into a bluff, even though we're blocking the 8-6. Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton performing half time at the Cowboys game. Well, she's a Texas girl.
God, what is she? She must be 80?
Mid-70s, easy.
95?
No, not that old.
It was a joke.
Oh, 95?
Yeah.
Ah! 95. She can play in our team. She can play in the Cardinal Direct over 50s team. Thanksgiving.
I only know that song, the 9 till 5, and that one she used to sing about the old centre half for Everton and Man City. Remember that one?
Oh,
the song she used to sing about the centre half, the old centre half. He used to play for Everton and Man City. He used to sing about him all the time. Tower's confused. Help him out, chat box.
what was that?
I said to you, Les Scott, would that help?
Jolene. Jolene. Jolene Lescott.
Attention all players remaining in the PMO, please retake your seats. You have less than 2 minutes remaining on your break. That's all players in the Omaha, please retake your seats.
Imagine.
surprised it was never a charm. So Jack finds the 3-outer on the turn. Apparently she's good, says for bacon ruffles.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living.
Imagine, Tao, we got to do 9 to 5 streams. Oh,
9 AM?
8-hour days. Oh,
Or 9 PM?
well, either way, 8-hour days.
You'll be favoured to make the last one. 9 PM till 5 AM. Good old Dolly. Wonder if she's ever done the Super Bowl. But you don't know, see some rubbish at the Super Bowl these days.
Surely she done Super Bowl like years and years ago.
The best paid 12-minute gig ever.
Is it really?
The Super Bowl. Yeah. And it's never any longer than 12 minutes.
There's dealers in the Omaha, you're playing 2,000, 4,000, 4,000, and 4 dealers.
And Danilo goes for the little limpy here under the gun. It's going to work. Andrew takes the bait, and I'm assuming we're limping to limp shove with the ace queen. Goes for the limp call. Off of 11 BBs. Now what's the play? Once we don't catch an ace or a queen on the flop. Andrew, about 1.2 SPR here, is going to check behind and does turn the backdoor flush draw on this Jack of Clubs turn. Fires for 2k. And Danilo just going to fold the ace queen, getting nearly 5-1 with a Broadway draw nut high hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, wish you to play 2-5, no limit, that's all. Please make way to table number 6. Anybody wish to play 2-5, no limit, that's all. Please make way to table number 6. Seven, please. Cyrus Gaston 4. Cyrus Gaston 4 must move to the main game. Table number 4.
Dave king 6 off, a bit on the loose side, but going to open. Danilo now defends the Jack 6 off from the big in a dominated spot. Yeah, it's not good the nuts. First of all, under the gun, just sub 11. We could just send the ace queen suited. Open could be an option as well. But once we limp and someone raises to 2.5 BBs, we then just have to send it. But just called and ended up getting bluffed off his hand. Dave mixing in a tidy little check back here with his top pair, and Danilo drawing to a chop here, fires 3k on the turn, and Dave just sets him in, and Danilo says, you know what, once again cards aren't correct. So going to be a situation of where it's box 1 and the card's been pitched in. 6-7 for Danilo, just turned the stone cold nuts and gets his double up. So maybe the hand before he didn't actually have the ace queen suited. Could be just the dealer pitching cards across a box which causes the cards to register incorrectly. Usually we always say it's trap 1 or 9, because they're the 2 boxes that the cards have to go across to get to 2 or 8. And 45 minutes left to go for today. Ace 5 suit for Andrew, makes it 22. Gets a nice little board to continue on here with some nice backdoors. Queen high rainbow as well, still going to have a nut advantage versus big blind defend range. Makes it 15, so quarter pot thereabouts. Lee coming along for a raise to 6k. It's a hefty sizing. Just going to get out of there. There's some potential for floating. I'm just going to let Lee have that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, last call. Anyone wishing to play a 2-5 Texas only, and then make your way to the deck. Thank you.
Ace king for Antoine. This time Antoine Labatt coming to the table.
Again?
The other Antoine. But we got Antoine Sarou's picture.
We will change. Nine, 10 jack flop, 2 clubs.
Might be one versus his stack size. We start checking tower. I think deeper we're happy to bet, but it's one of these. Sandeep's got a nice stack to just check shove, and we bet call in this one. Either way, 5 high, not going to do much. Just goes for the 60% sizing, gets it done. This bullet seems to be going a lot better for Antoine, up to just shy of 70k.
Only 110 bigs.
Nearly 100 runners today as well, Tower, for a day 1-8. We had 60 odd last year on this event.
Yeah, very, very good.
So up 50% on runners so far on last year's 1k. Raise and take for Antoine with the king queen. Alistair with a question here, a little talk of play. Is it airplane or aeroplane?
What, an aeroplane?
Yeah.
It's definitely an aeroplane.
I agree.
It's definitely got no in it. Airplane's a movie.
Is it Americans that say airplane?
I think it's just trying to shorten words for the quickness of it. It's definitely an aeroplane.
The players in the Midi game, after the hand progress, please pause the deal. That's Midi game players, please pause the deal.
Hastings suited for Jack. Makes it 21.
There's in the Midi game, please leave 4 more hands till the end of the play. That's 4 more hands until the end of the play.
Spoiler alert for how many hands are left through the live tannoy.
6.
How's it 4?
It's like 6.
Go and check that tower.
Always.
There must be a discrepancy there.
Always. You stop the clock on a minute. "40 minutes left, plus a certain number of hands." Not sure if you've heard it. Dolly Parton sang a Queen song during the half-time appearance. What was the Queen song? What do you think she stopped? What do you think she sang? She kind of sang "Don't Stop Me Now."
Bohemian Rhapsody.
No.
We Are the Champions, maybe? It could have been We Are the Champions.
There's a little thing called love. Imagine that.
I've got people asking me, when's this heads up coverage? Where can they watch it?
They can't. I've deleted it all. The spoiler was the Kings.
The Kings?
Yeah.
Well, that was just...
the only hand I lost.
Yeah, that was the only hand you lost. Plus we played best of 3 as well, so we played 3 matches.
We did.
Dave flops top pair. Ace 10, no club. With the 10 in here, wouldn't be surprised to see Jack continue. It's a board that will have some bigger bets on. I think check or 2/3 here, tower as the opener versus big blind. See what Jack comes with, but Jack does go with the small bet. Looks like 15. Dave obviously not going anywhere. I think we're just likely to see call here with his top pair. We'll have some check raises with some stronger top pairs versus some MP and LP, but I think versus gun we're just meant to proceed with call most of the time. Yeah. But he's going to go for the raise. At 4.8. It's going to work. So we do flush out that equity of overcard, which is a win out of position. Takes a small one.
Sandeep 11 beats Danilo 16. Last session, last level of the day. Banging up chips. Chip count at the end of the night. Doing it all again tomorrow from 12:30.
When there's 10 minutes left on the clock.
Final football, and Daniel Alexander Ezekiel. 2.6 got on table 23.
Sixes for Lee. Expect to see it open. We are hoping tomorrow, guys, that we will get the green light for some giveaways.
Yep.
I'm itching to give you lovely viewers some money. Just not got the green light yet.
We might get one to play the closer, you know. You know, you never know. Big closer next week. week on Monday. Big closer to finish. Oh, we are lagging. PK, we're lagging. Lagging, PK. We are lagging. Not like that. First time he's done it for a while. Not done it for a long time. Thought it had fixed itself. Unfortunately, it's a lagging. It'll speed up in 10 seconds. PK's just come in running round. Obviously got the floor to look after and all the social media. We get it sorted. Looks like it's sorted itself out. It'll go blah, blah, blah in a minute and then we'll be fine.
Sweet ace for Jack in the big. Expect to see defend.
Eight, 5, 5, flop.
Andrew flopping king high flush draw. Lee with the sixes. Looks like wants to continue. Just flush out some overcards. However, not going to be flushing out the flush draw and overs of Andrew. Do just expect to see cool here with position from Andrew. Don't think we're going to be doing too much raising. Facing the continue from Lee. Lee just double checking the sixes, making sure they've not turned the other way round on the 9 turn. I probably want to start checking now once Andrew calls flop. Out of position here. See what Andrew's working with, does check it over. Could potentially stab here as Andrew Towers. Start folding out some ace highs, some better king highs. These type of holdings. That is going to take a freebie.
4 of diamonds river.
Mustafa Bukri, 5, 10, 25, 6, 24.
Settle an argument. Who with? Was Terry and June the voice of Penfold in Danger Mouse? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Terry Scott, his name.
What part did Terry play in Terry and June? just wondering, Tar. You never know. You got to
Never
ask
knows.
these things.
It was in the 70s
Oh.
or early 80s.
Sandeep just shoving for 11 BBs. Hoping for a call, doesn't get it. Picks up blinds and ante. I love the way Richie Whitmore, he's obviously sat at home with someone and you're settling the argument from it. He just goes, thank you, Tower, like you are the encyclopedia of all knowledge on the earth and whatever you says is correct.
Terry Scott was the voice in Penfold. Did you ever, are you too young for Danger
No, I
Mouse?
do recall it vaguely, but I can't remember it too well.
Yeah, I used to rush home. We used to be on at 20 past 4.
20 past 4?
Finished school at 4.
That was Jungle Run time for me. You remember
20 past 4.
Remember Jungle Run?
No.
How do you not remember Jungle Run?
No.
You must remember Jungle Run, PK.
No. Depends how much.
You're using it, aren't you?
We'll stick it on in 10. Pass it here, Ali.
Thanks.
No worries.
Yeah, a little bit, you know. Just
No worries.
It was the one where you had to collect monkeys and you had to go through like the ending of it. It was like a temple and you had different puzzles and you had to try and get the golden monkey. Great show, Tower. If you haven't watched it, I would actually suggest watching it on a rerun because it was that good.
Jungle Run.
Jungle Run
Was it obviously for kids?
Well, kids, adults. It was my favourite. I remember I used to go home from school, think, oh, Jungle Run's on tonight, sit in front of the telly, eating my chicken nuggets and chips.
I used to have to walk as fast as I could to get home so Danger Mouse was on. Because it took me that first. We never ever got picked up from school, ever. Not once.
You don't want to know.
Not once. Ever. In all my school life, from 4 till 16, not once did I ever get dropped off.
I hope my mum saw watching.
Not once.
Our school.
We dad had a car all them years.
Our school was a 10-minute walk away.
Yeah.
Not once did we ever walk into school.
You never walked to school? 10 minutes in?
Well, we.
No way.
I started walking when I first started secondary school. Then a few years later, my little sister joined, and the princess of the family, the youngest girl, we used to get a lift in and back every day after she joined.
Way.
She didn't want to walk, so.
I remember walking into Rufford Junior School in 1979, and there was 6 foot of snow outside the front door, and we had to, no word of a lie, I climbed through the living room window to get out of the house because I couldn't open the front door. True story. And we went there, trudging through, all having a laugh, all absolutely soaking when you got to school.
Yep.
Your socks, your shoes, your shit, all the bottom end of your trousers.
Checks through here, Leo picks up flush draw, Lee out in front with the top pair, middle pair, dummy and gutter for Danilo. And Danilo going to start firing at this one. A very small size, 1200, less than 20%. Nor Lee or Leo going to be going anywhere versus this size. Should just see 2 calls to the river. It's the ace of clubs. So 4 line up to a straight out there. And to be honest, Leo, as the opener, Tower, probably favourite to win this pot now, because if it's checked to him, like we make the assumption here that after Danilo barrel's turn, he's just going to continue firing with all his jack X. So Danilo's never got a straight. Once Danilo checks, Lee probably going to start leading his jack. So very unlikely Lee's got a straight. So we got to try and represent it ourselves. And here comes the bet from Leo, and it's going to work versus these 2 holdings. Nicely done with the 8 height.
Very good indeed. Half an hour to go till the clock is paused, or the however many minutes. What do you reckon? 8 minutes? 7 minutes?
What, on the clock?
Yeah.
Probably it's 4 hands, so I'm guessing 8-9 minutes left on the clock when it paused, so 20 minutes, let's say. Yeah, I remember Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I never watched Keenan and Kel, but I used to love Good Burger. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order, please? You must know that, Tower. Oh, what a film!
What a film!
What a film! I never actually watched Keenan and Kel, but I used to love Good Burger, the film. There's a sequel coming. No way. I would watch it now.
It wouldn't be funny.
I can't believe you've not seen Good Burger, Tower. A film buff like yourself.
Nope. See, Richard Whitmore's my age.
Wizardora, never heard of that. Never heard of Pipkins. Or unless you're talking about Come Outside, then I've heard of it.
You wouldn't have heard of the Pipkins. That was the late 60s.
Could have shoved that one as the Neo for 10 bigs. King 8 suited carve would have been fine to shove, but going to wait for a better spot. Leaves room for Li Wang to open here with the A7 on the button. Makes it 2.2. Leo defends with a 9 deuce suited from the big.
Queen Jack 9. Leo hits bottom pair.
I haven't been much poker today, but there's been some good chat.
There's been some great chat.
There's been some good conversations with
I
the
love
chat box.
Pipkins as well, rep girl. I love Pipkins. It's time to tell a story. So the 7's got to redraw with a flush for Lee in seat 2.
Rep Girl thinks she's in your age bracket tower. Was you also there, Rep Girl, when Walt Disney first produced its first piece?
Oh yeah. You know when that was?
Well, Walt Disney.
Walt Disney's first movie?
1921.
I think it's a bit later.
I'm guessing it was in between the two wars. Lee double barreling here with the A7 suited, making it 33. Going to be difficult for Leo to continue here with just a 9, but maybe he expects Lee to do a lot of checking on this card, thinking he's maybe weighted towards a lot of bare heart hands, ace X of hearts, ace bearer of hearts, king bearer of hearts, this type of stuff, but very difficult to continue that with just a 9.
Yeah, me neither. I think it was 1939, wasn't it?
No,
The first
I
full-length
have
feature
no
film
idea,
from Walt Disney. Walt Disney. Something like that. That's a long time. Oh, you couldn't be racing home from school to watch all the school programmes.
All about Jungle Run. I can't believe you missed it.
Magic Roundabout.
I used to, my actual favourite, I used to watch Jungle Run when I got back from school. You probably wouldn't have heard of this, but I used to love Yu-Gi-Oh!
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 Is that the cards?
The cards. I used to absolutely, that was like when I was like between the age of 7 and like 12, 13. Just used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Every single Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to love it. Used to collect the cards. Have all the games on the PS1, all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. And I remember they were the most expensive cards ever. It was like £6 a pack. This is back in like 2000. And I remember I used to get 1 pack a week from Mum and Dad. I used to get 1 pack of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards a week. Used to go Toys R Us, 1 pack, there you are. That's where the strategy come from. It's like a strategy game. You're dueling against other monsters.
Really?
Yeah, you've got to use your deck to your advantage. Who is it? Oh, what's his face? Used to play on the tour when I used to play on the tour. So I was always on this table. Oh, I forgot his name. Plays Yu-Gi-Oh! For a living now.
Jake Quincy.
Jake Quincy, that's the one. Jake Quincy. He plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Professionally now.
He does.
Went from professional poker player to professional Yu-Gi-Oh! Player.
Travels the world playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Leo opens bottom, king 8 off, Dave defends 10-6 suited.
Flops top pair, there's Leo.
A bit of action, Dave up and down. Checks it over to Leo, who expects a CC bet here with top pair. With the 8 of diamonds in there as well. Let's go for the bigger bet on this board. finds 2/3 on the money, 3.8 to 5.7. Always say with the top guys as well that the better players, if not the best, like top 5% in the field, sizings are always on point as well. Big bet board, 2/3 exactly, 38 to 57. Instant service for Dave, no waiting around for his up and down. 4 of clubs, spins off on the turn. Wouldn't hate a lead. Contemplating it. As the defender from the big blind, just going to be more favourable for our range that's going to contain a healthy amount of 6x, at least more than Leo. Leo's still going to have a healthy amount of 6s opening from button specifically, but we've just got a smidge more being the defender in the big. Does go with lead here for 85. So just shy of 2/3 from Dave. Now tough spot for Leo because these spots are always tricky. Yes, we have top pair. We are up against a range that does contain a lot of straights, but we can't improve. Like if we are up against a straight, we're drawing to a chop, and therefore never going to make the best hand by the river. But where are Dave's bluffs going to be built from here? I guess he'll have some 9x. They're going to be the bluffs, some diamond draws, these type of holdings where Dave's going to build his bluffs from, but Leo makes a very nice lay down there with top pair, and very difficult to continue, although we have top pair against a player that could plausibly be bluffing, but we just can't improve. It's a hand that isn't going to be able to withstand the heat of a turn lead in a river barrel. Just letting it go as we've got 20 minutes left of the day.
All falling round in turn, and descend on the button also gets out of the way.
Yeah, I guess this is fine from Dave. Want to be polar in this spot, and Jack 4 not going to have a decision if we're met from a raise from Jack, so just going to make it 27 here. And Queen 9 off here for Jack, definitely one that we want to defend line on blind, especially versus south of 3x. Does cool. If you have been watching today, guys, and you haven't already, and you are enjoying the coverage, make sure you give us a follow or a subscribe on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you may be watching. And if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you like the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page. Plenty going on next year for us. Full out schedule. Going to be live streams almost every other week. Dave continuing for quarter. Jack with top pair, gut shot. Should just see call.
And Jack does. Off to the turn. Top pair and a good shot. 5 of diamonds turn.
Probably slow down time here now.
Just slow down.
Two tables left in the PLO, and Cal is still in.
Cal's still in. Go on here, Wendy.
No, Wendy's not in. I see Pete, Charles, Lambos. I see Cal. I see Dooley, and that's all I see that I recognise, Tower.
James in glasses.
Oh yeah, didn't see James. South African.
Yep.
Jack taking his time with this one. Goes for 2/3. And the hands out. The end. About 30 minutes to go.
Yep.
So about 20 minutes to go. 16 minutes on the clock. Jack 10 for Leo. One we're going to open from the hijack. Does make it 21.
Back round to Dave in seat 7. Flicks them in the muck.
He's 4 off here for Jack. He's out of there. Quick defend from Antoine in the big blind.
Inside flop.
Yeah, just going to be Leo's pot here, Tara, unless there's 2 hearts on board. It's diamonds. Check. Bet. Done. Oh, look at this from Leo. Goes for a little unorthodox overbet there. 110% C-bet. You don't see that too often, Tower. That just puts all the King X or worse in the cage that size. Intriguing. I remember speaking to Bowie this year in Manchester, I think it was the start of the year, and he was talking about a new solver called Ruiz or something like that.
Okay.
And he was like, yeah, we've been working on 120% or 110% pot size C-bets over the last day or something like that. So I don't know if that's a function of that. It's probably nothing to do with it, but this was earlier this year. And Bowie goes, yeah, we've been working on like 110% pot size C-bets or something like that. And like, okay. All right, Bowie.
Well, Sandeep's in and Leo's got a decision.
Andrew, everything going his way, finds the Cowboys, going to click it up, makes it 30. Now Leo can get away from it here, Taryn. This is why we just flat and we don't ISO. I think sevens is actually pretty close here. +1 versus +2, still 6 players behind us. I don't think Leo would be calling sixes. Now Andrew making it 30 to go. Frustrating that we have to relinquish 11 bigs, but expect it to just be hand over now. So lets it go. Sandeep in a world of pain.
Yep, indeed it. Sevens folded. Off we go.
for the
10,
king
5,
9.
6.
Going to need running 9s or running 7, 8. Only 2 ways that we stay alive here.
Yep.
7, 8 or 9 to keep it alive. Oh, there we go.
All right, any 8s about?
Got the back door running 9s.
Any 8s about? 9s, unlucky. No 8s. There's
So-
me thinking look at straight, we're seeing we'll run it twice.
Sandeep busting last 12 minutes of the day. I'm sure he'll be back in for another bullet tomorrow.
Yes, unlucky Sandeep.
Everything going Andrew's way so far this session. Going to be healthy stack, definitely top 5. We'll see the chip counts in about 15 minutes time.
Yeah, the 8 was no good. There was me. There was me thinking the straights about and all sorts. It was a 9 and a 9 only. God's been paused.
There we go. How many we got to deal? Pause the deal, please. 4, 5 or 6.
Always 6.
I'll tell you what, you have 5 or 6, I'll have 4, we'll have a pound on it. You got the edge. You're 66%, I'm 33, and I'm giving you even money.
You give me even money as well?
Even money. We'll have a pound.
Well, if you give me 50s, I might take it.
Alright, I'll give you 50s. So, how many hands?
1 of 4.
1 of 4, 4 to go.
4 to go. Amazing how you knew it was 4.
I just
can't believe it. Fancy hearing that on the tannoy 30 minutes ago and then trying to get money out of me. Can't believe it.
I thought you weren't listening when they said it. Jacks for Leo, 2.1k from under the gun. And Jack here, ace-5 suited in the cut-off. Awkward one facing gun. Could still peel here off a 30 if we wanted to. I'm not sure we do too much free betting with this hand versus gun specifically, but Jack thinks differently. Makes it 52. Like you see a lot more of the ace-5 suited free bets, LP versus LP, MP versus LP, this type of stuff. But probably is in there. There's some frequency if Jack's found it versus Leo, making it 52. Obviously a great hand to have as a free bet bluff, one of the nut hands to have in there. The ace-5 suited and 30 effective here as Leo. If we wanted to 4-bet, we'd have to make this like 14k, half of Jack's stack, so I think the only way to proceed here is do that thing I have on my toast in the morning, Tower.
Honey.
Let's honey it in the middle.
Marmite.
Going for the 4-bet honey. The 4-bet Marmite. 4-bet jam, getting it through, 3 to go.
And we are back again tomorrow from 12:30 in the afternoon for the full 12 hours of poker on the live stream for the Midi, the £1,250 Midi. Two or four done.
Two to go, and Dave going to be getting into the action. Ultimate hand of the day with the snowman. go up in value this hand this time of year, Tower?
Forecast a lot next week. Alright. Let's go fast, baby.
And Ace King for Andrew. Gets a lovely chance to just squeeze it up, and spoke about this spot earlier. Opening 8s from gun and getting 3-bet. Really difficult spot. The 6s through deuces we start folding. The 9s plus we continue. Sort of the 8s and 7s realm can sometimes be player dependent. I think at this stack depth though, as Dave can come along the time that we do flop a set, Tower, potential to win a huge one. Lose Leo. So heads up here, 3-bet coup. Nearly there for the day. The way Andrew's been running, I wouldn't be surprised if this just comes ace high, king high. Not today.
No. 3, 4, 10, 2 hearts.
He's going to choose to c-bet. Not going to be getting through just yet. Dave with trivial call in position. That's the call to the turn.
Six of clubs.
Might start checking in now as Andrew Tower. Like Dave's still going to have jacks, queens, tens, these type of holdings. Gun versus big blind specifically. We'll definitely have these in there. But undeterred is Andrew, and just going to continue going after it with that overpair advantage as the 3-better has the aces and the kings. Going to put a lot of the 7s, 8s, 9s in a really tough spot, and even the 10x, the suited 10x that could call pre, going to have to strap in to the river, and even the 8s here. It does make the call. River card.
There's a jack of spades.
So another bad card to see here for Dave, because as I say, jacks and 10s I think are a decent part of Dave's range here, and does slow down with the check, and probably just going to go check here now, Tower, and that's going to be Dave McConaughey's pot, and a lovely 50k pot to end the day. This is just a check. Doesn't achieve anything with a bet. Fold out worse, called by better, so therefore just going to check this behind. Doesn't want us to get a good night's rest.
There's one more hand, isn't there?
Is he nice on him? Did you realise Andrew's checked? What are we doing? Like, what could we possibly get value from here? Does he think ace king, ace queen is going to call?
Well, he didn't think he was winning, and now he's turned them over.
Strange one, Tower. It's like the most, in my opinion, as standard as a check back ever comes. I don't think it's a 40-second tank check back, but you never know. Dave might have been in the rabbit hole thinking layers upon layers about that hand, and maybe thinking that turning 8s into a bluff value bet, and I don't know.
Last hand of the night. Here we go. 2 of 12 done.
Day 2 of 12 done. Didn't sign up for this. Definitely didn't sign up for this. Last hand of the day. Danilo's gonna bag. We'll see him Saturday. Same as Lee, same as Leo. Andrew with the 10-8 off, not going to be getting involved. He'll take a healthy stack through to Saturday. Okay, he's going to be getting involved with the 10-8 off from the small blind. Is this a bit of tilt from the hand before? That's all it can be, Tower. Annoyed he's lost some chips. Everything's been going smooth sailing this session. Lost a few chips and now wanting to try and get them back before the end of the day. But all we're going to do is bleed some extra. And Antoine here flopping top pair. Nice one to mix into the check range as he does with the Queen 8. Oh, 2 of spades on the turn. Does bring a nut flush draw for Dave from the big blind. I think we've got a new 20-second man, Tower. Been a 20-second Dave before every decision. This one, genuine tank though, is needed. Whether to start leading here or whether to check, definitely one that going to get the cogs turning. Has opted for lead. 33.
Antoine calls.
As he should. Brick River for a bit of fun. See if Dave's got the double barrel in the lockup with the ace of spades in his hand. I think on a lot of clean rivers we're just going to double barrel this spot.
There it is. 3 of clubs.
And now as well removal to ace 4. Just think mandatory bluff now for Dave, but goes for check.
He has checked. Antoine's going to check. Going to take the 14k pot. Bag up for Saturday. He is, honest.
I think you're right, Tower. Queen 6, Queen 4, only really top pairs that we target. Do we ever get heroes from a 7? Repping some bare high spade hands. Well, Antoine believes he does. Makes it 5.6. Dave out of the way. And there we go. Woo-woo! Esif Spulbar with the chip lead. Dave McConaughey up there.
Esif.
Jack Horncastle, Seb Young bagging, Harry Lodge, Leo, Navas Robles, lots of notable names.
My mate Paolo.
Paolo Mori Texiera. I never knew you knew him.
Well, I tell you what, that rolled off the tongue then. Well done.
Don't ask me to do it again.
I'm impressed with that. That was brilliant. Down at the bottom, Jack O'Neill, Adam Moss, and Danilo Oppo. Harry Lodge banging up as well. Thanks ever so much, guys. Well done, one and all. That was great. Where's the streaming schedule? There it is. What are we on? 3 of 12 tomorrow. 3 of 12. Friday the 24th of November. We will see you from 12:30 on the stream. A good day had by all. We had a good laugh. And chip leader is Mr. Yusuf Spulware on 192,000. We will catch you tomorrow. Thanks to all the laughs in the chat. And we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.
Good night, guys.
As soon as you finish your free.
I guess I'm the shortest stack.
Anyone wishing to play G5,